one over the other, but I think every one of them will beat President Trump or would be better than President Trump. So not a ringing endorsement, but certainly both Schumer and Pelosi, the Democratic leaders in the respective House, Senate and House, are saying they would at least be okay with a Bernie Sanders nomination. So there's a few different angles here to talk about. First of all is, okay, I mean, they recognize that Bernie, of all the candidates, has the clearest path to the nomination. It's certainly clearer than any other individual candidate right now. And so they're just getting in line. This is a relatively cynical interpretation, but I think one that is not irrationally cynical. They want to be on the inside, not the outside, if Bernie Sanders ends up as the nominee, and in particular, if Bernie Sanders ends up being president. So in one sense, you could say, we don't really have to pay much attention to Pelosi and Schumer saying this because it is a cynical, strategic decision of the centrist establishment Democrats to make sure that they don't end up getting the door shut on them if Bernie Sanders becomes nominee or president. And that's obviously part of it. There is no question that they don't want to be on the outside if Bernie's the nominee. But there's a very important secondary implication here. If you look at the 538 odds right now, there are roughly equal odds of Bernie securing the nomination before the DNC with 1,991 delegates or more, and roughly equal odds of there being nobody who gets to 50% plus one. If there is nobody who gets to 50% plus one delegates before the DNC, the Democratic establishment is going to need to decide whether they want to contest the convention and try to deny Bernie Sanders the nomination, either through the alliance of the delegates of various centrist candidates or with the addition of the superdelegates on the second round of voting, who could just hand the nomination to somebody else. So the importance of Nancy Pelosi and Schumer signaling we're at least okay with a Bernie nomination may be a sign that the Democratic establishment is not going to try to contest or broker the convention in order to deny Bernie the nomination, even if he has a plurality of the delegates. That in and of itself is a crucial decision because that could have a huge effect on the general election. It is conceivable that if the Democratic Party is seen as heavy-handed and going out of their way to deny the nomination to the person with the most delegates, if that person is indeed Bernie Sanders, there is a risk that that is going to reduce turnout in November and help Donald Trump win. It is a risk that it will turn some Democratic voters who support Bernie Sanders in the primary away from voting at all in November, or even towards writing somebody in, third party, to voting for Donald Trump even. And when you start to see party leaders saying things like Nancy Pelosi saying, I'd be comfortable with Bernie as the nominee, this could be a very important sign that they recognize that it could be a self-destructive action to take the nomination from Bernie Sanders, or to be seen as doing that, even if it's not in practice what you believe is going on. Now, at the same time, this could be something that is being said by Pelosi and Schumer to make us think they won't contest the convention when in fact they plan to. But that's sort of like two layers of cynicism. Maybe it's too much cynicism. There's also a potential lesson here from Republicans in 2016, because when you think back to the Republican primary in 2016, remember that for a whole bunch of that primary, the full Republican establishment, including Fox News and a lot of right-wing media, they were united against Donald Trump instead of with Donald Trump. Now, they ultimately came around to him because anything was better than Hillary in their eyes. And Donald Trump ended out just barely squeaking out an electoral college victory because of about 77,000 votes in 3 key states. It's not crazy to think that if the DNC were to simply rally behind whoever is the nominee, and even behind whoever is looking like they have the best shot at being the nominee, which right now is Bernie, they might be saying, even if we don't like Bernie, even if we're not actually comfortable with Bernie as the nominee, if Republicans were able to get Trump elected, even after being against him almost all the primary and coming to him at the end, maybe our best shot at removing Trump is just getting behind whoever is the nominee, regardless of whether they are from what they perceive to be a different wing of the left or the Democratic Party. In the end, it's important that Nancy Pelosi is even willing to say this at this point in time, even if it's completely cynical, even if it's completely self-serving and out of her motivation not to end up on the outside of the Democratic Party if indeed Bernie Sanders becomes the nominee or president. It is still important that she's saying this at this point in time. If you have a different interpretation of what Pelosi and Schumer signaling, at least acquiescing to the idea of a Bernie Sanders candidacy, let me know. I do want to hear from you. When Donald Trump is consistent on something, he's consistently inconsistent. And the stock market is a really good example of that. You can always count on Donald Trump to brag about how he's responsible for boosting the stock market on days that the stock market is up. You can also count on Donald Trump to either ignore the stock market altogether, or if he has to talk about it on a day when the stock market is down, blame it on someone or something else, never him. The stock market is very down lately. The Dow was down 1,000 points on Monday, 900 or so points on Tuesday, down a little more on Wednesday. And as of this recording right now, the Dow is down another 500 points today. This brings me no pleasure. You guys know, I mean, Republicans like to say the left is cheering for a bad economy despite Trump. No, you should have seen me looking up my mutual fund account last night, and it was bad. It was really, really bad, and it's getting even uglier now. So what does Donald Trump do? He says, oh, yeah, the stock market crashed all week because of the Democratic debate on Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern time, hours after the stock market had already closed on Tuesday. Now, remember, the market tumbled on Monday, but the Democratic debate was Tuesday night. The market tumbled on Tuesday, but the Democratic debate was on Tuesday night. Are Trump's followers this stupid, or is he the one that's this dumb? Take a look at this.
Do you believe the number of fatalities? Mr. President. You mentioned the stock market earlier. To go back to that, to be clear, the Dow Jones dropped more than 2,000 points this week. Are you suggesting that was overblown? Are financial markets overreacting here?
I think the financial markets are very upset when they look at the Democrat candidate standing on that stage making fools out of themselves. And they say, if we ever have a president like this, and there's always a possibility, it's an election, who knows what happens, right? I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win by a lot. But when they look at the statements made by the people standing behind those podiums, I think that has a huge effect, yeah.
Isn't that just stunning that a president can say this and that there is not complete repudiation of the obvious absurdity of what Donald Trump is saying? Stocks crash Monday, and a Fox News guy named Charles Payne blamed it on Bernie winning the Nevada caucus on Saturday. Stocks crash Monday and Tuesday, and Trump blames it on an event that didn't happen until after that. After stocks had closed for trading those 2 days, the Democratic debate took place. I don't know who falls for this stuff, but somebody must, right? Because otherwise Trump wouldn't be able to get away with it. And then Trump just keeps blaming other people during yesterday's press conference, goes into talking about Barack Obama. And remember, this is a press conference, as we will later talk about coronavirus. And Trump is blaming Democrats for the stock market crash caused by coronavirus, and now goes into talking about Barack Obama.
What that is, because he's kept interest rates. President Obama didn't have near the numbers, and yet, if you look at what happened, he was paying zero. We're paying interest. Now, it's more conservative, and frankly, people that put their money away are now getting a return on their money as opposed to not getting anything. But I think, we're the greatest of them all. We should be paying the lowest interest rates. And when Germany and other countries are paying negative rates, meaning they're literally getting paid when they put out money. I mean, they borrow money and they get paid when it gets paid back. Who ever heard of this before? It's a first. But we don't do that. So I totally disagree with our Fed. I think our Fed has made a terrible mistake, and it would have made a big difference. As good as we've done, even without the 2,000 points, and we started off at 16,000 and we'll be at 28,000 without. We were going to crack 30,000. We have had increases like nobody's seen before, but we're doing well. But we have to watch. We're doing well anyway. In other words, even despite the 2,000 points, it sounds like a lot, and it's a lot, but it's not. It's very little compared to what we've gone up.
Obama was bad. Our Fed is bad, even though it's run by the person that he selected to run it. Everybody's terrible. Everything is to blame except for Donald Trump, who is great. And remember that even before this 2,000 plus point stock market tumble, Trump's stock market was already underperforming Barack Obama's. Those numbers are going to become even more skewed in favor of Barack Obama thanks to this crash, which I hate and take no pleasure in. I want to be really clear about that because we don't play those games on this show. I'm not rooting for the stock market to crash. I'm not rooting for the United States to fail. Believe me, ask my girlfriend. She knows what's going on with my investments, and this is very, very ugly. No matter who is president, I don't want our stock market to fail. But blaming Bernie's win in Nevada and the Democratic debate and the Fed, give me a break. Is Trump some kind of time traveler that things that happen after the majority of the crash are to blame for the crash? It's horrifying that this is considered an explanation from the president of the United States or an analysis to many of Donald Trump's followers. It does not bode well for our country that the president is even trying to say this stuff, obviously. Why does no one just say in the room, Mr. President, the things you're naming happened after the crash, not before. How is it possible that they are causally related? It's like saying a snowstorm that happened 2 days after a power outage is to blame for the power outage. How is that possible? How does that even make any remote sense? And of course, the bigger picture is that Trump is part of the market crash, but it's really larger fears, of course, about coronavirus. And we are not prepared to deal with it here in the United States. I really want to dig in more to this. We had a lot of reaction to yesterday's interview with Dr. Isaac Bogosh about coronavirus. And we have Trump's press conference from yesterday. He's putting Mike Pence in charge of coronavirus. The guy barely believes in science. So we'll talk about all of that coming up. For now, let me know your thoughts on Trump's stock market explanation. I'm on Twitter at @DPACman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. Please connect with us at The David Pakman Show. It's really easy to do, and I want to hear from you. Even if you don't like the show, connect with us anyway. Just no trolling, please. Follow me on Twitter at @DPakman. Follow the show on Twitter at David Pakman Show. Give us a like on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show. We have a subreddit where our viewers and listeners can discuss politics and the stories we cover, get to know each other. Find it at davidpakman.com/Reddit. Follow David Pakman Show on Instagram for behind-the-scenes pictures. And while you're there, follow me on Instagram at david.pakman. Have a question or comment about the show? Use the contact form on our website, davidpakman.com. You can also sign up for our newsletter there. And a great way to participate and get in touch is to check out the YouTube live streams where you can ask questions live. Just subscribe for free at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. I look forward to hearing from you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let me say thank you to today's new members of the day, Pete Olson and Jeff Watkins. Thank you so much, guys. I do appreciate your support so much. When we started the membership program back in 2010, I didn't know that it would become what it is now, and that we would build an entire show, staff, studio, everything on the back of this membership program. And it's so inspiring. We are only about 5 weeks away from some members hitting their 10-year anniversary with the show, which is just incredible. So thanks to everybody. I also want to say thanks today to Catherine Donaldson, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. She's been with us almost 5 years, and I invite you, feel invited, consider yourself invited to grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Okay, some very interesting discussions happening on the David Pakman Show Reddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. The first one is from a user named Nostalgic Sayan, who says, no disrespect, but can we truly expect these old candidates to even survive 4 years? Trump, Biden, Sanders are all late 70s. I don't see them living another 4 to 8 years. Sanders had a heart attack. Trump's a walking cholesterol medicine advertisement. And Biden is seeming very weird with his gaffes. Someone also adding Bloomberg had stents while he had 3 stents put in. Warren is no spring chicken. So listen, I don't believe it is ageist to consider this. And the truth is, when you look at life expectancy at birth, Bernie was born in 1941. Biden was born in 1942. Trump was born in 1946. Life expectancy for people born in those years was between 70 and 72. When you account for, so life expectancy at birth tends to be lower because it has to account for some people who don't make it out of infancy. Life expectancy once age 65 for people born in the years that these folks were born in is somewhere between 12 and a half and 13 more years. So if you, in a very detached way, look at the data, these are reasonable concerns. Now, the truth is that in the United States, economic class has a lot to do with life expectancy. And so when you get to these numbers, 77, 78, once you account for already reaching the age of 65, it is probably quite stratified based on your income level and economic class. And of course, Bernie, Biden, and Trump are all doing well economically. I don't believe it is ageist merely to ask these questions. And I'm interested in hearing more from folks about it. Another user, Philo1927, posted an article from the Washington Post called, or arguing that an article from the Washington Post points out that Trump has no clue what to do in a disaster, referring, of course, to coronavirus. I am increasingly concerned, not about coronavirus in the abstract, but specifically about Donald Trump's ability to actually manage something like a massive outbreak or pandemic. And we're going to get to it in more detail later today. I know a lot of you are worried about it because of the number of posts about it on the David Pakman Reddit, the number of emails I'm getting from you, the number of tweets I'm getting from you. I agree. Trump has no clue how to deal with a disaster. Remember, in Puerto Rico after the hurricanes, he went and shot rolls of toilet paper like basketballs and had no idea what to do. It's a major problem, and we're going to address it more in a moment. Lastly, from the Reddit, user Dennis Hopper says South Carolina is a turning point, arguing that South Carolina is going to be a place that has 2 outcomes. Either Bernie wins and becomes the favorite to win not just a plurality, but a majority of the delegates, or Biden wins, gaining delegates and taking momentum away from Bernie, muddying the waters heading into Super Tuesday. I am less decided that South Carolina will be a turning point. I think that because there's only 2 days between South Carolina and Super Tuesday, I think Super Tuesday is the turning point. And I believe that after Super Tuesday, we will see either a very clear path to a contested or brokered convention, a negotiated convention, because more people will have delegates. Michael Bloomberg will have delegates after Super Tuesday. Maybe Tom Steyer will. That's one scenario. Or Bernie will clean up on Super Tuesday and it will very much look like nobody will be able to catch him. I believe Super Tuesday is the turning point. Join the discussion at davidpakman.com/Reddit. Nearly 18,000, can you imagine, nearly 18,000 of our viewers and listeners subscribed, free, of course. There's no charge to participate, no entry fee at all, participating in the David Pakman Show Reddit. All right, let's get into coronavirus. For the last few days, I've been more and more concerned that Donald Trump is utterly and completely unprepared to deal with the coronavirus and it potentially becoming a pandemic that will affect the United States as well as the entire world. As of this morning, there are more than 81,000 coronavirus cases that we know of and more than 2,700 deaths. Yesterday, we spoke with a doctor specializing in infectology about the trajectory, prevention, how to manage something like coronavirus. The cases are still mostly centered in China. More recently, there's been a pretty significant uptick in South Korea. Then you've got Italy, Japan, and Iran as of this morning with with more cases than most countries. In the U.S., 60 cases as of this morning. But there is every expectation that this is going to get worse before it gets better. And a presidential administration has a large role to play in managing the situation. We will talk about preparedness. We will talk about who's in charge. We will talk about firings that will certainly be a disadvantage to dealing with coronavirus. And even Republican Senator Mitt Romney is willing to say that the Trump administration is completely unprepared for a widely spread coronavirus in the United States. There's a report that Mitt Romney actually confronted Trump administration officials at a private briefing in D.C. yesterday, as Trump has continued to publicly downplay concerns, say it's under control, it's going to go away. When it gets warm, we're going to be fine. The stock market's going to be fine. The reality is that this is now a red alert. Even Republican Senator John Kennedy, during a hearing, made it very clear that he doesn't believe the Trump administration is even remotely competent and prepared on this issue. And when everything is sport to the president, being unprepared for something like this will lead to deaths. I tweeted earlier today, people who say I'm not into politics, if there's any silver lining about this whole coronavirus fiasco, it is that I hope people who say I'm not into politics realize that politics can very quickly become life and death. Look at Donald Trump's recent tweets, tweeting self-congratulatory pablum, quoting Gordon Chang on the Laura Ingraham show, saying, quote, U.S. acted on the coronavirus very, very quickly, tweeting how great he is doing at handling it. Quote, CDC and my administration are doing a great job of handling coronavirus, including the very early closing of our borders to certain areas of the world. It was opposed by the Dems too soon, but turned out to be the correct decision. Trump is focused on attacking Democrats, making fun of mini Mike Bloomberg, and claiming victory for things he hasn't done, like building the wall, instead of actually dealing with a deadly contagious disease. It's just not a priority for Trump. It's underfunded. Trump has no idea what's going on. So we have a twofold problem here. They are woefully unprepared, but they are also downplaying it for political reasons. It'll disappear when it gets warm, they've been saying more and more. Almost like it works that, like the disease is going to melt or something like that. And Dr. Bogosh told us yesterday that this is not something we can assume, that this will go away when it gets warm in the Northern Hemisphere. We've already heard from Harvard epidemiologist Mark Lipstick, who predicts that coronavirus will ultimately not be containable. And within the year, it's conceivable that up to 70% of the world population could be infected. Now, the death rate may never rise beyond 2%, but when that many people are infected, you are going to have many people die if it gets to that level. I'm not being alarmist. I'm showing that even experts say this could happen if it's not taken more seriously by all government, and that includes Trump. Now, additionally, it's important to look at death rates by age. When you do that, you notice that below age 40, the coronavirus death rate is just 0.2%. Even between 40 and 49, it's just 0.4%. Above 50 years of age, the death rate starts to climb. And of course, if you're 70 or older, or even more acutely, 80 or older, you are the most at risk. That's the case with regular flu. That's the case with pneumonia. That's the case with a number of different conditions. And I've actually seen what seemed to me like horribly macabre arguments that we don't have to worry about the economy because the people of working age are not dying at a high rate from coronavirus. So we don't really have to worry. Can you imagine? And Donald Trump's ignorance and the denials are it's not just a political game at this point. We're talking about people's lives. And after this short break, I want to get right back into coronavirus and talk about who Donald Trump is putting in charge. Hint, it's Mike Pence, who barely believes in science. And then I also, after that, want to continue talking about this because there is a talking point spreading that Donald Trump fired his pandemic response team. And there are a bunch of people saying that couldn't possibly be true, could it? It is very true. It is not only true that Trump fired his pandemic response team, he also reduced funding to the CDC, and it is all just bad. And we'll get to more of it after the break. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. And while you're at it, follow me at david.pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. You might never have visited the David Pakman Show website. Maybe you don't even know that it exists. You might listen to the podcast on iTunes or watch clips on YouTube or listen to stuff on radio or TV, but there is a lot of great material on our website, davidpakman.com, which you should really check out. There's an archive of the last couple of weeks of episodes and optional access to the full archive. You can contact me with comments about the show using the contact page on davidpakman.com. Sign up for our newsletter to stay up to date with the latest news and shows, find out about live events, learn about special offers, and much more. A great list of my personal book recommendations is available. You can even access the bonus show through our website. If you want to see the list of radio and TV stations that carry the show, there is a full list at davidpakman.com. If you're wondering who I've interviewed or want to watch some of those interviews, that's also on davidpakman.com. davidpakman.com is the place. Get on the newsletter, watch old episodes, get in touch with me.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We're talking a lot about coronavirus today, not because we are in a crisis pandemic in the United States right now, but because Donald Trump's administration is so unprepared and so incoherent that in the event that we have an actual pandemic situation in the United States, we are potentially in really big trouble. And the cherry on top of this atrocity is that Donald Trump has put his vice president, Mike Pence, in charge of coronavirus. And I really need everybody to understand how ridiculous and just terrorizing this is. Donald Trump has cut funding to the CDC. Donald Trump is underfunding medical research. Donald Trump fired his pandemic response team, which we'll get to. I could give you this long list. But then on top of it, he puts Mike Pence in charge of coronavirus. Mike Pence's plan to deal with HIV as governor of Indiana was he needed time to go home and pray on what he was being asked to do. Pence enabled the spread of HIV in Scott County, Indiana, 5 years ago, which led to more than 200 people getting infected. People came to Pence and said, we need a needle exchange program. We need it now. We can put it in place right away. Can we do it, Governor? And Pence said, I want to go home and pray on that. And he eventually signed the needle exchange into action, but said, I will tell you, I do not support needle exchange as drug policy, as anti-drug policy, but this is a public health emergency. So if it's an emergency, you're doing it because you agree it'll help, but you actually don't support it. I mean, completely incoherent. The guy barely believes in science. This is one of the last people that should be dealing with coronavirus, and he is the person who will be in charge, never mind involved. This is actually serious. People will die. Check out Donald Trump announcing this yesterday, talking about how Mike Pence, he said Pence is great on health care. He's very expert at the field. What is he talking about? I wish this were a joke. I really do, because we're screwed with these people in charge.
Hopkins. We're doing something else that's important to me because he's been terrific in many ways, but he's also very good on health care. And we really followed him very closely. A lot of states do. When Mike was governor, Mike Pence of Indiana, they've established great health care. They have a great system there, a system that a lot of the other states have really looked to and changed their systems. They wanted to base it on the Indiana system. He's very good.
Very good on health care. States were following Mike Pence's lead when he was governor in Indiana. Like, could that possibly be true? I tried to find evidence of states basing their health care decisions on what Mike Pence did in Indiana. I couldn't find any evidence of that. If anybody can find evidence that Mike Pence was leading the way on health care as governor of Indiana, please let me know. Here's another clip.
And what I've done is I'm going to be announcing exactly right now that I'm going to be putting our Vice President, Mike Pence, in charge. And Mike will be working with the professionals, doctors, and everybody else that's working. The team is brilliant. I spent a lot of time with the team over the last couple of weeks, but they're totally brilliant. And we're doing really well. And Mike is going to be in charge, and Mike will report back to me. But he's got a certain talent for this, and I'm going to ask Mike Pence to say a few words, please. Thank you.
A certain talent for this. We are just in such trouble here, and medical experts have responded to this totally bizarre press conference yesterday saying what Donald Trump is telling us is incoherent. Trump is incoherent about what he says is going on. And here is Trump again insisting we're totally prepared despite having no evidence whatsoever that we are prepared, while telling, I guess, some kind of jokes was Donald Trump doing.
Wash your hands, stay clean. You don't have to necessarily grab every handrail unless you have to. You know, you do certain things that you do when you have the flu. I mean, view this the same as the flu. When somebody sneezes, I mean, I try and bail out as much as possible with the sneezing. I had a man come up to me a week ago. I hadn't seen him in a long time, and I said, "How you doing?" He said, "Fine, fine." He hugs me, kisses. I said, "Are you well?" He says, "No." He said, "I have the worst fever and the worst flu." And he's hugging and kissing me. So I said, "Excuse me." I went there, I started washing my hands. So you have to do that. You know, this is, I really think, Doctor, you want to treat this like you treat the flu, right? Whatever happens, we're totally prepared. We have the best people in the world.
Now, okay, I have to, I've said from day one, I said, when Trump says something I agree with, I will tell you. I also bail out when people start coughing and sneezing. I actually do something at airports that my girlfriend finds very embarrassing, which is, you know, those long hallways often at the airport where you're either walking down, there's gates on the left and right, and you're getting to your gate, or sometimes to get under the tarmac, you go on these really long hallways to get from one section of the terminal to the other. I'll be wheeling my my rollerboard bag. Someone will just cough right into the air a foot away from me. I will just immediately beeline away from them and chart a course parallel to the one where I was. It's totally obvious why I'm doing it. It's because of the person coughing without covering their mouth. My girlfriend gets very embarrassed, but I bail out as well. I was at a cafe over the weekend working on some show stuff. I sit down with my cappuccino and my bagel, and the guy next to me, it was sort of like a bar set up with high stools where you sit. Guy next to me starts a wet cough right into the air. I just grabbed my stuff and moved. He gave me a look like I was being mean. No, mean. You were the problem, sir. You were coughing into the air. So I agree with Trump there. He's completely right about bailing out when people are coughing like that. But back to Mike Pence running this thing. I have a hard time imagining a worse person to run coronavirus for the United States. And that's often the outcome with Donald Trump. What is the worst possible solution to this issue? That's the one that Donald Trump picks. Mike Pence rejects the scientific consensus on multiple issues. How the hell do you put Mike Pence in charge of this? And this is the risk. He disagrees with the intelligence experts on intelligence. He believes he knows more than his generals about the military. He disagrees with medical experts about how prepared we are on coronavirus. It's tragic, and I said it before, and I tweeted about it, and I'll say it again. When people say I'm not into politics, it just, man, you know, I'm into other stuff. Very quickly, we are going to realize here, tragically, how much politics is life and death. If you didn't know it already, and I hope that most of the people in the audience already did know that, we are very quickly going to realize how life and death politics is. It's tragic. Okay, let's continue our coverage of public health, of infectious disease, and the incompetence of this administration in the context of the now possible coronavirus pandemic. Headlines have been floating around that Donald Trump fired the U.S. pandemic response team. This sounds crazy. Why would any president fire the pandemic response team? Is this really true? And the answer is yes, it is. It is true. The Trump administration fired the U.S. pandemic response team in 2018 to cut costs. This started circulating after Judd Legum, who runs the Popular Information newsletter, tweeted, quote, "With the coronavirus killing thousands and threatening to tank the global economy, I feel like more people should be talking about the fact that Trump fired the entire pandemic response team 2 years ago and then didn't replace them. Trump also cut funding for the CDC, forcing the CDC to cancel its efforts to help countries prevent infectious disease threats from becoming epidemics in 39 of 49 countries in 2018. Among the countries abandoned, China." And Judd goes on to say, this isn't just about accountability. It's about drawing attention to the structural problems in the U.S. response effort before things get worse. We are seeing this front and center here in the United States. We are seeing front and center how stuff that is just politics very quickly becomes life and death and much more than mere political posturing and positioning. White House officials tasked with directing national responses to pandemics were fired in the spring of 2018. That's true. And as Snopes points out, Rear Admiral Timothy Ziemer abruptly departed from his post leading the global health security team on the National Security Council in May 2018 amid a reorganization of the council by then National Security Advisor John Bolton. Ziemer's team was disbanded. Tom Bossert, who, as the Washington Post reported, had called for a comprehensive biodefense strategy against pandemics and biological attacks, had been fired 1 month prior. If it weren't tragic life and death, it would be indistinguishable from some kind of weird comedy or satirical skit. But it's all real. It's true that the Trump administration cut the executive branch team responsible for coordinating responses to pandemics. Did he cut CDC funding? Yes, he did. 2018 reports say that funding for the CDC's global disease outbreak prevention efforts were cut by 80%, which includes the CDC's effort in China, the central point, the focus of coronavirus today. When we've been sounding the alarm for 3 years now, saying this man is a danger to the country, that was not a metaphor. That was not hyperbolic. This was simply the sober assessment of the situation. The way to observe this administration is to try to ignore the propaganda videos and look only at what they do, right? The big videos of Trump looking tough and heroic in China, or India, rather, or wherever it is that he's traveling to. Don't look at how they present themselves. Watch what they do, and you will very quickly understand the incompetent reality of what is taking place here. We had enough to worry about economically before coronavirus. We had enough to worry about socially, the fabric of politics and discourse in the United States. Geopolitically, we had more than enough to worry about with Donald Trump. We had more than enough to worry about with Donald Trump without a growing outbreak of coronavirus, which medical experts have said Trump's response to so far has been, and I quote, incoherent. Now we also have that to worry about as well. And we have morons running the response. When I say we'll be lucky to get out of this alive, that's literally the case for millions and millions of people if this continues to grow. And we need competent people. This isn't about do we build a wall or not, okay? This is not about Trump claiming that he's building the wall when he's not. We're talking about a life and death situation, potentially for millions of people. and we have arguably the least competent people in charge. Absolutely concerning. You all know that we've been reporting on coronavirus for months. And from the beginning, I said, I am not going to become more alarmist about this than the facts actually suggest. And early on, when you were starting to see very alarmist reporting in some places, we were sober in our assessment of what was going on, contextualizing coronavirus, looking at SARS, looking at influenza, so on and so forth. We are seeing growing numbers that are cause for more concern. But the real red alert now is the incompetence of the people we have in charge and the fact that a lot of the competent people have been fired. Let me know where your head's at, so to speak, on coronavirus. We'll take a quick break and be back with much more right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, quick story. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but it is funny, and it's also sort of emblematic of some bigger picture issue that we're dealing with the president. This is one of those stories that when you first see the headline, it's hard to believe. But it is a very interesting microcosm of the childish nature of the person who's in charge of the White House right now. And we've talked a lot of times about how Donald Trump, in many ways, is like a little kid. They bring him a propaganda file at the White House full of positive headlines and pictures where he looks like an alpha male because that placates Donald Trump. This is kind of like how you treat a little kid. The presidential daily briefings have to be reduced to, it was reduced initially to just a couple pages, eventually to one page, and then ultimately to a single page with 2 or 3 bullet points and 1 or 2 maps or graphs. Otherwise, Donald Trump won't read it, or he'll get distracted, or he'll get bored. The low attention span stuff. And there is now a new report from the New York Times where former White House doctor Ronnie Jackson says he was blending cauliflower into Donald Trump's mashed potatoes in order to try to get him to eat in a slightly more healthy manner. And this is not like an investigative scoop that may or may not be true. Ronnie Jackson straight up said this to the New York Times during an interview, and this was part of a bigger program. Apparently, Ronnie Jackson wanted Trump to lose 10 or 15 pounds. He wanted to bring in an exercise bike or an elliptical to the White House. He wanted to make ice cream more difficult for Donald Trump to get his hands on. And yes, he was putting cauliflower into the mashed potatoes of Donald Trump. Now, this is not breaking news in the sense that this doesn't affect the lives of people. Trump's coronavirus response is atrocious, regardless of what is getting mixed into his mashed potatoes. This is not about the geopolitical embarrassment that is Donald Trump on a daily basis, but it is yet again another one of those little details that shows us that at every level, at the micro, at the macro, and everywhere in between, Donald Trump is like a child, and people around him deal with him like people often deal with children. I actually know people raising kids who hide cauliflower in mashed potatoes, who make pizzas out of cauliflower crusts instead of actual pizza dough, who will blend red peppers and put them into marinara sauce when they make pasta for their kids, much the same way that Donald Trump is being handled here. And when I saw the headline, I assumed it was an absolute and total joke. It's all too real. This is real. It's not about fat shaming. This is about nothing other than, in every way, world leaders deal with Trump like dealing with a little kid. The people who need to brief Trump at the White House deal with him like the low attention span little kid that can only focus on stuff for a couple minutes at a time. There is nothing about dealing with Trump that is like dealing with an adult. It's all like dealing with a little kid. When Donald Trump goes overseas, he has to be managed like a kid because he'll get bored at meetings with world leaders, the ones he's invited to. He's constantly on his phone. His attention drifts to a television with Fox News on it at the back of the room. It would be really great to have a president who doesn't have to be treated like a child all the time, who's the adult in the room. And, cauliflower and mashed potatoes, it's an almost irrelevant tip of the iceberg, but it all is part of managing Trump like the little kid he behaves as. And by the way, is a little bit of cauliflower in the mashed potatoes actually going to help Donald Trump much when he's obsessed with KFC and fast food? I'm just asking the question. I get that something is better than nothing, but I just don't know if mixing in a florid of cauliflower, florid or floret, I guess I'm never sure, mixing in a piece or two of cauliflower into Donald Trump's mashed potatoes is going to do too much for him one way or the other. Bizarre. These are the times that we are living in. Okay, I have a big update for you today about a truly incredible story that I brought to you yesterday. Let me catch you up. Tuesday night, we did a live commentary stream of the Democratic presidential debate. We did it on our Twitch platform. We are on all sorts of different platforms. We tend to do the live debate coverage on Twitch at twitch.tv/David Pakman. About halfway through that debate, our stream was shut down, along with the streams of numerous other left-wing streamers, basically at the same time, almost at the exact same time. Now, because the debate was on CBS, the assumption was CBS shut down these debate streams. But very quickly, something didn't seem quite right. And we started to get emails that said that the claimant was not CBS. It was instead a company called Praxis Political Legal. We did an investigation, and immediately we found that the email address listed as the contact email for these claims by Praxis Political Legal didn't exist. And when I emailed them, the email instantly bounced back. We found that the company had almost no online presence whatsoever, merely a single-page website on one of those website builders called Card with two R's, CARRD, sort of like your website being praxispolitical.blogspot.com. That's the equivalent of what they had. And it seemed weird. That's what we knew as of yesterday. Either CBS hired a very shadowy company with almost no presence to file mass copyright claims against left-wing streamers, or this was all a fraud and this company was claiming to represent CBS when they did not. Now, either way, the effect on us was disastrous. It put us at risk of a permanent ban from Twitch. So I immediately contacted a lawyer, contacted Twitch's legal department. I pointed out there's a lot of red flags here. I was notified late yesterday, towards the end of the day yesterday, that Twitch's legal investigation determined the copyright strikes were bogus. These scammers tricked Twitch into believing that they represented CBS. They did not, and they successfully got, I don't know the number, a whole bunch of left-wing streamers shut down. A number of articles have been written about it. This Vice covered it, Newsweek covered it, The Verge covered it. There's a whole bunch of different articles about it. Now, additionally, while this investigation was going on yesterday, the website for Praxis Political Legal disappeared altogether from the internet, just removed. Very, very odd. So the right thing was done here in the sense that they determined the strikes were bogus. They weren't from someone actually representing CBS. They removed the strike from our account. Our account on Twitch has been reinstated. That's the good news. The bad news is, and this is not getting enough attention, the bad news is the broken, dysfunctional system that exists on both YouTube and Twitch for dealing with copyright issues, because both YouTube and Twitch have a system where anybody claiming that their copyright is being violated can almost instantly have live streams and videos taken down. And then it becomes the responsibility of the publisher, me, us, to prove that either the claim was fraudulent, that we were authorized because we have a license or fair use or whatever to broadcast or publish that content. It's sort of ban now, ask questions later. And this can take 24 hours. It could take 48 hours. It can take 30 days. It can sometimes take months, because that is how long YouTube keeps copyright strikes on until they eventually fall off. On Twitch, they never fall off, although there's rumors that they're looking at changing that. So the right outcome ultimately prevailed here, but it's a broken system. The system, I was thinking about Trump and the founding fathers. Hear me out. The founding fathers set up checks and balances, and they never imagined that a president would come in and simply ignore the checks and balances, which Donald Trump has done. And then what happens? It turns out nothing happens. There have been no consequences to Donald Trump for flouting norms and checks and balances. The creators of YouTube and Twitch may never have imagined that bad faith fraudulent actors would show up while an important event for our democracy is taking place, a presidential debate, and file a massive number of bogus copyright claims, effectively shutting down endless the viewership for thousands and tens of thousands of people that were watching these streams. So the system has to be changed. They should have to show that their copyright is being violated. They must have to prove that they are actually authorized representatives of the copyright holder, because otherwise, even though in this one instance it was, quote, solved, the same thing will happen either next week or next month or whenever we're covering events important to our democracy, and it will continue to jeopardize the livelihood of independent media creators like us. Ban first, ask questions later, which is employed by YouTube. It's employed by Twitch. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And if anything, what we've learned from this is, okay, if everybody gets together and spends almost 24 consecutive hours researching and doing our own investigations and hiring our own lawyers, we can get one strike reversed. But this doesn't change the system that is so acutely broken. And that's what we need to focus on one way or the other. I don't know how to do it. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. You can call anytime. Here's an interesting question about sabotage or sabotage, depending on how you pronounce it. Take a listen.
David, this is Dave from California. I have a question. Do you think Donald Trump
Yes.
does not want a second term as president? And the reason I'm asking is this, his behavior. He's doing stuff and saying stuff about different people, getting rid of this person, getting rid of that person, saying stuff about judges and all this. Do you think he's trying to convince the public not to vote for him? Or he's just nuts?
Listen, I don't believe that Trump's ego would allow him to self-sabotage his reelection campaign. We know that when Trump first ran in the Republican primary in 2016, he didn't think he would win and he didn't have a particular interest in being president. But he clearly overestimated the intelligence of Republican primary voters, and he ended up as the nominee. Now that he is president, I don't believe Trump's ego would allow him to say, this is kind of a mess. I want to go back to just eating, taco salads and KFC in Trump Tower and berating window vendors on the phone to do the deal for less money. As much as that might be appealing to him, I don't believe that his ego would really allow him to deliberately tank his reelection campaign. Now, if you're saying, is any of this happening subconsciously? I guess it's conceivable that it is. And in that case, it wouldn't be something that Trump is deliberately doing. But I don't know. I don't think it's a particularly likely explanation for what we're currently seeing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about the House passing an anti-lynching bill. And you might be wondering, how are they lynching? They're passing that in 2020. We will explain. We will also talk about the Trump campaign filing a libel lawsuit, not a lawyer lawsuit, a libel lawsuit against the New York Times over a piece last year related to Trump and Russia. And lastly, we are going to talk about an important endorsement, an actual important endorsement that Joe Biden got in South Carolina specifically. And Biden is actually looking okay in some of the upcoming primaries. All of those stories and much more on today's bonus show. 2 ways to get the bonus show. Number 1, become a member at joinpacman.com. Quick, easy. You can save 66% with the coupon code 2020NOW. The other way to get access to the bonus show is become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Either way, I will speak to you then or tomorrow on the Friday show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we will call this special Putney Select Board Public Informational Meeting to order at 5 o'clock. And this is a required meeting related to having a bond issue on Australian ballot at town meeting. And it is, the article reads, the article related to the bond reads, this is in the interest of potentially purchasing a new engine 1 fire truck, 2021 fire engine. And the article reads, the town of Putney seeks voter approval to purchase a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department to be financed by general obligation bonds or notes for a purchase price not to exceed $550,000. The question to be voted upon by Australian ballot shall general obligation bonds or notes of the town of Putney in the amount not to exceed $550,000, bearing an interest rate not to exceed 2% for a term not to exceed 10 years, be issued for the purpose of financing a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department, and this is voted by Australian ballot. If in favor of this bond, make a cross in this square. If opposed to this bond, make a cross in this square. We had a comparable meeting 2 weeks ago, at the fire department, and had some very interesting discussion. Number of firefighters. There happened to be a fire call at the time, so Tom was not available, and but there were a number of firefighters present, and that was helpful to the conversation, and a handful of townsfolk to ask questions. So I don't know whether you want to, Doug, is that what you're here for, to hear about this? So I don't know whether you want to, have you, there's a packet related to this, and
that's a new, I added a slide to that.
Karen has done that as a slideshow, but given that, somebody else coming? Given that there's only one of you, I don't know whether we want to go through the whole slideshow. Hi, Nancy.
I have some simple questions.
That's great. Simple questions are good. So, Tom, you want to say anything? Or Karen, do you want to say anything? And or should we just take questions? Nancy, you're here for talk about fire truck?
Yep.
There's a packet of slides that we have seen that has information about this potential purchase, and we did it as a slideshow at the last meeting, but with limited folks here, we're going to do it this round just by Q&A, as long as that's okay with everybody.
So can I just make a comment that I did add one slide to the presentation. It's slide number 12, and it's an analysis. So basically, if we purchase the truck now, that's what we're considering, and then if we wait, the other side has all those items that
was included in this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And also on the debt service spreadsheet, I cleaned it up a little bit, Josh, and I took all the articles and I put them at the bottom. So right now,
all the current articles,
yeah. So the total of current debt is the $3,949,355.32. So with the three articles on the bottom, it would increase the total debt to $4,862,979.76.
which represents a change of $913,624.
There you go. Okay, so I cleaned it up too, and I averaged the payments, especially for the fire truck, because it's over 10 years. I mean, you get your principal and you have your interest, and I mean, it's going to fluctuate year after year.
But 41,487 is average. Is that what is that per year?
59,375. So your principal payment, yes. So the principal payment on the fire engine would be $54,747. And then your total interest is the $46,255. So over 10 years, it ended. Yeah, I don't even have that. I think it's in the slideshow, but.
How much per year that is, you mean?
Right.
Well, that's just divided by 10 years, so.
Do you have that?
4,600, 240.
It's like $4,600.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because it's 46,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's easier to see it that way.
So, And one of the things we talked about at the last meeting was one of the slides is related to the various different financing options. And the reason we're putting this up as a bond article is because the interest rate is so good. And we are agreeing to do it at, or the article reads no more than 2%, but I think the last time we checked with the bond bank, it was more like 1.45 or 1.4 something. So, depending on what it is on the day we either get approval or don't, that would be the interest rate we'd be looking at. So we're in that range. So, questions, Doug?
So just to comment on what you just said, if you wait, it might even go lower and lower and lower the way things are going. But that's not why I'm here.
In the short term.
Yeah, in the short term.
Yes.
Yeah. I have a couple general questions and then a couple of specifics. But so the old engine is going to be sold.
Yes.
Who buys an old 15-year-old fire truck?
It's going to be traded in. Part of so whichever, obviously the truck will go out to bid, and
the truck we're looking to purchase would go out to bid.
Right, and whoever gets the contract, whoever wins the bid and gets the contract, it'll be stipulated in the bid spec that they have to provide us with a trade-in value that they will give us, and then the truck essentially, should this pass, should this go through and continue, we get the new truck, they take the old one.
So what do they use it for? Is it parts? Tear it apart and use it for
That's
parts?
something that's, I'm sure they'll recycle it and they'll do whatever they feel they need or want to do to it and then resell it.
Or, I mean, there are lots of small, we do in the ballpark of 550 calls a year. If you're a department, rural, small department that does, 112 calls a year and that truck's only going to go out 40 times a year, it's probably a pretty good truck for somebody at a good price. So there's a good market for decent used fire trucks.
A lot of used fire trucks end up overseas.
I believe that too.
It just surprises me somebody would buy a 15-year-old part. But just like any sort of piece of heavy equipment, I guess they just last. So that kind of leads to my first general question, and that is that old of a truck has an old engine and an old exhaust. Now, my last job before I came here, before I retired, was with the California EPA Air Resources Board, and one of my jobs was to assist small bus transit lines change out their engines, because they had like 1990 vintage engines which were dirty, and the law said that anything up to 1996 had to be replaced right now. And that was when I was there back in the early 2000s. And then there was a schedule up through 2020 for anything that was in the 1990s up through 2010. Or to put on what they call BACT, which is best available control technology. So I know enough to get me into trouble here, but so the question is, does the state of Vermont, and I've done a little research. I actually went to the state, and I haven't read all the articles yet, but it's just in general, does the state of Vermont require that old dirty engines be replaced at some point, or is it just a fact that the new engine is going to be the best available? You just on that assumption.
The new engine, I mean, I'm speaking off the cuff here, but the old engine would be grandfathered because it's in existing. And as far as I know, Vermont does not have requirements, at least on emergency vehicles, to upgrade engine use. I mean, you see some of the stinky old things running around, not fire engines, but some of the.
I would guess that 2006 might have an old, dirty engine.
Yeah.
I think it was around 2010 was when they really made, like Bosch and some of these, you could breathe the air out of the tailpipe and it wouldn't hurt you.
So the new, I mean, it's actually one of the things that adds tremendous expense to the new vehicle is all the emission control, and it's also a maintenance issue. I mean, you might be able to speak better to this. It's a big part of It's a big percentage of the cost of a new vehicle.
They lowered cylinder temperatures in the diesel so you don't produce nitrous oxide. And doing that, you build up carbon because you don't burn the carbon off. So now you have to catch the carbon in expensive filters, and you have to add fluid to keep it burning out correctly. And all of that's expensive and wears out and troublesome.
Yeah, we went through
And
that.
Vermont doesn't require you to change anything that wasn't built that way from the manufacturer. You're required to keep it as good as it was when it was made. So.
And I know the process for burning out the carbon. You've got to, I mean, it's really elaborate. You have to have a special place to do that. That's not my main question. The reason I asked that question is it occurred to me, there's all these trucks going up and down the road, and I live right next door to 5, and particulate matter, and I don't know what the law is here in Vermont, and I'm not going to change it overnight if it isn't. But I presume the new technology that comes out of Detroit or wherever they build these, Cummins and Detroit Diesel and whatever, Allison engines is the best available. I mean, it's not like the fire truck industry would go find an old dirty engine to put in. They would put in a new engine, right?
Well, and they're required. I mean, any new vehicle is required to meet current standard. And as you're probably aware, coming from California, the standards in California are as stringent as they are anywhere in the world, I think. And Vermont, I'm sure, is more lax as far as that's concerned. But these are all federal standards, I believe, that it would be for new vehicles.
That one thing I picked up is a federal standard.
Yeah.
So that's good. Thank you very much. I have questions not on this vehicle, but on the other vehicles. So the general question that covers them all. So do we go out with a specification that says this is what kind of engine we want to have in all of these different vehicles? And they would, of course, be new technology. But it's in the specification. Do we actually itemize that as it's got to have a Cummins engine or an Allison engine or something like that?
In reality, we're pretty limited to the engines that are available to us, the motors that are available, because of the cost associated by those motor manufacturers to get them so that they are EPA compliant. With fire trucks, there's each separate engine, transmission, chassis combination has to be tested, and that costs hundreds, tens of thousands of dollars at least. So over a very short number of years, back 2010, 2012 timeframe, all the engine manufacturers, a lot of them bowed right out. They said, we're not going to make over-the-road motors anymore. They'll make off-road, but not over the road.
So basically, you put on a spec, we want a vehicle that does this, and then if it has this engine or that
spec
engine,
the motor that we want, knowing,
okay,
and based on what the truck is going to do and what it needs for power, and knowing that it's going to meet all the requirements.
But you're essentially speccing the horsepower.
Exactly.
And then as it goes out to bid, any given manufacturer is going to tell you, well, Cummins is the only one that specs that horsepower engine for that vehicle, or it's going to be a Detroit Diesel or an Allison or whatever.
And it's probably going to be standard because they're in the business of punching out cookies, cookie cutters, So
how many choices do you have, Tom? What do you want to get? A Cat 450? What?
No, it's not. It's going to be a Cummins.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 12 liter.
If you go with E1, but there are other manufacturers, presumably.
And all of them use strictly Cummins.
And that's not only the horsepower rating that you want, it's also a proven system.
Right, exactly.
That's reliable.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, which is even more important, really,
right,
than all the rest of it.
Right.
So all that was education for me, just to kind of set the scene. So given that we put in the spec, what I'm going to suggest is for this, and I'm going to ask, actually, I'm going to suggest is it plausible to spec for this vehicle and for those other vehicles, which we'll talk about at the town meeting. And I think there's like 14 other vehicles or something that were...
No, two others.
Two others.
One other vehicle this year.
Okay.
But there's 14 other, the town owns in the ballpark of 14 vehicles, yes.
So So I'm a long-term planner. I did
Yes.
corporate planning, and so you got to look out into the future. As long as this vehicle is going to last, what's your plan? How do you replace that? And is it better to do this or that, and have different replacement time periods and whatnot? So what I'm thinking is, it gets to this, the issue that not issue, but the suggestion I made last year is to ask the question: would you bid on electrification of this vehicle? Is it even plausible? If they say no, that's fine. If they say yes, then we can ask the question. We're only going to buy one of these in a long, long time, but the other vehicles, we're going to be looking for more. So what I'm thinking of is sending a message, and I know the answer is probably going to be, yeah, we'll figure something out, but it's not available. But if we could get an idea what it costs to electrify this.
We had this discussion at the last meeting, so I'll cut you off.
Oh, okay.
Too much further along, but as it stands right now, as far as we know, the only vehicles for this purpose that are electrified, LA recently purchased, I believe somebody said, the first one in this country, but it's a hybrid, because you can only get so much battery. You know, that thing, if they've got a structure fire, they've got to be able to go out and it's got to run for whatever it is, 2 to 24 hours, depending on how long it goes.
If I'm remembering correctly, it made this one look cheap.
Yes. So the hybrid technology is being implemented in fire service, mostly in other countries, was essentially what we came up with. In this country, it's just starting. They run about 1.2 million. You know, I mean, I think we're all on the same page, Doug, as far as the idea of wanting to do that as soon as it is both. I mean, I think from my perspective, there are several components that come into that it'll serve the purpose we need it to, that it is reasonably tested.
That's huge.
And that it's reasonably affordable.
I'm not suggesting that I would recommend that. I wouldn't recommend anything without seeing the numbers.
Yeah.
Or even the practicalities of, do we need some special facility to house that? What I'm thinking of mostly is for the other vehicles, this would be the start, to put out the question, and by the way, could you give us a price on this? And then we can evaluate it over time.
Yes.
Maybe that price differential is changing, but create our own little database so that when we get out 5 or 10 years or 15 years, we'll have a better feel as to what's the likelihood that we might want to do that. I'm not suggesting that we do it now.
I think with certain vehicles, it's going to be a high likelihood 5 to 10 years from now. I think with other vehicles, perhaps fire engines being, I mean, that, you know, again, just the usage determines, and a hybrid might become affordable, and that might be a good option in 5 to 10 years. I think them being full electric in that time period, pretty unlikely. But, you know, as I'm sure you know, many of the big industrial vehicles are driven by hydroelectric motor, or not hydroelectric, but hydraulic over electric, or electric over hydraulic motors, individually on axles. And so it's a technology that's definitely coming along, but it's not readily available in commercial vehicles yet. But I'm certainly, you know, I probably won't be here when we're talking about that, but or sitting in this seat. I hope I'll be somewhere around.
Well,
but,
to be honest, I've come around from we got to be totally off of fossil fuels to I don't think we're ever going to be off of fossil fuels, and we're going to have to draw down carbon to accommodate that. Yes. We're not going to let the fossil fuel industry just operate unfettered. We have to have a plan. Yeah. But I won't get into it now, but it's probably a 60-year proposition. Excavators, fire engines,
absolutely,
trucks like this are probably never, and even pickups that go up down the hill, probably are not going to be electrified. But all I want to say is let's ask the question so that we have some information.
Yeah. No, we've gone through this exercise. I'm on the board up at Putney School as well, and we've gone through this exercise with school buses up there. And they've gone, you know, when we first started exploring it, they were running 275, 300, something like that for either a hybrid and or, I mean, you know, the options are full electric, hybrid, and or liquid natural gas. We don't have liquid natural gas filling around here, so, but, you know, the hybrids and or the full electrics run serious money. And like you said, you know, here, if we're running kids up to Mount Snow and back, the ability to do that with full electric is tough. They're now more like 150, 175, but a regular bus is more like 75 to 100. So they're still twice the cost, but they're coming that way.
$100,000, you could draw down a lot of Hartman with whatever's coming down the pike. There's things happening. I'm in a group.
Yeah.
It's international. There's 13 people, up to 13 people every week on a call, and they're going to be testing a particular technology this summer. And if it works, it won't draw down CO2, it will go after methane, because methane is the #1 concern right now. So you can spend your money there and get a lot more bang for your buck than electrifying buses. And so I'm just asking to put that in. So the question then is, do I dare propose that at the town meeting, or just leave it here?
I am, or any one of us who wants to talk about it, could certainly bring up the fact that we had a discussion about electrification of these vehicles. I mean, I think that we're all cognizant of the fact that we'd all like to be headed that way, but that the technology just isn't there yet.
So I won't bring it up on Tuesday.
No, but you're happy to remind us to mention it.
I'll be ready in 5 years when I close my shop.
But, you know, I mean, for me, you know, hydrogen cell technology possibly, you know, is on its way for these types of vehicles that you're talking about. Otherwise, again, liquid natural gas, I mean, I know it's a fossil fuel, obviously, but they're way more efficient. You know, is that a possible replacement at some point in the future? Maybe, you know, it might be as a.
I mean, I would love to have a Tesla. I can't. And actually, those solar panels are probably going to pay out in 20 years.
Yeah.
I may not be here.
Yeah, but they'll be paid for.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying my money. So that's my justification.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a solution for everybody to do. That's off the topic, but I just wanted to ask you your advice on that. Should I bring it up on Tuesday? And I'll see how it goes. But I might mention, I'll have something prepared.
Yeah.
For future.
Well, look, I don't know, who was it? I know Will was talking about, but somebody knew about the LA vehicle. Was that you? I mean, you might just search online, hybrid electric vehicle, fire engine LA, and, you know, it might inform your thinking about how you might bring up the topic.
Well, so I guess the question, getting back to the fire truck, has the spec been written already? And could you add a sentence in there that said, by the way, could you give us a price to electrify? Is that even?
The spec is mostly written, and no, we did not include that. The main reason is there's only one manufacturer that has that available.
And we know it's going to be $1 million. So.
No, that didn't weigh in at all.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't even know that until the night of that first meeting. But the reality is it hasn't been tested. And
that also,
too much of a gamble.
I don't think, not that this is a determining factor for us, but I don't think there's a American-made that's tested for that, right?
No.
I mean, not that that's a requirement for us, but you know, I think that the ones that are replacing their engines are in the countries that are more ahead on this technology.
So it's hypothetical, we don't want to waste any time.
Perhaps, sure.
I'm happy with that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You've appeased me. Thank you so much.
Thank you for keeping us on it. Nancy?
No, I'm just here. I missed the last meeting, so I wanted to come in.
So, Tom, got anything else to say?
Do we need to go through the backgrounds and history, what got us to here, and why we're coming early? Or
If you want to take 5 minutes to do that, or 3 minutes, or whatever.
I'm not sure I can keep it that short, but
You got 5.
okay, I'll keep keep it as quick as I can. 6-8 months ago, we at the fire department started to put together specs for a replacement engine that's due in 4 years. We got started early because in the past we've not got an early start. It becomes very cumbersome, so on and so forth. We just want to give ourselves plenty of time. So during that time frame, we realized that the cost of this proposed truck or any proposed vehicle was going to be much more than we've seen in the past, and this town has seen in the past. During it, we found that we had a significant value still left dollar-wise in the truck that we've got. So in order to keep the cost as low as we could, we put everything together, and it came to the town manager felt, then the select board felt it would be appropriate to go to town meeting. And when I talk about cost savings, the amount of money that we're going to save 4 years from now is going to be in the $200,000 plus ballpark. So between that's between the cost increases, the annual cost increases for a new vehicle, and the decreased value that we would get for our trade-in.
The one other factor that we didn't talk specific to that, well, maybe we did, but you know, interest rates are just historically low.
Right.
I mean, if you look at that possibility of going from 1 or even 2% up to 5%, even if it's with the bond bank, that's a tremendous difference in how much money we pay back. So, it's a good time to bond.
And just to expand a little bit on our existing truck versus our proposed new truck, what we're proposing, and at the fire department we sat for several hours and talked about what we're looking at for replacements down the road. And the reality is, our ladder truck, our existing ladder, we're going to have that for a long time. Our tanker is going to be the same. We'll have that for a lot of years. And when that comes to be replaced, it's not going to be an exorbitant amount of money because it won't need to be. The two workhorses of the department are the two engines. That's where the investments are going to be made. So this truck, very similar to what we did with engine 2 5 years ago, this truck will be built heavy, so to speak. So it's got the heavy front end, heavy transmission, heavy motor, so on and so forth. So in 20 years, instead of us buying a new truck, that truck will go through a moderate refurb and continue to run at about a quarter the cost of a new truck. In today's world, I'm sure it would be the same then, and then continue to run it for another 20 plus years. And I made it. See, Josh?
Yeah.
I'm watching that clock. You still got a minute, though.
I'm done. I'm watching that clock.
And you can see the last meeting on ECTV if you want to go through the whole presentation. Thank you.
All right. Well, if there aren't any other questions or comments, we might move on to our regular meeting. So we will close this public informational meeting at 5:29 by that clock. We will call our oh yes, first we have to have a Sewer and Water Commission meeting, so we will call that to order at 5:31. And this is related to a request for a new connection to sewer and water at 26 Bellows Falls Road, which is well, it is the former pub, but it's actually the small outbuilding that's just south of the pub itself, which is, I understand, being renovated into a living space.
Yes.
And wants to be connected to sewer and water.
Correct. Correct. So in your packets are the applications with the letter from Marquis and Morano, who is designing and designing the plans for connection. We do have allocation for this hookup for a single family. It's about 250 square feet. So a total of 250 gallons per day is a standard for single family residents. And we'll have a small kitchen and a bathroom in that pre-existing shed as it is, so. And from Marquis and Morano's letter, they have 210 gallons per day for the supply.
I'm not sure where that comes from. It further states that in the current state potable water supply, so it states that any residential property connected to a municipal supply is capped at 210 gallons per day. But our ERU is determined at 250 per day.
It is.
So I'm not sure.
It is.
I'm not sure why that doesn't.
No, the state does it, has it at 210, and we've got it at 250.
So we should change that at some point.
We could. I think we need to revisit our policy for water and sewer.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a state requirement, we shouldn't be going over it, I would think.
Right.
But
was the state requirement higher when we put ours together? Was that
maybe?
May have been, I don't know. You know, they've been trying to, as water appliances get more efficient, they've been trying to drop it, but I don't.
Right.
Maybe we haven't
capped it, but we don't, I mean, we don't cap.
What does that actually mean?
We don't want, I mean, that it would get shut, in theory, it would get shut off at 210 gallons a day, but we don't do that, or that the usage should max out at.
Right, and the billing, so we bill, 250 gallons per day. And maybe because we rounded it up to make it easier on it. I have no idea, because it was already in place.
We have no means, but we wouldn't shut anybody's water off.
No.
You can't do that.
No.
Well, you can shut somebody's water off, but we can't do it like on a daily basis based on usage.
Right, exactly.
And we wouldn't unless they were very far in arrears anyway, so.
Right.
But we should just look at why that doesn't equal ours at some point. But we call it an ERU, or I believe that stands for an equivalent residential unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And equivalent residential units are based on the number of occupants in the building, et cetera, so. But they're looking for our purposes, they're looking for allocation of 1 ERU.
Correct.
And we have the capacity for that, both
we do.
In sewer and in water. So,
yes, we do.
Unless there's any reason that anybody would object to it, I would entertain a motion to approve the application for allocation and connection to the Putney water system and to the Putney wastewater system.
So moved.
And seconded.
So it's been moved and seconded to approve allocation of 1 ERU for allocation and connection at 26 Bellows Falls Road for both water and sewer. And sewer does not go in ERUs, but sewer is just a hookup. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Exciting.
All right, so
Yes,
yeah,
it
that's
is.
exciting. So we will close the sewer and water commissioner portion of the meeting. Change hats, everybody, and open the regular select board meeting at 5:36. Any adjustments to our agenda?
No.
Okay. Approval of minutes from February 12th.
I move to approve the minutes from February 12th.
And I second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of February 12th as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Public comment on items not on the agenda. Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have two. I'll be brief, but I am going to raise a couple of points. One, I'm going to give you each a copy of something I picked up at the Wyndham Regional Commission office, which is Vermont's Regional Planning Commissions at Work. It is rare that I have seen so much information on one piece of paper. And one thing that's really interesting is what each of the regional planning commissions around the state, there's 11 of them, has to say about what their priorities are. And you know, comparing them, one learns some interesting things about, well, why isn't ours doing this? Which is something to perhaps to explore. But there is a map of all the towns in Vermont, the territories of every regional commission, and the services they are receiving. And I note that Putney appears not to be receiving any assistance with bridge and culvert inventory. I don't know whether that's of any use, but I do note this.
We have received that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's simply their map isn't up to date. And the other is, I note that we don't seem to be receiving any of their assistance regarding economic development.
I guess that's a question. I mean, we participate with CEVEDS, as you know, which is BDCC, not Wyndham Regional.
Right.
I mean,
So municipal
yeah.
planning grants is part of Wyndham Regional Commission.
And we certainly
do take
participate
advantage.
in those.
Yes, we do. So as far as economic development, we will be utilizing Wyndham Regional
Well,
in the near future.
The reason I raise the point, of course, is in recent years, although this is a small Vermont town, and our economy is much smaller than, say, Brattleboro's, economic development still is exactly that. And Putney has been undergoing economic undevelopment for a while now. So that's why I raised this point, and I'll simply give you copies. I wouldn't do this, you know, give you more information, except I found it to be truly excellent. And I thought, you know, I learned a lot from this.
Thank you.
Good, that's helpful. You know, one thing I would say about that, I mean, I don't think you were present. We had a meeting, 8 weeks ago about signage in town, and that's sort of, that was in some ways a kick. You know, there has been a business group that has been exploring economic development. You know, we historically, the select board has not, other than encouragement and municipal planning grants, etc., we have not inserted ourselves into, you know, sort of business-related economic development in town. We are starting to, based on your observation that we're undeveloping economically, we're starting to pay more attention to that, and I think you know, this signage meeting, which there was definitely a representative from Wyndham Regional there, as well as a state representative and a few other people, quite a few other people. It was a well-attended meeting. Was a discussion largely about how we can promote our little corridor here of Route 5, and you know, as I'm sure you're familiar, signage on 91 is very, very restricted. And, you know, I mean, in this day and age, the reality is that most, at least young people, are doing most of that kind of exploration via their phones or tablets or whatever it might be. But we're exploring ways that we can promote economic development in the town, and particularly the existing businesses who would benefit from improved visibility, etc. So, but Wyndham Regional, we definitely have those discussions with Wyndham Regional. So why, I'm not sure why that isn't on here. But.
I will ask Chris Canton.
Points well taken, Mr. Chairman. And I was not suggesting that the select board involve itself in becoming an economic development agency. I was simply speaking of the town of Putney. And this is a public meeting where we talk about the town of Putney. I was present at the meeting which you described.
Oh, you were? Okay.
And, well, that's okay. My usual situation. I just disappeared.
Disappeared.
Yes.
You hid yourself well.
Yes. Actually, I spoke in some detail about the question of signage. I pointed out that the southbound exit, there's no problem, and at that point there was a vacancy on one of what they call the 3 sign assemblies.
Yes.
It has now been occupied by Next Stage Arts, but you know, it's easy enough to get more along there. There's plenty of room. Now, what I brought to the attention of the commissioner was that for the I beg your pardon, that's the northbound exit. For the southbound exit, as you know, it comes out, when you come out, there's hardly any distance before Route 5.
Yes.
And the question is, how can you possibly have what they call official business directional signs there? There has been no response, and because I've been involved with other projects for the town, of which you are aware, I've not gotten around to doing follow-up, but I am going to do follow-up on that. And if necessary, you know, ask our members of the General Assembly what they have to say about this. Because there has to be some way around the regulations for the southbound exit so that we can have something there. Well, Putney is extremely fortunate to be right at an interstate exit.
Yes.
And Putney Village is, well, as we know, right on the town line. Half of the exit is in Dummerston. So, you know, there's opportunities there.
Yeah.
And I shall be following up on that to see if I can get some sort of insight into whether we could have an exception because there's such a short distance. Theoretically, this, according to current regulations, the signs aren't allowed because there's not enough distance there. Well, if there's no other possibility, then don't we need some sort of variance? You know, as opposed to, sorry, you can't have any, and southbound people have no idea what's in Putney other than they look to their left and see Sunoco. Nothing against them, but there's plenty of other places to visit in Putney.
Yeah, the other option there would be, you know, that is when you come off that exit, you are directly opposing private property that I believe belongs to Ramona Lawrence, but you know, it would be possible, given the limitations that we know exist even in that setting, to approach a landowner and say, could we have, and actually I hadn't really thought about that spot, but you know, it might be a nice spot for something decorative and interesting that would at least say, hey, there's a village right there. You know, I mean, I think it says Putney 1 or something like that, but it doesn't tell you much about it. So, but these are things that we're exploring.
We're looking at,
You know, of course, the thing is in Vermont, you know, you see a mile or two to some place. If you're not from around here, you have no idea what's there. And in many Vermont places, so-called, you go there and there's people living there, but that's all there is.
There's nothing else there.
Yes.
Yeah. No. I mean, and you may remember, I mean, Bellows Falls went through a big thing with this when they painted the side of the building right there with a mural, you know, sort of nice, well done mural saying visit downtown Bellows Falls, and it didn't fall within the state regs. So, but then they appealed and they got it approved. But you know, we don't have that setting of a building right there. But I think you're right. There must be variances that would allow us to do something. So.
Well, when I saw that the state had challenged that back then, and this is a few years ago now, I chuckled because Mike Obohowski, representative, long-time representative, since he was age 18, and a Harvard student from Bellows Falls, lived on Atkinson Street, was Speaker of the House.
Yes.
And I thought, I wonder if they're actually going to get them to take that sign down. And of course, it's still there.
It's still there. Well, they did get it approved, and I don't remember under what conditions that was, because it really doesn't fit into.
The conditions were Mike Obohowski was Speaker of the House.
There you go. and good at it. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably right.
The other point I'd like to bring up, I don't want to take up too much of your time here, but the Wyndham Region broadband project questionnaire.
Yeah.
I picked up a copy down there and had a visit with Susan Westop, who is heading up this project. This is an excellent survey. And it is really important that as many Putney residents as possible, Putney residents and businesses as possible complete it, because Communications Union District is something really new in Vermont, even though the legislation's been around since it was amended in 2015 and was around before that. but there aren't actually any CUDs in operation yet. So we're breaking new ground here, but the more information there is, in terms of where there is service and where there isn't, the more convincing this whole project is going to be. Now, Ms. Westa told me that Dummerston is mailing them to residents, but I know that's expensive. I'm not necessarily suggesting doing that, but I am emphasizing that getting them out every way possible is certainly really important. And you have various ways of communicating with Putney folks.
Yeah.
I'll add one that I don't believe I've seen listed, which is have them available at town meeting.
We're going to have them available at town meeting. We haven't advertised. You know, the other thing I don't think we've done that. You know, we probably ought to have signage out front saying, come pick up a broadband survey, you know.
Or do it online, yes.
And do it online,
we were going to have a conversation because it's in your packet.
Yes,
So.
And further than that, I would just offer one final suggestion, Mr. Chairman, and that is that as they come in, we keep track of which parts, not which people we've heard from, but which parts of town we have heard from. And if some assistance is needed to do that, I know everybody is busy with their jobs, I'm willing to come in and help out with that. Because the idea is to find out if there are particular parts of town where we're not getting a response, these are the places to follow up. So as to get as many responses as possible from everywhere, including the people who live out at the end of long roads. Because the whole idea, as far as I can see, or should be, to provide universal service.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, because, you know, take right here, you know, next door at Next Stage Arts, they have, I measured that the other day, they have 26 megabits per second download. That's fine. Up at Noise House, they have 30 megabits per second download. You know, this is great. But then there's other places where downloading anything is either impossible or close to it. Exactly. You know, go to sleep and wake up in the morning and see whether you got it.
Is it there? Well, and even slower typically uploading.
That's what I was just going to say. Downloading isn't my issue, it's uploading. And for a lot of people that are doing work from home, uploading is essential.
Yes. Yes, and that's the difference is there's two kinds of internet connection. There's an asymmetric connection where you have a fast download and a slow upload, and there's a symmetric connection where it's fast both ways. And basically, in terms of technology, there's nothing to it. It's how they set the equipment. Because there's actually a series of bands that can be operated in either direction. It's just how many you allocate to one or to the other. And if you allocate equal numbers, you've got a symmetric connection. That's what's actually going on. So it's no big deal technologically. It's not that anyone has to invent anything. Everything that's needed is off the shelf right now.
So, well, I'm sure that Karen will have made note of your offer to help. And I think that as we start to get those, I mean, we're going to have further conversation about this, and I'm not sure where we are with decision making about how, other than I know Karen and I discussed having them at town meeting. I'm not sure where we are.
Town meeting, the library. We posted it on iPutney. I've sent it to you.
It's on the website too.
You sent me the survey? I missed it.
That's okay.
When did you send it?
I think it was this week.
Oh, okay. I'm a little behind.
I want to mention too, Howard, because it's very important that if someone fills out a paper survey, it'll come back into our office, and then we manually put it in online. So it's important that if people can do it via electronics, you know, computer, iPad, whatever, phone, we're supposed to be getting an OCR code that people can scan, and it pulls it right in, and they can fill that survey online.
Right.
All that information is going to be disseminated to the powers that be, EC Fiber and the other company, and they're gonna take all that information and put it together. But a hard copy will have to be manually put in, and they're asking the towns to do that. So I may have you possibly do that.
Something is, well, I'm going to, first I'm going to address 2 points. One, you just raised something in my mind, but first I'll mention, since we are at a public meeting here for the people watching on TV, when I talk about checking that where responses have come from, we should have no interest in who responded.
Right.
But it is simply just in terms of saying, well, have we got good coverage in this neighborhood versus that neighborhood? This neighborhood, for some reason, we're not hearing from them. And it's important that we do, because this is how we can move toward giving them good service.
Yep.
But the other thing, to the town manager's point just a moment ago, I am frankly concerned that the survey results are immediately being given to a company that potentially will benefit to the tune of tens of millions of dollars from this information. If in fact, I have confirmed that the estimate is $30,000 a mile to run fiber optic cable along existing, on existing poles.
You're correct.
Well, in Windham County has just under, 3,777 miles of state and travel town highways, leaving out the interstate because no one lives on the interstate. And so that's a total of $41.3 million. That is one of the biggest public work projects ever in the state of Vermont. Now, of course, they want to get a piece of that, and more power to them as long as they're competing with others to get it. And this is what I'm concerned about, is if they are getting direct access to the information before their competitors are, it places them in a very preferential position. And I say that as one who has worked in this field, both on the side of contracting the services and on the side of providing the services. And that is something that I'm going to raise with the Windham Regional Commission.
Sounds like a very valid point.
Because
so EC Fiber and ValleyNet is the one putting this survey out.
Well, ValleyNet, actually EC Fiber is a subsidiary of ValleyNet. ValleyNet's been around forever. They were around 30 years ago. They were one of the first internet service providers around here, along with SoberNet and MonadNet over on the Keene side of the river and so on. EC Fiber is their company that does this sort of work of stringing.
Right.
But the point is, they should not be insiders to this when they stand to benefit to, beyond consulting fees, a very, very large amount of money.
Yeah.
$41 million, you know, there is a windfall.
No,
so I will raise that, and as I say, nothing against, because we're in a public meeting here, nothing against ValleyNet or EC Fiber per se, but simply they should not be in an insider position here.
Yeah. No,
versus they do have competitors. And for $41 million, there will be plenty of competitors.
Yeah, one would think. Good. Well, thank you. So as this continues to come together, we will, I'm sure you will keep yourself informed, but we will keep you informed also as to how you might feel.
Yeah, we'll work together as we go.
Yeah.
Great.
So the surveys are due March 17th.
And, you know, I mean, it is sort of a little bit of an oxymoron that they're asking people to potentially do surveys online when we're surveying people who have broadband access.
Right.
So, you know, we should be looking at how to get that. I mean, you know, as you say, people can do a printed copy, but that's a little cumbersome.
Right.
You know, we should just be thinking about how that could be.
We're thinking postcards.
And we put signs over the computers in the library? Would Emily?
Oh,
She might.
that's an interesting idea. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, because we're thinking about putting a postcard together.
And actually,
and
I mean,
if we have to do the mailing, we can do it, you know, early next week. And
yeah, I mean, you know, if you do a postcard, it would be a good idea to make that point that, you know, if you don't have access to do this online, please go by the library.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I don't know how long the survey takes.
It's not that long.
You know,
I'd say 15 minutes.
that's what I was going to say. So, you know, I mean, sort of promote it as something. You know, come by the library and
Yeah.
spend 15 minutes
Right.
making clear, you know, where you stand. Kind of.
By the way, just one final point, Mr. Chairman, an advantage to someone, perhaps me, pulling together where we're hearing from. This could lead to doing a follow-up by mail for the people we haven't heard from. Because maybe they just aren't online, because it's not possible. But the thing is, it would really reduce the cost of postage, because we would be targeting particular.
And does the survey ask you to identify yourself? I'm assuming not.
No.
It may ask you to identify your neighborhood or location or
It asks for the E91 address.
Right.
And it explains that this is simply so that they can figure out the geography.
Right.
But at the end, it says, you know, if you'd like us to contact you, please give us your name and your email address. But this is up to you.
Okay. Good. Keep moving along on it. So.
Thank you, Howard.
Yes. Okay, so select board items for discussion and action. Public notice approval, conveyance of public property, forest for learning, 4.11 acres. So this is the parcel that we've had a number of discussions about. And basically how this works, my understanding is that we agree that we intend to get this, and then that gets posted. And people have the ability to comment if they choose, and then we have to open it for discussion at the end of that, I would assume, before it can have final approval.
And at that point, I think we'll be ready, maybe, for...
Perhaps. But this is a step, but even if we're not ready, this is a step we have to take either way.
Correct. We definitely need to do this.
So this does not actually convey the property, but it's a step in the direction of being able to convey the property.
And this is the property adjacent to the 0.9 acres we're keeping around the pool. It's in the floodplain.
It's 4.11 acres that we're transferring to Forest for Learning.
Got it. And that piece is, that 4.11 acres is adjacent to the pool.
Correct.
Yes.
And we're keeping that
Yes.
The portion that the pool itself sits on.
And the right-of-way down to the pool and the parking lot.
Right.
So it's just, it's under 1 acre, David, that we'll retain for the pool. Because we can't do anything, we can't build anything.
I was just going to say, it's all floodplain anyway, so.
Yeah. So we're restricted.
No one's going to hay it anymore.
Probably not.
Not with the invasives down there.
All right, so would somebody like to make a motion to approve the posting of this public notice related to the gifting of land from the town of Putney to the town forest for learning?
So moved.
And seconded.
So it's been moved and seconded to approve this public notice of the intent of the town to gift 4.11 acres from the town to the forest for learning. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, and then we have
signed,
yes. And then we have a similar public notice, basically identical public notice, but about a different piece of land. Hang on one sec. And this is the piece of land, let's see, that is
2.3 acres off of Taylor Road.
So this is that parcel that we've had discussion about that has been on, that we purchased at tax sale a number of years ago and have been sitting on. Actually, we purchased it in 2004.
Correct.
And it has been sitting off the tax records, and so we would like to be allowed to sell it in order to get it back on. So, so a motion to approve the public notice related to the ability to sell the parcel of land located, I'll read the description, being all and the same lands and premises conveyed to Anna Seward by the warranty deed of Herbert W. Herring Jr. and Jean B. Herring dated December 11, 1968 and recorded in Book 45 at page 18 of the Putney Town Land Records.
So moved.
And seconded.
So it's been moved and seconded to approve the public notice for the town to sell a 2.3 acre parcel on Taylor Road as described. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, and that moves us to town manager's report.
All right, so we touch base on broadband survey. I don't think there's anything else I want to add.
Okay.
But we are gonna, this is rolled out to some people, but it will definitely be rolled out next week.
And we have, okay, so we haven't made it available in these locations yet, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we might want to, in the interest of, I don't know how it reads. I wasn't looking at this aspect of it, but wherever we post it, we might want to encourage people to complete it online,
Right.
as opposed, even though it's available.
Right.
And if that's the means by which people are able to do it,
Yeah.
great, we welcome that.
Right.
But we should probably put some signage related to it saying, in the interest of reducing the workload on town hall, please do this online if you're
Yeah.
able, or something along those lines.
Yeah, we'll set it up with the library and.
It's already on, the link is, so people might have already been doing it.
It's already
Right.
there, yeah.
Yeah, so the link is on the website and,
And that website is the,
iPutney.
okay, so it's on iPutney.
yeah,
And it's on the
Our-
town website,
Yes.
which is,
www.putneyvt.org. O-R-G.
I
there
wonder
you
if
go.
we could get a few tablets to let people do it at town meeting, because it doesn't take very long. It's like if we were actually had a table set up there.
Well, we want to have a table anyway at town meeting, and the survey will be out there with, you know, an announcement.
But the idea of having,
Tablets, yeah.
yeah,
I wish we had the OCR and we could just scan it and people can do it right on their phones too.
Might have it by then.
we
I'm
should,
hoping.
you should, yeah, push that. Who, that's Wyndham Regional, who's gonna bring
Yeah,
that up?
they're following through with the company that did the survey.
So my question is, if so few people, percentage for the town actually come to town meeting, is 2.5 weeks to do this enough time?
So they
To
said
expect a reasonable amount of people to do it,
Yeah,
especially
if-
ones who aren't connected?
if they get 20% overall from Wyndham County, they'll be
So
pleased.
does that serve us at kind of the Howard's point, that, you know, I mean?
Maybe not, because what we're trying to target is the ones that are underserved. And like Howard said, it's the people on the last mile, you know? And, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna reach all of them.
I'm sure
Need
we're
a
not gonna reach all of them. because we
door-to-door
never do.
squad.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I know, we have the census
Yeah.
going on too.
Can we ask the census takers to do the survey for
well,
us?
They
that's an
haven't
idea.
started. They haven't started,
That's,
but see,
we probably can't.
Yeah, I
No.
know, I
No.
know, I'm joking.
No.
I-
We get
this
someone to
survey is
follow
due
them.
March 17th. And then they're gonna roll into the business plan and everything will be done by August.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a strong timeline.
So we really need to hype up the survey.
Yeah.
The other thing about survey is it's only one per household.
Right.
So,
One per address.
yeah,
Okay.
so. if
One
you-
per, no, one per, well,
No, because if you
I mean,
have,
if there's apartments,
it's a
Those are
household.
individual addresses.
It's a household. Now, if you have an apartment, they ask for your apartment number, so.
Yeah.
right, exactly, so one per household,
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't know how they're gonna read out the duplication. So it's one per household.
How they're going to weed out the 120 filled out surveys from Mr. Howard Fairman.
Only one, Howard.
Yes, Mr. Fairman.
Well, I already submitted them, so you're too late.
And from what part of town?
All over.
And I'm not even Russian. I just wanted to mention, Mr. Chairman, that while they might figure that they're satisfied with 20%, having done some work in survey research, I would suggest the problem there is when you send out a survey and you ask people simply to fill it out, as opposed to, when they do political surveys, they phone you.
Self-selection.
Yeah, it's self-selection.
Exactly.
And of course, low percentage of response means you got all the people who self-selected.
Exactly.
They are the people who are really interested.
Right.
They've been waiting for this to happen,
Yeah.
and so now they're participating.
Yeah.
It's the next group
Yeah.
that one needs to
Is
reach.
more important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now there are some people who are simply who simply will never be interested,
Right.
because that's true of anything.
Yes.
But it's to get that second group.
Yeah.
That's where that's where the challenge lies, but that's also where the valuable information is.
Well, we might be able to, I mean, you said a volunteer, a survey group, we could certainly ask people at town meeting to, if they are willing to
Knock on their neighbor's door.
knock on their neighbor's door kind of thing,
Yeah.
that we would really appreciate that. I mean,
I know.
we don't have the person power to do that ourselves, but
Are Putney school kids looking for a volunteer project?
that probably not on a short,
That it's really short
notice
notice.
like that.
I know.
But I guess the other thing I would say related to that, and I'm trying to think of people that I know that would fit into this, but anybody that we know that falls into that category of being valuable information related to this and is unlikely to fill it out on their own,
Right.
Most of my clients.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, you
The
could
surveys
put
at your
you
shop.
could
Absolutely.
put them in everybody's
But
car.
they're
Meals on
gonna,
Wheels?
those people are gonna want
But
paper.
that's a really
Yeah.
good
It's gonna be
idea.
cumbersome, but they are not gonna fill it out online.
Yeah.
They're
No,
not.
I agree.
One
They
conversation.
actually asked me to do that stuff, and I'm terrible at it.
Yeah.
So the people that I would see would want to do it on paper, as cumbersome as it is.
Right. Meals on Wheels is what you just.
Yeah, Meals on Wheels is a good idea.
I think you're right about that, sir. That we do not want online should be a convenience rather than an obligation.
Of course, yeah.
For those who say,
Unfortunately, it's a convenience for us also, so it's
Right.
sort of, we would have an interest in that, but again, we shouldn't discourage people from doing it in writing if that's their preferred method.
well, and in fact, Mr. Chairman, we are effectively running a business here, and they are our potential customers.
Yes.
And as with any situation like that, if you say take it or leave it, they'll leave it.
Yeah.
Making it easily available, and as far as recruiting volunteers, let's see what happens, because it may be that this project will take off in this community.
Right.
As they point out in the introduction to the survey, once fiber optic cable is strung everywhere, we have a technology to last.
Yes.
Because essentially, there's no limits to the capacity unless we suddenly grew from around 3,000 people to a city, which is not going to happen.
Yeah.
I heard an interview today, a gentleman from Charlotte, North Carolina, saying he's 89. He was growing up there when it was 100,000. Now it's 1 million. Nothing like that's going to happen anywhere in Windham County.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We hope not anytime soon.
Can I suggest that we offer these surveys to the Putney Food Shelf, who often has folks coming in that have accessibility issues on many levels, and to Putney Community Cares. They may be able to get it out to folks that maybe aren't as apt to find it online.
And I'll take a pile.
Sure.
Sure. Put it in my shop. Every customer
Right.
comes in, they don't fill it out, I work in the car.
Okay. Next stage, we can bring them over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just need to make sure they're Putney residents. I don't know how you're gonna determine.
Well, the
that.
address, when the address comes in, that would probably,
Well, and also, I mean, I'm assuming at least Dummerston is participating in this. So even if we get some Dummerston residents, that, you know, that's not gonna hurt us. But, you know, that would be, as far as Mr. Fairman was saying, the other thing, well, I mean, of course, the post office has the technology to do this, but we know perfectly well that there's a whole lot of Putney addresses around here that
Right.
are not in the town of Putney, so.
and it asks you what town you're in.
And,
So
yeah,
Okay, good.
you have to, you have to circle what town you're in,
Right,
or in
so-
your online choose.
Dummerston is there.
Yeah, but it's,
Well,
there.
and Westminster is. So all our flanking towns are covered by it.
Sure, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good, thank you. All right, town meeting preparation announcements.
Yeah. So what do we have? So lunch has been confirmed for town meeting. We'll have a smaller menu.
Yeah,
So,
soup similar to the
yes,
past kind of
yeah.
thing.
So
Good,
that it's by donation.
good.
It starts at 10 a.m.
And that has historically, anyway, benefited, I believe, the Four Winds program. So,
Is it? No, I thought it
No,
was
Four
for the
Winds is the
school.
bake sale now,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
the
is it?
school started
Yeah.
the lunch program,
right.
is
Yeah,
now the
right.
beneficiary.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
But it was, up
Yeah.
until a couple of years ago.
Either way, it's by donation and it's for a
Yes.
good cause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we're not quite sure how long town meeting will be. We do not have the school portion this year.
Which has come up many times to me, that,
I believe under other business.
Yes.
In your packet, there's a draft agenda. And I did put the school board announcement of important dates. And I'm trying to coordinate to see if we can get a school board member to attend town meeting. So if there's any questions, they can address.
I know that
The
Putney,
residents.
there are folks that plan on getting up and asking for somebody to speak on behalf of the school or the school board, just to
Okay.
give a little update, so, just something to know.
Yeah, I already anticipated that. And
I think there's a hope that in coming years, we will put something on the agenda that includes that. Like, includes some kind of briefing from either the leadership council or the school board itself, but just something that includes a small briefing, not
Right.
the whole spiel that will happen at the budget meeting, but.
I think from my perspective, it's important for us to remain the town, not the school. I mean, not, you know, I'm more than happy to have a school Q&A there, but I'm sure not gonna try and
No.
answer any of those questions, and I don't think any of us should, because it's not our purview.
Yeah, I absolutely
You
agree.
know, I mean, I think that my feeling would be, Karen and I talked about this a little bit, that, you know, when we move to the other business section, we should move through town business, and then if there wants to be a school business discussion, that's fine, but,
Right.
but that would be up to the moderator to moderate that, and I think that we remove, or I certainly am gonna remove myself from that discussion, because it's not something I'm informed about. So,
Right, yeah.
Mr. Fairman?
Mr. Chairman, not to challenge what you have just said, but to consider an alternative. Typically, at the beginning of town meeting, if members of the General Assembly are present, we invite them to say something.
Yeah.
And there now are members of the school board who live, who are specifically allocated to Putney and live here. They could similarly be invited to speak, so that it simply becomes our elected representatives saying something to us. Some of whom are members of the General Assembly, some of whom are members of the school board, but they all are elected representatives.
It's an interesting idea. I think it's probably late in the game to try and do that formally this year.
Right.
But I think going forward, that would be, I mean, I think that, you know, we're all interested in hearing about what's going on at the school, or I guess I speak for myself, but most people would be interested in that. So having some forum that can happen, I would be a little concerned in that context if you get into a long drawn out discussion that's
Right.
reflective of the greater board discussion. So, you know, how to manage that. But again, I guess that would be a moderator question as much as anything, but I think that's a good idea going forward.
I will mention this to the moderator because, of course, actually, the town meeting is voters' meeting presided over by our elected moderator.
Yes.
Who is actually free to do things such as, let us say that some of our members of the General Assembly are there to, with the permission of the voters, to invite them to address us.
Yes.
Because that's one of the reasons we sent them up there, not only to do something, but to tell us what they did.
Yes.
And your suggestion is exactly in keeping with what I've been hearing from people they would like, is just a summary, something very similar to what our representatives do.
So I think the question in my mind for this year again is, do we have somebody that would be willing to do that? I know you said Ann Beekman has no voice, so she's not the right person for that.
Coordinate, well, I'm talking with Tim Morris.
Yeah.
So he's the other one for Putney.
And there's also Leadership Council, which I'm not sure what that looks like, where that's at. I really haven't been keeping my finger on the pulse of that as much as I would like to. The meetings are often on our meeting, the board meetings often.
Okay.
Like there's one in Putney right now happening. But and the Leadership Council meetings aren't at the same time, but I don't know exactly how far along they are. And I don't know if the board would be comfortable with them being the representative, but they are in many ways, as I understand it, our representative from the school to the board. So, our liaison, our connection in many ways.
To Mr. Fairman's point, they wouldn't be elected by the electorate, so and that wouldn't, in my mind, prevent them from having an opportunity to speak, but it's certainly not the same type of relationship. So, you know, it probably, that at least the formal person speaking should probably be whoever's elected to the larger board, and then, you know, maybe it gets opened up. I don't know. I mean, I think you know, we're all, this is the first time for all of us that this is the circumstance, and I think people are interested in it. So I think we have to see how it evolves, but I think that going forward we should certainly allow for that in whatever way is possible and or legal. I don't know whether there's any legal requirements related to that other than to get the permission of the electorate to make a statement at town meeting, but I don't know how beyond that. I'm not sure. That would be up to the moderator, I guess, to determine.
Basically, it's under the rules of order, it is the moderator asking the permission of the voters who say sure, basically who will say sure, why not.
More often than not, yes.
Because the warning articles, yes, they are mandatory, but and we cannot, in terms of town business, discuss anything that's not but in terms of, you know, legislators coming in to speak to us.
That's at the discretion of the moderator and the voters.
Yes, because, you know, certainly it is part of their function to do precisely this.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, if nothing else, it would be an interesting question to bring up under, you know, if we don't, under other business, we could have a discussion about how we want to have the town hear from the school in the future. And hopefully there would be one or more people there that would be equipped to answer it, or at least query about it going forward from the other side of the table.
I think there's going to be a bunch of people with ideas.
I'm sure there will. And, you know, honestly, again, from my perspective, that's really moderator discussion, not select board discussion. Because I think we could get into gray areas really quickly as to purview and responsibility. So, all right.
So there's your draft agenda. In there is your non-binding resolution to be considered under other business. Town-owned property.
I'm not finding this. Am I missing?
Tell the public, Ms. Town Manager, could you tell the public what the non-binding resolution is about?
It is for Putney Mountain. It's town property that is owned by the town of Putney. There's 49 acres of town forest in Putney and an additional 85 acres in Brookline. And so the select board will seek consensus from the voters on the questions of whether the select board should consider a gift or sale of approximately 49 acres of town forest in Putney and an additional 85 acres in Brookline, Putney Mountain, and be it further resolved that the select board perform a due diligence review to determine whether this property is a valuable asset for the community, and be it further resolved that this resolution does not bind or legally obligate the board to gift or sell this property.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, and I know that since we've had this discussion in open session, I will bring up that, you know, we had talked about this being a gift or sale to the Putney Mountain Association.
Correct.
But this, I'm glad to see that that does not
It's not
specify that.
Right.
Because although my guess would be that that would be a logical and desirable organization to gift or sell it to, we should not place ourselves in a situation where we couldn't consider options once we've done our due diligence.
I agree with that.
I think that's good. So. Good, thank you.
You're welcome. I will not add any more items to the town meeting agenda. But we do have to make it through lunch, okay? In your packets also, I do have a breakdown of the projected tax rate for 2020. I wish it was cleaner so you could read it. It's just, it's a little busy. It's like this one here. Okay. It also has the projected school tax rate for FY 2021.
This, I believe, Karen, should either be in parentheses or have a negative in front of it, right? Because it's a decrease.
Right. So let's see what's going on with that formula. So these are projected numbers right now, and they are subject to change, as you know, Josh.
Right.
One of the key amounts is the local agreement rate. So until the grand list is actually lodged, we won't know what that number is.
Yeah.
And this past year it went down, but.
This is all, of course, also contingent upon the approval of the articles with the numbers that are in them. I mean,
Correct.
If for some reason somebody proposes that we buy a fire truck in cash and, you know, add $550,000 to our to our general fund budget this year, then that would obviously shift these. But this is projected based on the numbers that are in the articles.
And I predict too, the school is a projected number, and that may change. We won't see that tax rate until like early July.
Right. And grand list gets filed April 1st, April 30th.
Well, it's June 1st, I believe, is when the final
Has to be.
launched, okay. Yes. But they start April 1st, yes.
Right, with grievances, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Howard, do you have a question?
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, especially for the people watching on TV, may I ask you or the town manager to read aloud the important numbers so that people will know what they are?
Certainly. You want to do that, Karen, or you want me to?
Sure, I don't mind. Okay, so for the general fund tax rate for projected fiscal year 2020 is 0.4231. So that is up from 0.4218. The highway tax rate, 0.3553. That is up from 0.3462. So the total for the general fund tax rate and the highway tax rate, the projected tax rate for municipal is 0.7784.
Sorry, and I was wrong, Karen. I was reading this backwards. I was looking at I was confusing the 2020 and the 2019.
Okay.
It was a decrease, but it's an increase, so my mistake.
Okay.
So that's not.
Yes.
So that's a 1.35% increase.
So the local agreement, as stated, it is going to change, and I don't know what that is, but if I use what we have currently, which is 0.0057, the projected tax rate for municipal total is 0.7841. Now, the residential educational rate is projected to be 1.7750, which is an increase from last year, or this year, at 1.7126. So it's a 3.64 increase. Non-residential educational rate projected 1.6540, which is up from 1.5988, and that's 3.45%. I do encourage people to pay attention to the school board meetings that are going to be coming up. I think there's one on March 10th, and then there's a budget vote on March 17th. We will have information at town meeting for that. You can go on our website, it is all linked right to the school's website. And that's all I can say about the school board, because I can't really explain it.
All right.
So that's the projected tax rates, and again, they will change. The school board also will have annual town reports at town meeting for people to pick up. Otherwise, I think they're going to be at like libraries and at the meeting.
My understanding is the budget makes the Bible look small. So it's something else. I haven't had a chance to take a look, but I'm not sure I have the time.
Right.
All right. So that's everything in your town manager's report.
Except for property tax update.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, that's okay. So, closing out 2019 tax year, we have uncollected $180,597.53. Delinquent taxes, which are 2018 and back, we are owed $72,899.01 for a total of $153,496.54. Oh, that's not right.
Wait a minute, I'm
Yeah,
confused by that.
Okay. Can
I was like, I don't have those
Tricky
numbers.
math.
I'm like going, I like that number. No, it's 180.
Well, that sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
How come I have 190?
Do you have 190?
Did you, is this an old one? Did you redo it?
226.
Yeah, it's the old one.
Okay. I make my own mistakes.
190 is the.
What was it?
253,496. I think you just.
Oh, yeah, I did something.
Yeah.
So excuse me, so we're uncollected taxes are $253,496.54. So,
It's not a small number.
It's not a
However,
small
the
number,
portion
but-
of that that is delinquent is relatively small. Technically delinquent because it's more than a year old. Right?
yes.
70,
Yeah.
73, you said,
Yeah,
or something
yeah,
like
almost
that.
73,000.
Yeah.
So the fact that the third payment, we still have 115,000 outstanding, that's a high number.
It is a high number.
That's a high number.
And unfortunately, as people may or may not remember, when the third payment is not made in a timely fashion, it invokes a 8%.
Which confuses a lot of people because they think that just because they're a day late, they shouldn't have the 8%.
Right,
They think only a day late, and it's like, well, it's the day.
right, that is
It
due.
gets put on that day, like it's, that's.
Yes.
So total penalties that were added to this last payment was $14,006.80.
That's included in that number that you gave,
Correct.
that big number that you gave
Yep.
us, yeah. No, and I mean, we have this discussion year after year, and we, as the select board, could choose to not collect an 8%. You know, it feels punitive, and it's on top of that, it's 1% per month.
Right,
Going
right.
forward, so in a year, if you hold it out, you know, that's 20%. You know, 8% right off, and then 1% per month over a year for 12 months, 20%.
Yeah.
That's a chunk of money. You know, statutorily, we can collect all or none of that 8% that we choose to. I believe that's how the law reads. It's not an all or nothing. It's a percentage that we want up to 8%.
Right, right.
The problem is if we don't make it a pretty good whack, then it's a significantly reduced incentive to
Right.
pay your taxes on time. So, you know, we've considered that in the past more than once and decided to keep it at the 8%. It also, the thinking is that that essentially, and historically, the reason that 8% was there is because when the tax collector was, you may remember 5 to 7 years more, maybe 8 years ago, we voted to eliminate the tax collector as an elected position. But historically, that 8% has been what has paid the salary of the tax collector.
That makes sense.
So, but it also, you know, in that same vein, it offsets the expenses for administration for the collection of those taxes. I mean, when you look at, you know, the fact that it was a $14,000 increase, you know, the amount of time spent trying to collect that $150 or whatever it is, $180,000 is not insignificant. And so that goes to offset that as far as administrative time and cost, so.
And we do make phone calls.
It costs hundreds of dollars just to mail the
Right.
notices. I mean,
Yeah, well, no, and
every
it's
month,
very
yeah,
time
every month.
consuming,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah.
David?
On an average, is that number that were delinquent for just this year, not for the stuff before that, is that higher than average, or is that pretty typical? And how much is it off by?
Well, we would have liked to seen the third payment, like, and half of that.
And, yeah,
So it's
anecdotally,
double. Wow.
well, I don't know, yeah, anecdotally, I would say it's definitely high. I don't know whether.
It is high.
I don't know whether as a trend is
Yeah.
concerned, whether it's double, but it's high. It's definitely on the high side, so.
It is. I mean.
And it's really hard to determine.
Right.
Drive something.
Exactly.
The other thing too, David, is like, if you have there are quite a few people that haven't made any tax payment, not their first, not their second, or their third. So those are the people,
We've talked about that.
we look at and say, can we determine what's going on here,
And there's probably not an insignificant number that are on both of the lists.
Right.
The delinquent from a year and more ago and delinquent this year, I would guess. Not yet
Well,
delinquent,
there's
but
some
unpaid-
people,
but
there,
unpaid taxes.
there's probably 10 people that are the same
Overlap,
people,
yeah. Yeah. No, and the other thing that's important to remember again about that 8% is it's on any outstanding taxes.
Right.
So it's not like that's only on that third payment.
Right.
If you haven't paid the first and second payment,
That's
it's on
really important
everything
to
you
know.
owe.
Yeah.
Because for the other payments, it automatically goes to 1% per month, but it doesn't have the 8%.
Right.
So if you don't make your August and November payments,
It's actually 1.5 too.
Yeah.
it is 1.5
1.5
Yeah.
after 90 days.
Right.
after 90 days.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
1% for the first 3 months and then 1.5 after that. So,
So we have like 16 repeat
yeah.
people, and then there's 12 people that haven't made one payment.
This year. Got it.
So. But, we'll look into it. And 2 years in arrears, they go to tax sale. Tax sale is gonna happen sooner this year. Now that we have one under our belt.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah. It used to happen in
Forward to
June.
that, I can see that.
I'm still a little confused on the first one.
All right. So warrants.
I move to approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And I second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's payroll warrant dated February 28th, 2020, in the amount of $24,925.05. So we added some new fire personnel.
It was just that last time.
Yeah, but how many new guys?
They were per diem.
Was it 4?
How many new people?
4 or 6?
It was more than that.
Yeah, we added.
But they don't work technically for us.
They're per diem.
Paid-
We're
paid-
still paying
Paid
them.
on call or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
They work for other departments.
Oh,
And
really?
we called them in.
No
Or
kidding.
whatever.
Oh, that's
No,
an
I think they
interesting
cover.
concept. But they
Yeah.
have their level 1 certification.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Because usually, like, Brattleboro is like 7 days on, 7 days off. So they're filling that gap,
Right.
which
Interesting.
helps.
Yeah.
Which helps our
That makes
department.
sense. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. So what, does Tom give them a pager or how does that work?
I'm not
that he
sure.
gives them a pager, but.
I'm not sure.
Huh,
Although, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure how that works. Because our guys do have figures.
Yeah, our people.
Our people, excuse me, yeah. I stand corrected, our people, our personnel,
Our personnel,
There you
yes,
go.
our men and women.
yes. We appreciate them every day.
All right, I gotta go get those.
Accounts payable February 14th through February 28th, 2020, in the amount of $31,162.03. That's a nice low
I
one.
was gonna say, you
I
kept
like
it down, you like these short
I
months. don't you?
know. It's starting to come together, Josh.
Believe me, you won't be able to hold that line, that's for sure.
Oh, come on, Karen, you can hold that one.
Yeah, 31 a month, we're good to go.
too fast.
Is it the address?
No, his description.
I almost thought this was Howard for a second. Howard P. Fairfield?
Oh, yeah.
What, the description of what it was paid for?
Yeah.
I typed something.
Ding.
It's okay, on yours
Did
I
you
typed
know?
Lane an hour.
What was women leading government?
I did.
Good.
Your
Yes.
address on your
What's
check,
that?
There's a group for
Or I don't know.
municipal leaders
Yeah.
called Women Leading Government. It's all women
It's incorrect,
across the
either way.
state
It's okay.
and our town managers.
Figure out which charity.
The next meeting is in Forest Falls.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
It was a
Very
hard
cool.
charity.
I know. I think it'll be a good resource.
Yeah, that's
Who's
exciting.
Brayshaw? What is Brayshaw? I don't
It's
think.
your town reports.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. I like the, is this what were you talking about spelling? I like that it's woman leading government. It's not-
No, that's not the one I caught.
It's not women, it's
It's
singular.
No, it's the painting.
So what? Which one?
That's pretty funny though.
Woman leading government.
I love that. And what was the other one?
Front page,
Yeah.
painting supplies, or paintiog.
Instead of, yeah.
Pantheon.
So were you telling me that on that woman, oh yeah, I typed one on that too. That's okay, they can still catch it.
We understood it. The dollar amounts didn't change, so.
No, you have it right, Alyssa. You have it right.
She knew what she was doing. You want this back? Thank you.
Excited to have them.
All right, any other business?
I have received, and the equity committee has received resignations from Angela Burkfield and Nancy Browse for personal reasons, and I will forward the resignations to Karen. I just didn't have time to do that yet. So they are at 7 now, and they are meeting tomorrow night. I plan on going. They're actively looking to recruit
Okay.
2 more people,
Okay.
but for now they're at 7.
Well, we thank Angela and Nancy for their interest, and we're sorry to see them go, but
Yes.
we understand. So thank you for your service.
Yes.
I want to add to, so Jonathan Johnson is interested in volunteering for fence viewer.
Really?
So you're a fence
Is he
viewer.
qualified?
What do you mean qualified?
I'm just asking.
Yes. Don't laugh, because I have 2
Fences that need to be viewed?
Yes.
Really?
And you're the only one.
I've been the
gonna
fence
build a
viewer,
fence just
I've
so
been
this
a
can
fence viewer
happen.
for a long time, and
Yeah.
I've never viewed a fence.
So I would make a recommendation that you appoint Jonathan as a fence viewer.
Are
Scott
we
Henry.
sure that's not a conflict?
It's not.
Okay.
No.
As long as that's.
If you wanted to be dog officer, that would be a conflict.
Okay.
Refresh my memory as to exactly what a fence viewer does, besides look at, I mean.
So they have to determine.
Self-descriptive, what do you mean?
Yeah.
What percentage of that maple tree is yours and what percentage is?
Is it,
There is
Is
a
it actually-
there is a
Yes,
statute.
fence viewer.
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
It's very arcane and mostly unused, but it does relate to placement, I mean, you know, and actually, like I said, I've been doing fence viewing for a long time and I've never had a case. But my guess would be that the legal requirement would be that you compare it to actual survey lines, because in over time, just moving, slowly creeping a fence
And that's what's happening with,
increases your
those
property.
creeping fences or so.
so I am gonna request the fence viewers to.
Okay, so we would need, yeah, and actually he would be well equipped to do that because he, well,
He
He and I can do it together, maybe.
Do you know you could end up having to pay somebody $5 if you don't do your job correctly?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's high risk.
So I think it's, if we have a plan, like a site plan, with dimensions, which we do.
Exactly. No, it'd be measuring and
Yes.
or confirming
Right.
pin locations
Yeah.
or survey markers
Right.
and comparing.
Yeah.
Do stone walls count?
Yes.
That's a fence, yes.
Well, it's a fact.
I've heard stories about guys that take the tractor out and move the
Tree
big
lines,
boulder out in the
people
woods.
planting
so they're
trees,
slowly
that-
pushing
that's-
it.
Yeah, no, it's
Trees
I
are
know
considered a
some.
fence?
I know some
Yeah.
very
Trees
real
on-
stories.
Well,
about
they're
that
survey,
stuff.
they're survey
Right.
markers. I mean, there
I
many,
understand
many
what trees are, we're exploring ours right now.
right, many
Yeah.
surveys, yeah, sorry.
One voice at
This
a
is a very
time.
exciting topic. We don't get to talk
He's not going to
about
miss
that.
this viewing after all these years.
But, many surveys refer to the big oak at the corner of
Right.
so-and-so.
And these
so.
In our case, it's a huge boulder that marks
Yes.
part of Warden
Yeah,
Road.
trees fall down.
But it's much easier to move a boulder than an oak tree. It's
That's
much
true,
easier. It's
that's
much easier.
true.
So, Jonathan, I feel is qualified to do it, and if Kim is here, and Jonathan does a lot of his cemetery work after hours, so I think it would work well.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was being
Yeah.
facetious about the whole thing, but since we have a couple cases, that's.
You really do have a couple cases? You weren't
Mr.
joking?
Fairman.
No, I'm not joking.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, historically and at present, fence viewers do two things. One is they arbitrate boundary disputes.
Yes.
And the other, even now, if people are not taking care of their fences and their animals are getting
Yes.
out
Yeah.
Right.
onto adjoining
Yep.
property,
Correct.
that's another issue that
They
fence
can
viewers
enforce
has.
that, yes. Well, I don't know what their enforcement ability is, but they can
I don't-
at least view it.
Well, I don't either, but there is that aspect to it.
Yes.
People not keeping up their fences and their cows go next door
Right.
and eat somebody's garden or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if you still have to keep a stone wall 4 feet high for it to be an actual tended fence line. It was like, I remember reading once that it had to be 48 inches.
There are
no
many
48
around
inch
here.
stone walls.
You need to start reading.
They're all in
up. You're
people's
supposed to know
foundations.
these rules.
Actually, I can show you some.
Oh, really?
Up around 5 corners.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yep. I would love to see those. Yeah.
Down in, unlike, my parents live in the northwest corner of Connecticut, and in that area, the fences, it's amazing. The stone walls are huge. I mean, they're definitely 4 feet tall. So partly because they have, right in there, in that area, they have tremendous amounts of stone.
I know, right?
Because of where they landed in depletion.
Yeah.
All right, so do we have a motion?
Remember that I went to England and saw the stone walls in England. It was just blown away.
There's a lot out there, yeah.
It's just beautiful stone.
Okay.
I'd move.
Yeah.
I've seen those too.
Yeah. It was great. Visiting Pentridge, some of the most beautiful houses, stone houses I'd ever seen. But
Fence viewer.
We're
I'm just
entertaining them.
waiting.
I didn't hear it.
So, I move to appoint Jonathan Johnson as fence viewer for the town of Putney.
And I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Jonathan Johnson as a fence viewer for the town of Putney. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I love how direct and to the point, yes.
It also used to be, I am willing, it used to be, I believe, an elected position way back when.
Interesting.
Wow.
But,
Huh. Well, we have vacancies,
Okay.
so
yes,
not anymore.
you don't need that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so any other business?
There's some correspondences in your packets. I don't think we need to go into detail about them. So downtown transportation fund is
Yes.
open, so this would be like our sidewalk project. So that's that. I thought about streetscape, but this is the one that's a little too intense for the master plan.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna get with John Bennett on the municipal planning grant. So they're willing to help us out on that.
That's exciting.
Yes. So what else do we have in here? You did see the notification from Larry's office.
Okay, so, and this is not a subject of executive session, no, since it's in our packet.
No.
No, so this is just notification from Salmon and Nostrum that there will be a small increase in their rates. We have them on retainer currently at $400 a month. They've asked to be increased to $420, and that their hourly is increased from $150 per hour to $160 per hour. And they just make the statement that these rates reflect a substantial reduction from our customary legal hourly rate, which is $225. So I would just like to thank them for their continuing service and willingness to do that at a very reasonable rate for us.
Yeah.
So, that's a small change, so I don't think we need to officially approve it. But
no, and I think you, as a select board, you choose an attorney after town meeting. So Bob Fisher is
attorney
the
of record, yes.
second in line, and then Larry Slyson is our primary legal counsel.
And we can always consult the LCT.
True.
Yes,
Yeah.
which we try and do. And we also get legal representation from different lawyers occasionally if there's specific expertise needed.
Right.
So,
yeah, like the bond bank.
Exactly.
So we would use Paul Giuliani
and we,
and not use Larry.
There used to be a guy who specialized in tax sales, and we used him for tax sales, but that's not the case now. Larry does everything.
Larry does everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, we send him the list, and go Larry. I know. So there's there's a couple other. There's a posting for out here about project stewardship workshop that's being put on by SETIS. So I'm going to post that up front. And then there's a letter to the board from Compassionate Bratt. Did you see that, Laura?
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's something that the Equity and Inclusion Committee may consider. But
I know about the Brattleboro town considering itself having chosen to be a compassionate town.
Right.
That was a few years back.
So basically, they're asking the select board to join the International Charter for Compassion. So 125 cities and towns around the world, a movement initiated by Karen Armstrong and the Dalai Lama. So Brattleboro is involved in that, and I'm not sure, how it's working or.
I would suggest that perhaps this would be, and I don't know.
It looks like it should be a resolution.
It should be a resolution, non-binding.
From the floor.
Non-binding resolution from the floor.
Yep.
And then the select board would take that as a recommendation.
Right.
I think that's how it happened in Brattleboro.
That's the way it should, I think.
Yeah, right. That's what it says in the letter, Laura.
So, if you're gonna make it to that meeting tomorrow night,
I can bring this.
Bring it, and if somebody wants to
Yeah.
create a resolution, they could check with Karen about the language. But
Okay.
all right, good. So, yes, Mr. Fairman.
A point of information, the Equity and Inclusion Committee have on their agenda that they would like to make a report to the town meeting.
Yeah, I want to add.
At town meeting.
I think
Which would come under other business.
Right.
Okay. Is that on our list? I think.
It's not on our list, but it's.
This is why I mentioned it.
Yeah, they weren't able to get a quorum last time because of a few of the issues with members.
Okay.
So they are doing a special meeting tomorrow night, which has been warned, and
Discuss.
yeah, they were hoping to get that to us before this meeting. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
I mean, committees don't typically report at town meeting, especially if we haven't had the conversation that they're going to have in advance. But they can certainly bring it up as other business. That's their right. So, okay.
I simply mentioned it so that you would know.
So that it's on the radar. Thank you.
Yeah, because I was looking at it today and there it was.
Yeah, good. Thank you. All right, and my understanding is that we will be having an executive session.
Yes.
So, would you like to move that we go into executive session?
So moved.
Yeah, second.
And it's been moved and seconded to enter executive session, and this would be pursuant to Title I VSA 313, the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, provided the public body shall make a final decision to hire or appoint a public or official or employee in an open meeting and shall explain the reasons for its final decision during the open meeting. So are we likely to have a decision?
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to stick around.
Yeah, you need to
So it's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. So we'll see you in a little bit.
go for it.
All right, so we have exited executive session and no decision will be made. We had interesting discussion, but no conclusion. Thank you.
And our next meeting is
Oh,
March
and our next
3rd.
meeting is March 3rd. Town meeting.
Town meeting.
We'll see you all at town meeting, we
Yes.
hope. And then our regular meeting, we will end up having an organizational meeting shortly thereafter. We
March
haven't,
11th.
we don't want to have it, we won't have it before, we don't have to
No.
have it before then. Yeah,
No.
so we'll have an organizational meeting March 11th.
Yep.
And we have to adjourn, right?
And motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Yeah, seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
to this episode of BCTV Open Studio, the mayoral vote counterpoint. I'm your host, Olga Peters, and I am a reporter with the Commons. This is my colleague, Randy Holhut, who will be joining us today. And speaking on the issue will be Tony Duncan and Spoon Agave. Thank you for joining us today, gentlemen. And just for context for the audience, we want to remind folks that on March 3rd is Brattleboro's town elections, and one of the questions on the ballot will be a non-binding question about whether or not the town should shift its form of governance from a select board / town manager form of governance to a mayoral system. And some details are still forthcoming about the mayoral system. It will depend on how the vote goes on Tuesday. But a few weeks ago, we had two proponents of the question. So two people in favor of the question, Dick DeGray and Dan Yates, here on the show, talking about why they thought it would be a good idea. And today, Tony and Spoon will talk about the other side of the issue. So thank you so much for being here today. Let's start with just a very broad question, which is, what do you feel is working about our current system now?
I'll start. I've been a resident of Brattleboro since 2001 and have been just vaguely aware of the political issues and not that involved and more interested in national political things. I became a board member of Brattleboro Time Trade, got involved in sort of local organizations there, and then the last couple of years I've been getting very involved in local politics. I became a town representative last year, and the fact of our current organization is what's allowed me, and I think has motivated me, to become very active politically. I'm now on the Energy Committee. I worked on the Sustainability Coordinator issue. I'm working with the Sustainability Coordinator on a couple of different initiatives. I'm excited about the governance here. I think there are things that can be remarkably improved, but I feel very strongly that if we didn't have that, the town meeting system, I would have not really necessarily gotten involved. I think the feeling that, wow, I can be one out of a whole bunch of people who actually have a direct impact on how the town is government was very. There was something that was sort of shocking to me and something that made me feel motivated to really want to get involved. And I'm very excited that I am doing that, and I'm spending a lot of time and effort involved in that.
Spoon, do you have?
I think what's working now is that we have a highly skilled town manager. And but also, I feel there is a shift now. We are finally seeing my generation disappear from town meeting, and a new younger generation. And it reflects our interest. My generation never considered and could not consider climate issues, what the effects of the things we did would be, because of the assumption that everything would be okay, that they, whoever they was, would fix it. And now it's become apparent that there is no they, and things are in very bad condition. And so the younger generation now that's moving in, the 30 and 40-year-olds, are seeing the world and everything about them in a very different light. They are more concerned about climate and the future than they are about what's happening right now, about $20 more or less in their pockets because of a tax rate.
Do you think that with that generational shift in town meeting representation, that that might be a part of the impetus for the changing town government? Is there a feeling that this new generation of town meeting reps are maybe a little too active
I don't know what too active could mean. We convene every year and we do our work, our business. And we do it from the time we start to the time we convene, and that time is filled, and I wouldn't know how to. So, you do bring up a good point. What do you mean by too active?
Well, let's say this past year's town meeting where suddenly, from the floor, a new town position was created, where suddenly from the floor, social services spending was increased.
I can add to that, just as someone who's covered town meeting for a few years. There was a number of years, so I've been at the Commons about 10, so that's the number that I've been covering town meeting, annual town meeting. And for most of those years, the budget was, there was an impetus to keep the budget level or down. And I would say in the past 2, maybe 3 years,
Yep.
There's been from the floor a push up for the budget, especially around human services and environmental issues. So that's the trend I've seen.
Yeah, in other words, the town meeting has kind of gone from you got to keep my taxes down to we got to make the town more livable and help deal with problems that may not traditionally be town meeting problems. And I was just wondering, especially you, Spoon, having dealt with the charter and with town meeting for many years, whether you think those factors might be behind the move toward having a mayor.
Maybe. I can't really be sure. I mean, I have had the thought, and I mentioned this earlier to Tony, that what Mr. DeGray hasn't quite gotten a grasp of is the very transition that's happening that I'm talking about. And so I had the feeling that what he's trying to do is restore that older establishment. But I don't know, because I feel he's been pretty coy about exactly what he's after.
Do you feel like that it's been accurately explained to people what this whole system entails?
Well, that's one of probably my biggest specific objection. And I just want to respond to what the question you were saying before, is I think that it is a valid concern to say that this group of people who are in town meeting might not be representative of the real desires of all of the citizens. It's possible for, since we don't have campaigns and we don't have explicit town representatives saying what their issues are, that it's possible that you could have a distortion from what the popular will is. But to me, if that's the case, then what you do is you get people who support your positions to be on the, to run for town representative. I don't see that being an issue that's reason to change our entire structure of government. And what were you just asking? I'm sorry, because I wanted to go back to
that the switch over to a mayoral system, the big question people have is, what does this all mean, and how does this happen, and why are we doing it? And do you get the sense that it hasn't been adequately explained to the people of Brattleboro?
That's an area where Spoon and I kind of disagree a bit, and I think he makes a very good point. So I'm not quite as convinced of my position now. My main objection to this was that if there had been a ballot proposal to say, we want the select board to explore this option or to explore different government options, I wouldn't have an objection to that. It's been brought up that this is just advisory, but to me it's still a vote saying the will of the people want the select board to do this thing. So that has been a lot of my objection. I think that it's really putting the cart before the horse to say, let's vote on this. What I would want to do is say, let's explore this, have discussions about it, take a year or whatever, time to go through the process of really explaining what our governance is now, trying to make sure that people understand the issues, and then when people are more informed, then have some sort of vote, and you could maybe even have a binding vote if it seemed like there was reason to do that or enough support to do something like that.
Go ahead, Spoon.
There's a couple of things. One is, when this began, we all got thrown into, and this is because of our lack of understanding of government, of town charters, and democracy itself. We all got thrown into a debate between just two things. One was our town government, which we know as we see it, and a mayoralty, which we see as what we've seen of typical mayoralties throughout our life experience in this country. We have just two models in mind. And in fact, as the people of the town have all the power, their charter is their social contract, which we lay out how we want to govern ourselves. There are a gazillion different things that can go into a charter with either system. And so we could continue with a town manager system that would not look much like this, or we could have a mayoralty that doesn't look anything like a mayoralty that we imagine.
So I'm glad you brought up the charter, Spoon, because if I remember correctly, a few years ago, the Charter Commission actually reviewed whether or not to have a mayor. Were you on?
I was.
And what can you recall at the time?
Well,
some
vaguely,
of the decisions?
yes. We looked at it and we did explore it to a fair extent. We actually called in mayors from other towns in Vermont. And even actually we had called in the mayor of Greenfield, which had been the mayor there for just a year or two. They had just made the transition from town manager to mayor. We heard from Mary Hooper. She was a weak mayor, now a legislator. She was a weak mayor of Montpelier. We heard from the mayors, I forgot their names, of Rutland and Barry, who were strong mayors. We looked at the issue pretty closely. We compared them. And we may not have given it its total due, because nobody on the committee, and that included a whole range of left to right, and nobody had a sense that there was much interest in the town for making that change.
Mm-hmm. So then I'll go back a little bit to a question I asked at the beginning of the show, but tweak it a little bit. You know, for folks who are sitting at home and saying, okay, well, I'm voting on March 3rd, which way do I vote? I mean, what do you feel would be the reasons to hang on to our current system, if any?
Can I just answer something first? I've been talking to people, for the last couple of weeks about this since I found out about it, and basically nobody I know who's talked to me about this, who isn't really actively involved in government, has any idea what it means. Very, very few people in town know what our government structure is, and they don't know what this proposal is. And so basically people have been asking my opinion, so I've been telling them what I think they should do. And again, it's like, well, is that fair? Am I being honest? Am I giving them the correct information? Again, to me, it's a question that, because it's a primary vote, lots of people are going to be voting because they want their particular candidate for president. And again, that's part of my concern, is that I think there aren't going to be a lot of people who really have a thoughtful understanding of what the issue is.
So, Spoon, go ahead.
When I heard about this issue, I was immediately aware that there was a lot of reasons driving it, and I could take a guess, as Randy has, that maybe it had to do with what had transpired at last year's town meeting. But But I was pretty careful not to assign make any inferences with any certainty. So I was looking for what might be behind it. And as I read one of Mr. DeGray's interviews, maybe he repeated that on his show that you had him, he used two words: accountability and participation. And those are the two issues at the bottom of all of this. And those are two issues that do deserve very deep examination.
I would agree. So, but I think the question, again, I'm thinking of people at home who are wondering what to do. Does our current system provide for those two things? Or would a mayoral system provide for those two things better?
We have to look at it. The expectation is, but of course that's all it is an expectation, is that if it were to pass, the select board would now reconvene a new charter revision commission. We would have to anyway in 3 years. And they would throw it in there. And it would get a hard look again in there. And I've honestly gone up and back as to whether I was interested in seeing this pass or not. I would like to continue the probe, the discussion into accountability and participation to try and decide what it should mean in our town and whether what we would like it to be is the way it is or it needs some improvements. So I have a hunch that a Charter Revision Commission is going to examine this whether it passes or not. So in a way, how people vote is a flip of the coin that may not, probably won't change the outcome in whether we make such a transition to a mayoralty or not.
Well, if the current system we have could be characterized as the town manager is the CEO, the select board is the board of directors, and the town meeting reps are the shareholder representatives, and that vote on up or down on decisions. And a mayoral system would kind of amputate the shareholder representatives, concentrate more power into the CEO, and make the city council kind of I don't know what you would characterize them as, the new improved town select board as city council. If you're talking about representation and participation, how does a mayoral system improve upon the current system?
Well, I mean, I think it just, like you said, it kind of amputates a huge number of people. And in my initial response to your first question was that existed made it, I think, made it possible for me to really get seriously involved. But I do think that there are issues with that, and I do think, you know, DeGray brought up about the number of town reps that are brought in caucus rather than voted for. And, you know, I think there needs to be a lot more interest and involvement. My feeling, I like what Spoon has been saying about, you know, looking at the whole system. What are the things we can do to change the system, and what are the things that are going to be effective? I'm sort of opposing this sort of, well, let's just go wholesale to this other system. What I would like to do is see what we can do to improve what we have now, and figure out ways to get more involvement, get the, you know, my understanding is that the town representatives used to have sort of forums that they would do to their districts, and I would really like to do that. You know, I think that there are ways of addressing this issue without making such a drastic change. From talking to Spoon, I did not realize this before talking to him, but he's offering some interesting things about things that that we're not limited in what we can do in terms of addressing the town charter. And from the interview with DeGray and Yates and other things I've heard people talk, it did seem to me like it was like this. Well, it's either this or this. And with Spoon saying that we have a tremendous amount of latitude in what we can do, I'd certainly be open to to opening up the town charter and, what are the things that we can do.
I'll explain that in more depth. What you did, Randy, was describe the classic mayoralty. And, but if we started with that and said, well, here's what a classic mayoralty would look like, but it's not doing what we want it to do, then you can begin modifying that. And for instance, what would happen if at the same time we went to a mayoralty, we instituted ranked voting? Or at the same or we began making little modifications like campaigning could only be for 2 months, from Labor Day to Election Day. And there could whether there could be a limit and may require 4 major debates on 4 major areas. And so, in other words, to try to diminish the really fouled up electoral campaign system that we have. And we could go on and on. I can't right now, but using the ability to shape our government to suit ourselves. We could change the issue, comes up, strong mayor, weak mayor. How much veto power would a council get? How big would a council get? If you required 8 out of 9 to veto something, it would be a very strong mayor. If you only required 5 out of 9 to veto something, it's a much weaker mayor. If a mayor can write a check for $5,000, then that mayor is not nearly as strong as one who can write a check on their own signature for $100,000. So there's a almost infinite number of things in which one can shape and modify and design a government to be just the one that we want.
So what issues do you feel, or what areas is our current government not serving, or where is it not working? What needs to be fixed? And how would we fix them, either within the current structure or by going to a different structure? Because it's one thing to just talk about designing the government we want, but do we know what what needs we're actually trying to meet when we say those things?
Well, I think there's, I've talked to a number of people who have said, well, Yates and DeGray haven't really specifically said, it's sort of nebulous. And one of my concerns is that there's sort of things that they don't feel they can talk about because it would be attacked. I don't like that situation. I think they probably have really valid concerns that are important, probably business concerns, things about the increase in the local tax rate, things like that, that maybe are politically sort of sensitive and it can't be, openly discussed. And I think we need to be able to do that. I think that's unfair. I might disagree with them about all of them, but it's important to really bring out what the real issues are. One of the things that I liked about last year's town meeting was you have people who I know are like really radical and people who are really conservative, and they're arguing very specifically about issues. They're arguing about, these are the facts as I see them, this is how I think we should do them. This person is saying, well, I'm not sure that I agree with that, we should do it this way. It's not overtly political in a partisan way. And I would be very disturbed. One of the things I'm concerned about is having Republican for mayor, Democrat for mayor, this level of progressive for mayor, this moderate for mayor, and campaign signs on people's lawns. So, I think Spoon knows a lot better. I'm just the last few years getting involved with this, but that question is the question that I'm asking, that I want to look at, and where I want to move forward from.
I look at it from going back to those two big concepts of sustainability, accountability, and participation, and then try and define those terms, and then begin to design or create things that address them. For instance, if we understand that one of the bulwarks of a democracy is participation, then of course we want the most that we can get. So then we have to find out why people aren't participating and what would increase their interest in participating. Most of the time we find that it's knowledge. It's knowledge and a sense that, and also that their participation makes a difference. And an example, the school board just sent around a card that I received, most of us in Brattleboro I guess did, warning us of their meeting. And essentially 3/4 of the card was empty when it could have been filled with vital information that a citizen might be interested in knowing and therefore attending their meeting. And it probably never occurred to the school board to put that information on. We have to get out of that habit.
Thank you, Spoon. We're just about coming to the end of time. Randy, was there any other questions you wanted to ask? Anything you wanted to add, wish we had asked?
One thing that has nothing to do with this is that I work at NECA, and I just really appreciate that Dan Yates made a tremendous effort in helping our organization. So I have great respect for him. I'm glad that we were able to do this. The main thing I wanted to say is I didn't want to have this to be an opposing view from theirs. There are reasons why I don't support it. Talking with Spoon beforehand adjusted that because he gave me a lot of information I didn't know about. So I'm just glad that we were able to do this. And my focus really is on solving problems and how do we work together to find out solutions. My concern again with this proposal is it's just trying to jump to something completely different, and I don't think that's warranted at this point.
Thank you. And before we go to Spoon, there's an event happening this weekend as well. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
So there's a
Tony?
forum that should be a neutral forum about this issue, just again to give information to the public. It's going to be at Epsilon Spires on Main Street at 3 o'clock. Spoon is going to be there, David Gartenstein and Marshall Wheelock. There's going to be a moderator. There's room for, I think, 170 people or something, and there's going to be time for question and answer, and also time afterwards for people to discuss and mingle and consider this.
Thank you. Spoon, anything you wanted to add?
Well, only that I thought it very appropriate that Tony had concluded by saying that when he heard new information, he was rethinking his position or a lot about how he was thinking about it, and that underscores my whole thing about participation and being informed, because it's not just being there, but it's being able to make an informed decision, and that is an area that needs a lot of improvement in our town and our democracy.
Thank you, Spoon. I think my takeaway for today is, if you are a Brattleboro voter and you're sitting with this question, stay with our current system, say say yes to exploring a mayoral system. If you have questions, that is appropriate because this is an evolving conversation. As Spoon pointed out, there's a lot of different structures that we could be using. And so I hope many people show up to this forum over the weekend. So if they have questions, they can ask them directly before the March 3rd vote. Thank you for joining us today. This has been an episode of BCTV Open Studio. I am Olga Peters, Randy Holhut also from the Commons, and thank you Tony Duncan and Spoon Agave for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
morning, and welcome to another early morning edition of Montpelier Connection. I'm here at the State House with State Representative Emily Kornheiser from Brattleboro.
Hi, Mike.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And thanks for taking the time so early in the day to help give another report to the people back home on our work here at the State House.
Absolutely, that's when we have time for these things.
Yeah, you bet. First of all, I want to again thank you for your service and the good work you've brought to our caucus and to Brattleboro.
Thanks.
We're well served, and we have, I feel, a really good delegation, and you've been a great contributor to that. That was really evident before we even started the session this year with what was happening at the Brattleboro retreat, and I feel like the caucus really came together and stepped up. And we know that there are issues at the retreat that need to be addressed, but we also know that we need the retreat, and I think the caucus realized that. And bigger picture, we're talking about systems before. I think what it holds up is that I don't think there's a hospital in Vermont that isn't struggling right now for various reasons, and that's a systemic change that we need to do. And the other thing we're talking about is the challenge in working with Governor Scott right now is not recognizing that our hospitals are in trouble, and we can't just keep nibbling around the edges, and we need for something to happen, or else those big systems are not going to be there when we need them.
Exactly. I mean, so much, I think the retreat also really is a great example of how when the state contracts services that are sort of essential government services, we need to be funding them and regulating them adequately so that they can be thriving systems in and of themselves to serve Vermonters. And that's a challenge that we see sort of across the board with our healthcare and social services.
Basic services,
yes.
Whether it's health care, child care, elder care, care for the disabled. These are systems that are all struggling.
Absolutely. Or even last night I went to Vermont Digger, did an event about transparency in government. And there was a member of the administration there, and she was saying, like, yes, we're in full support of transparency and open records and all of that, but if each division of state government isn't funded to actually take the time to be pulling records and sharing them, it can't happen.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation too, given what's happening nationally with the lack of transparency and really undercutting trust in any of our institutions. So it's up to us on the state level to help people see that it can work here in Vermont much better than it does on the national level. A couple of the things we've been working on, many of us have been concerned that we have an economy that is not working for everyone, and especially people at the lower level have been challenged. There's a lot of people who work full-time plus, and still can't make ends meet, and I think that was the impetus behind our push to raise the minimum wage, because it does push everything up. The governor didn't agree, and even though there was a recent article in the magazine The Economist showing how Vermont's wages have been lagging behind the rest of the country, here was an opportunity for us to do something, and the governor said, no, we're not going to help the economy. We're not going to help those wage earners. These are hardworking people, majority of them women. Thoughts on that?
We definitely have a wage problem in Vermont, and it's not working for all of us. It's one of the major reasons I ran for office, and it's the reason I wanted to be on the Commerce and Economic Development Committee, because I think so much of the rest of what we do in Vermont, whether that is being able to attend town meeting or volunteer or spend time with family in the outdoors, is dependent on people being able to make it work economically. And so the minimum wage that we voted on was really already a compromise. It was sort of some slow, steady steps, $1 a year to bring us up to something around $12 an hour within a couple of years. And when the governor vetoed that, I was just left wondering, okay, so what is your strategy? What is your strategy in a state that really, I think, is doing a pretty good job acknowledging that it's not working for everyone and that people are really struggling? The data in the Economist article there's some questions about it, whether or not our wages really are
lagging behind all other states. We know the recession didn't hit us that hard, and that's partly because Vermont's sort of in a perpetual recession. But it's definitely, I think, a crisis level here in some ways. And so I remember when we heard the governor's budget address, feels like years ago, but I think that was just a few weeks ago, yeah. I was really struck by what, in the context of a speech, sounds like these big banner policies, investing in after school and workforce training and apprenticeships. But when we peel back the onion that is a speech and look at sort of the spreadsheet that is the recommended budget, which is what my committee's been looking at this week, what we see are these tiny little incremental changes that are nibbling around the edges, and I don't think are enough to really take Vermont's economy to a level that's going to work for all of us.
No, and that's the challenge. There has been the same stratification of the economy in Vermont as the rest of the nation has seen, and that's where our concern is, that we want the economy to work for everyone, not just a select few.
Yeah.
And that's not our reality here.
No. And I don't want to say that I think that $12 an hour works for anyone. I think that's a challenging part of this conversation, that's still not a living wage. But what I think is that it sets a bare minimum of ethical business practices, saying that as a government we are sort of holding our economy responsible for this idea that if one works, there's a bare minimum that a person is due for their time and labor.
You bet. Yeah. One would hope that these are concerns that could be addressed nationally, but it's not happening, so it's up to the states. And some people are saying what New York has done is something we should look at as well, and I agree, especially for tipped wage earners. They have created geographic zones, whereas in New York City now, a tipped worker can earn $15 an hour, and in other parts of the state that aren't as economically lucrative, it'll be $11 an hour. But when you put that together, that helps.
It does help. I worry about, we talk about systems like that in a few different places, about sort of Chittenden County and the rest of the state as a way of, we have something called labor market areas. That's a big part of a lot of our economic development strategies. And in the context of Windham County, I worry about those because our wages might be well below what wages look like in Chittenden, but our costs are almost the same. I mean, our housing costs are really almost on par with Chittenden. And so I worry about when we sort of look at rural versus urban rather than the cost of living for some of that stuff.
Yeah, that is important. And, we're in one of those housing areas where basically there are no vacancies. There's a high level of home ownership, but for people who are just starting out and can't buy a home.
Or people who might never be able to buy a home.
That's right, that rental market gets squeezed even more. So you're on the Economic Development, Commerce Committee. What are some of the other things that are being worked on?
I'm really excited about what we're doing this year. Last year was my first year. I felt like I spent most of my time trying to understand what the groundwork is for sort of what traditional economic development strategies have been in Vermont, which is sort of a package of incentives, a little bit of technical assistance, some training funds, and to sort of see what accountability would look like for those mechanisms. And then this year I feel like we're really jumping into some transformative change in our committee, which is exciting. We've heard a lot of research from economists really across the spectrum. We had a sort of really far-right libertarian economist from George Mason University come up and testify with us. We have our auditor, Doug Hoffer, who is really as far left as I think you get in state government, and then our Joint Fiscal Office, which sort of has a neutral position on things. And talking to us about what effective economic development strategies look like. And what we're learning is that, and what economic development research has said for decades, is that these sort of one-off incentives to business, which sort of prioritize one business over another, is not the way to get it done. It becomes a race to the bottom. And we know that already, right? And the Amazon situation in New York City, if anyone, I don't know if you followed that, was really sort of a nice proof of concept that businesses don't make decisions about growth based on just one factor.
Yeah.
And so the factors that help businesses make decisions about where they're going to locate and where they're going to grow are sort of issues of human capital, mostly social capital and infrastructure. And so if we look at the landscape of Vermont and what we have for those things, that means investing in our workforce in a really phenomenal way. It means making sure that people have access to training, to school, and in a way that's sustainable for them.
Mm-hmm.
It means that folks are able to get to work, whether that is around transportation or childcare. And it means that we have infrastructure that's sustainable for people. So that's investing in the green economy, for making sure that businesses have sort of the electricity and heating and all of that they need, as well as broadband.
Yeah.
And so I think my committee, and it's sort of a funny week right in the middle, anything could go in any direction right now, so I don't want to make any promises.
Yeah.
But what it feels like is we're looking at big systemic change for the first time, and we're saying, what would happen if we invest deeply in student loan debt so that people can be in Vermont and either seek more education or come here already educated and be able to have their incomes go directly back to them rather than off to student loan servicers and wherever they are. I think mine is in Virginia. And so that's really exciting, and we're working really closely with VSEC on that. And then looking at the childcare workforce, because we know that an educated childcare workforce will educate our children better. And those children will then become a better future workforce, as well as the parents of those children will then be better able to work. And so we really, by investing in the childcare workforce, we can raise the wages and raise the education level of a primarily working class female population, which feels really transformational to me.
Mm-hmm.
And we can make sure that all parents are able to get into the workforce in a sustainable way because their childcare costs are low enough
Or
and
stay
there's
in the
enough
workforce.
access to childcare. Exactly, or stay in the workforce.
Yeah.
So that feels like a really other very transformational investment, and I'm excited about it.
So here's a question
Yeah.
that I've been asking other people, and it's about process here. Since Governor Scott came in, his modus operandi of the administration is to stay back and then come in at the end of a process rather than be participating in it. And a good example is the Energy and Technology Committee has been working for 6 weeks on the Global Warming Solutions Act.
Yeah. I think we're going to vote on that this week, right?
We are.
Yeah.
They get ready to vote it out of committee, and the administration shows up with a complete rewrite of the bill. 6 weeks after they started.
Yeah.
And the committee's response was, where have you been? Is the administration in the room participating in the process with you here?
It actually is. So my committee is in a particular situation, I think, given the Democratic majority that we have. So I have a Republican chair.
The Republican chair.
And who is a gracious, kind man who really works so hard to develop all of our leadership and listens very deeply.
One of the best guys in the building.
He really is, yeah.
Mike Marcotte.
Yeah. So our chair, Marcotte, I think brings more of the perspective of the administration on a daily basis. He often doesn't agree with it, but he's aware of it, which is helpful. And then a lot of our strategies, because so much of what we do in committee is building on sort of existing programs in state government, we often are starting from where the administration wants to start and then pivoting from there. And I think in some ways that's an easier way to do it. So we have folks from the Department of Labor and folks from the Agency of Commerce and Community Development sitting in committee all day, every day. We started from where they wanted to start, and then we have really pretty seriously pivoted to investing in people as our strategy for the year.
Well,
who knows what will happen, though? Who knows what will happen?
That sounds hopeful, though.
Yeah.
And
and it means also that when things come out of my committee, even if they're not going to be bipartisan or nonpartisan votes on the floor, there tends to not be a lot of political theater about them because of sort of the bipartisan nature of my committee.
Yeah, and I think that's helpful. Most committees do work that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
We work in a tripartisan way. And it's helpful because we can get things done without the rancor that you see in Washington. A couple minutes left. Wonder if you want to mention something you've been working really hard on, especially in the last couple of weeks. And there's been an effort in Brattleboro to give the vote to 16 and 17-year-olds for local elections. I think you've been building a lot of support for it. There's a little pushback. How are you feeling about that?
I'm really excited. You know, I knew the youth that were working on that charter change effort, and it was so incredible to see so many years of youth activism play out in our town with the vote by Australian ballot, and to see that pass. And then coming into the legislature.
Passed very strongly, didn't it?
Passed very strongly, yeah. And so it was funny coming into the legislature and not realizing I haven't ever been serving in town government. And so I didn't realize that charter changes act just like any other bill. My perspective is if a town wants to do something, more power to them, go do it. But that's not the case with all of our colleagues. It's a real sort of philosophical divide, I think. And so in my first year, we put through the charter change. I figured the committee would push it through, it would come to the floor, and everything would be fine. And so near the end of the year, I realized that's not true. Montpelier had a charter change around non-citizen voting that became quite controversial. And so I think that folks were a little shy about putting through our charter change right after.
I think it got in the way of any progress there.
Absolutely. And so this year, I went to the speaker and said, hey, how do I get this thing out of committee? Because my community worked very hard on this, and these kids need to see that democracy works. They're not really kids anymore. I guess they're all, over 18 at this point. Yes, and so I'm hopeful that we're going to vote on it sometime next week. And it seems like most people in the building. I've certainly had some people say, I don't want that to happen in my town, but if your town wants to do that, go for it. Yeah.
I've heard a lot of support, and I've been part of counting votes for that. And a lot of support from people who think, if we want to create the habit of voting, we need to let kids start doing it younger.
That's exactly what I've been telling people, that if folks are sort of practicing democracy when they're 16 and 17, when they're still in school and they're still with their families, it makes it really easier to form those habits.
The car companies know this.
Absolutely.
They know, get people early. What I've also been hearing, though, is I'm not so sure about that, but if that's what the town wants, we should do it. And then there are some people who are saying, well, these aren't property taxpayers, so they shouldn't be voting on something that affects property taxes, which I think they are. I think we all pay property taxes.
I agree. That's another really interesting philosophical divide in this building, is people who think that only homeowners pay property taxes, and people realize that everyone pays property taxes.
Everybody does. So thank you. You've been doing some great work on that, and people back home should know you've been pushing hard on this. So
thanks, Mike, and thanks for all your support on the committee on it.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing, and if we want a thriving democracy, we need to instill that in our kids too. So thank you for taking the time early in the morning here. Thanks for all your work, and thank you to all the people back at BCTV for helping make our work more easily accessible for the people back home. I know it seems far away, Montpelier sometimes, even though it's not. So if you want to come visit, please do.
Beautiful drive up the highway. Just the most beautiful.
It really is. So until next time, take care. Bye-bye now.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Randy Holhut from the Commons, and tonight, in conjunction with BCTV, we present this forum for candidates for the Brattleboro Select Board. There are 3 candidates running for the 3-year seat on the board. Elizabeth McLaughlin, who currently holds a 1-year seat on the board, Ricky Rosati, a town meeting member from District 3, and the incumbent David Scholes. There are 5 candidates running for the 2 1-year seats on the board. Kurt Dimes, a town meeting member and director of Brattleboro Common Sense. Ian Goodnow, who's currently clerking at Costello, Valenti, and Gentry in preparation for a legal career. Good luck. Oscar Heller, who ran last year as for the Select Board and is chair of the Town Energy Committee still. Okay. And the incumbent, Daniel Quip, and Mix Rosati, who is also running for the 1-year seat. Take your pick, or both. So here's the format for tonight's forum. Our panelists are Olga Peters.
I'm running for 2 seats.
Yes, the 3-year and the 2-year. I did say that. Okay. Our panelists tonight are Olga Peters, senior reporter at the Commons, Abby Manunkin from 350 Brattleboro, and Kate Anderson, who's the former chair of the Town Arts Committee. They'll each ask 1 question of the entire panel. Panelists will have 2 minutes to answer. And after that, we'll take questions from the audience. You'll get your chance to say. And then at the end, there'll be a 2-minute closing statement from each of the candidates. So we'll first begin with Abby, and you get the first question. Directed to the entire board.
Okay. Thanks for having me. It's good to be here. Climate change is not a future concern for other people to confront. It is here and now. It is an existential threat. And it is of great concern to many, and I dare say most, people in our community. And yet it doesn't affect all people equally. Instead, it disproportionately impacts marginalized communities, including people of color, poor people, as we saw all too well in Tropical Storm Irene and the mobile home communities, and our youth, who will bear a greater burden in the future. This is a global issue, and yet we have a moral responsibility to take local action. What concrete actions will you take on the Select Board? And this is in terms of planning, development, infrastructure, services such as transportation, to decrease our reliance on fossil fuels and build resilience here in Brattleboro.
And we'll begin with Mix Rosati.
I like to go last because I like to hear everyone else's ideas and see what I have to offer that's different. But I'm pretty sure from when I've listened to their campaign so far concerning like that same issue is that none of them have brought up the idea of having our own municipal currency to fund advancing both sustainable technologies and reparations for people, because last I checked, the Federal Reparations Committee is a bunch of white people, and I think they all vote very Republican from last time I checked, so I really don't trust that there's going to be any progress in our lifetime with that system, which is part of why I'm also not seated in front of the American or state flag.
Ian?
Yeah. So I think the first step towards that was the sustainability coordinator, and I really supported that move by the Select Board in the town of Brattleboro. That will help us to coordinate and move forward in a direction that is sustainable for Brattleboro and sustainable for Vermont. It's a difficult question because it is global, but I think that there are some concrete things that we could do, like making the busing more accessible that takes us around Brattleboro, making bike lanes safer and pedestrian walkways safer, to encourage people not to drive in town and to get people using modes of transit that are more sustainable. And then I think also how we heat and the energy we use for our public buildings needs to change.
Elizabeth?
At the time the sustainability coordinator was being considered, I wanted to make sure that the energy audit that was performed for the town was enacted, and we had spent over $1 million on energy coordinating items. Once the sustainability coordinator was voted in, I was on the selection committee, and I was happy to find such an excellent candidate. I'm looking forward to working with him. We've already discussed at the select board an initiative to have buses used not just for people who may not have automobiles, but people who want to use the buses for sustainability purposes as a climate change initiative. I also note that the housing and the planning, that we have made donations from the town budget for Red Clover Commons to get that item out of the floodway. And similarly, the planning department is working with Tri-Park to get any areas that are in the floodway out for that housing. And there are many housing initiatives that the select board is working on at the present time. So I just want to mention that the Energy Committee and the Sustainability Coordinator will be working on numerous items, including coordinating with CEON and other sustainability organizations in Brattleboro.
Great.
Hi, everybody. Please excuse me if I'm nervous. I wouldn't want to think that I come to the select board with an entire ironed out agenda for the climate. But I'm a member of Brattleboro Common Sense, which has promoted an emergency declaration here in town. And part of that is a provision for frequent monthly meetings at which people can promote their own ideas to the town, and under which the select board would then make emergency ordinances out of the suggestions of the people. We have heard since June of last year many individual proposals, and too many to list. But among them are hitchhiking, licensed hitchhiking as an alternative to driving. The idea being, if people share their transportation in a good camaraderie, it would develop a good way for people to know each other, share a ride, meet a friend, and it would also reduce the use of fossil fuels. Such a system is already, or has been in effect in Czechoslovakia, and it works great. With the use of cell phones, people could record their location and the identities of people involved and make it very safe. Also, we're surveying the people who live in the floodplains to find out what they want, and we hope to institute something according to the results of that survey.
David?
There are a lot of things we could do. I think one of the first things the town should do, the select board should do, is have a look at the state plan for Putney Road. Right now, there's a multi-year plan. It's a few years in the future, but a multi-year plan to put in a series of rotaries and to increase traffic flow. And it's been shown over and over and over again, particularly in concentrated areas, that when you increase traffic flow, you increase traffic. So we're actually going in a direction that doesn't support any of our energy or climate goals if we go ahead with that state project. I think in terms of housing, there are a lot of older homes in this community. A lot of them are elderly people live in them. They would like to, they might want or might consider turning those into multi-unit residences, but they don't have the resources. The town could put together a loan and grant program to help with that process, and the sustainability coordinator could help negotiate the variety of different arrangements that people might want to make with in terms of opening their homes up to other people. I think if the town moves forward with a fiber optic internet or telecommunications network, it'll reduce the need for people to drive to the doctor. They can be diagnosed from home. The quality of resolution is extraordinary, and it's widely in use all over the country. That would be one of the many things that people could avoid traveling for if we had a really high resolution internet connection. I think we should continue to do and extend the energy upgrades, and like someone else said, change the energy source for the town buildings. It took I worked for 2 years to get a majority of the select board to agree to support energy audits, and now they're done, and we've done a lot of upgrades in town buildings, and there's plenty to do. It takes an investment and it takes a will to do it, but it's the only thing we can invest in where we actually get a return on that investment. Everything else we just spend. If it's a road, a sidewalk, a boiler, you just spend. But for energy investments, you get a return on it. All done? 30 seconds. Thank you.
2 minutes can go fast sometimes. Oscar.
Yeah, so there's obviously a lot to talk about here. As the chair of the Energy Committee, this is a big part of what I think about and what I'm working on during the year. I agree that the new sustainability coordinator is going to be sort of the linchpin for the town's strategy moving forward. It's really great to have him on board. I don't know if he's said his name yet, Stephen Dotson. He started at the beginning of this month. If you have a chance, you should talk to him. He's really sharp. So there's sort of two things. One is what's in the town's direct control. And I would say we've actually done a really good job on municipal operations. The energy audit Elizabeth was talking about, all sorts of other projects. The town's been really receptive. I think we're moving in a great direction. The other half of that is what the town can't so easily touch, and it's the bulk of our fossil fuel use, which is transportation and heating in people's private homes and businesses. And that's a lot harder for the select board to have an effect on. There are a bunch of things we can do, but something I want to talk about really quickly that David touched on is density in terms of development and planning. That's something the town can have an effect on. The more dense you make your town in terms of, apartment buildings instead of lonely houses at the edge of town up on a hill, it's almost a silver bullet. There are so many benefits. It's easier to heat because it's multiple units inside a single building. It's more walkable. Public transit becomes more of an actual option because people are more concentrated. And the climate benefits, you have more open land, which is useful for carbon sequestration, which is useful for growing food. So density is something I want to talk about a lot in this coming year.
And Daniel.
Thank you. It's a really good question, Abby. The part that I heard you mention was about climate justice and about equity. All of my colleagues here have mentioned good practical ideas. When I was, as part of this board in this last year, I voted in favor of the sustainability coordinator and against the climate emergency declaration, which might seem to be contradictory positions, but the sustainability coordinator is a concrete action that we've taken and that will yield results for the town through collaboration, through reviving our energy committee, and through making connections in the community with folks that are directly impacted by climate change. I think that we have a long way to go in this state as a whole in terms of making sure that the impacts of climate change do not fall on the most vulnerable communities. We have a large number of people who are unstably housed in this community. Right now, those people experience climate change impacts today. And so one of the things that this board can do next year and moving forward is to make sure that we end homelessness in Brattleboro.
All right, for our next question, Kate Anderson.
First, I want to thank the Commons and BCTV for the opportunity to ask some questions. And my questions will center on the arts. As a select board member, your leadership will be asked to apply best reasoning to problem solving, fixing, addressing, guiding, and approving various measures to safeguard the already good and to improve what needs improving. You will be an integral part of the governing of this community. Our Brattleboro 2018 town plan states, "The arts are essential, not only in their contribution to our quality of life, but also in their enrichment of our cultural engagement. Arts and cultural experience can play an important role in bridging differences between people." My question to you, think as an artist. think and imagine a Brattleboro that thrives and is dynamic in its use of its resources, people, place, and things. What does that quality of life picture look like?
And then continuing the counterclockwise theme, you're up, Ian.
Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that. Great. Wow, what a great question. So my fiance, Ruth, is an artist, and I think about art and Brattleboro and how being an artist, how that all exists together. It's one of the reasons that we moved here, because there were so many incredible opportunities and funds available. But as I reflect on what's missing, Ruth and I had to set up a studio in our apartment for her and take up a lot of our space because we couldn't afford anything, any kind of studio space to rent outside of our apartment. And there's a lot of equipment that she uses that we don't own, and there's no way for us to buy it right now. And I think that there's a lot of great work that can be done that isn't because the equipment isn't available. And so I think a cooperative where there is art equipment to be used for free or for a small sum of like a monthly payment would be so cool. And I'm talking about like those like crazy big, she's a fiber artist, so like the giant sewing machine robots. I'm not an artist, obviously, as you can tell. But things like that. And then also how we educate people and how we advertise the funds that we do offer, because I don't think we put it out there enough. And there are a lot of different things, and that would include the what is it? This Sunday there is the dinner that I would microloans dinner, and I will be there because she will be there. So you should be there. Thank you,
Elizabeth.
Well, I thank Kate for bringing up the town plan. I've played a major role in creating the town plan, and I agree that the arts is a large part of our community, and it's a large part of building community, which is very necessary in our town. We have a vibrant arts community and was recently funded at town meeting and through the select board, and I support that. I also know that they will be giving small grants as well as the museum is. I'm also in favor of the new plan for the museum expansion. I think it will increase school arts education. And I think that the other thing that Kate was involved in was the Arts Atlas, and I think that can be, it's still used and it can be reinvigorated. And I think one thing that the town needs is kind of a generational exchange between older and younger artists. And I think that would create not only more community, but allow the arts institutions to invigorate themselves.
Kurt?
Ms. Anderson, could we all hear the last part of your question?
Sure. Do you need the quote from the town plan or just
No.
the quote? Okay. My question to you is, think as an artist. Imagine Brattleboro that thrives and is dynamic in its use of its resources, people, place, things. What does that quality of life, referenced in the town plan picture, look like?
It is just as deadly as I thought, the question. It leads me to a precipice, a difficulty in my own philosophy, and I am reminded of the rapid transition we made from the questions about the climate emergency to the questions about art, and I would like to bring them together. I studied art as a college student. I've always wanted to be an artist since I was a kid. And now I've pretty much given up my retirement dream, and I wonder about our whole society giving up its dreams, some of its dreams, for the sake of the climate emergency. And so with respect to art, I wonder about completely transforming our concept of art and the way we treat art in the society, transforming it into something that is entirely about the climate. Because I must admit, although I always been an artist and always impressed people as an artist and used to be an artist non-professionally, now I wonder if we can afford the beautiful luxury of art. And I'm quite disturbed at these thoughts that come into me about making this terrible sacrifice. But I think maybe art should be, as our first and essential luxury, in the short term it's a luxury, and maybe we have to transform it or give it up for the sake of the climate. It's an emergency like that, I think.
David?
Kate, one of the things you didn't mention about arts is the economic importance, and I just wanted to point that out. But when you mentioned lifestyle of being an artist, and what struck me was the peacefulness of it, and the sense of being away from all of these kinds of things, and just really lit up inside, just really feeling alive and alert. And so when I think of that in a municipal context, I think about how do we give other people, everybody, those opportunities. And we have institutions like the youth theater and the music center, the public schools have good art programs, finding ways to expand access to those, make those. The school district also already uses contracts with the youth theater and the music center, and the kids are involved, but to expand that more, to make to more public access and maybe art classes at night. The museum and the new museum proposal apparently includes a lot of classroom space and open gallery space, or what would you call it, studio space. That's a possibility. The Arts Committee and the Arts Council have grant programs that are publicly funded. It's something that the community has decided to support, and the degree to which it supports it is decided by a town meeting. And so I think of the things that we're doing could all be expanded. But I think the main point is to find ways to, and those are just off the top of my head ideas. I have not thought a lot about this. But I think the key is to find ways to expand opportunities for them, to link it back to Abby's question about who gets to participate and who doesn't, and to expand those opportunities.
So if I allow myself to think as an artist and not as technically, not in terms of policy, what I picture is, I think, a combination of four things. And to go back to your other point, two of them I think we have and we need to protect, and two of them we really need to develop. The two that I think we have are a beautiful setting in the natural world compared to other places I've lived, cities. It's a night and day difference. That's one of the things I see when I look 20 years into the future. Brattleboro needs to never give that up, and it's something that needs to be constantly defended. The other thing that I think we have a good amount of is art. There's a great artistic community here. There's a music scene that is pretty healthy for a town this size. I would like to see more. When I think of an arts town, I picture Northampton with the different colored painted crosswalks and the more visible displays of public art. I would love to see us rise to that level. That's a really appealing image to me. And then the two things that I think are missing, one of them is diversity, which I know is something we think about a lot, but it's still a real problem. It's a problem for Vermont. It's a problem for Brattleboro. And I think we need to find more ways to be welcoming and encouraging for people to move here. I've seen ideas about encouraging international immigration to Vermont that I think are really exciting and would only help our community. And the final piece of the puzzle is that I would like to see us push forward on technology. I would love to see a successful municipal broadband program, but I'd love to see solar panels on more rooftops. I think those, in their own way, in terms of what they mean, are just as beautiful as an art installation. I think technology can be beautiful in that way too. So that's what I see.
Daniel?
Thanks. Thanks for the question, Kate. I'm the husband of an artist and also somebody that works at our museum and art center. And so I have a little bit of insight into what it's like to be an artist in this community. One of the things that I know from young artists is that many of them can't afford to rent studio space here or find a place to live that's affordable for them. They also, struggle to find jobs that pay them enough for them to, have that lifestyle. So I think that, we shouldn't view the arts as a luxury. The arts are essential for us to understand our world, and they're one of the ways in which we critique the world that we currently have and invent new ones. I think we need to have a town where everyone can thrive, that's affordable, and we need to have a town that is not limiting the opportunities for young people here. We've got some demographic challenges. We have some challenges with the developments at Marlborough. Many of the folks from that community are struggling to stay here. I supported the creation of the Town Arts Fund at town meeting, and during my work on the board this year, we were involved in kind of taking a look at the proposals that the Windham County Arts Committee was coming up with, and I think that those people who are intimately involved in the arts in this community are the ones that are best placed to advise on that. I think that the board's role can be, making sure that funds are available, making sure that zoning is done in such a way that we are not, pricing people out, excluding people from being able to live in this wonderful town.
And Ricky.
I want to start with a question to the Commons. I had called and asked for there to be a information reprint about how this is my second year running, and they printed that this is only my first year. Do you know if that was done or not?
That is actually a question for the editors. Because that's a decision the editors make, not a report.
They just never got back to me, so I would appreciate.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that's not your fault. It's their responsibility. So to answer the question, then, I think everyone is born an artist, and I want to encourage us all to continue embracing that part of us and never let that go. And ways of doing that are, I think, through real democracy. Art is expressing ourselves, and we don't have a real democracy here. And so not only should we include 14-year-olds, which is the age when they can start working, but we should give them civil voting classes, like to help them maybe start 6th grade elementary school, to encourage them to practice actually voting. And until they become a voting age, what I did propose to the different high schools and elementary schools around here is that they send the select board pictures of what they want government to do, so that their voice is seen and heard here. And the walls here are very white and blank, and we could have a continuing rotating gallery space here, and that would be beautiful.
Okay, and next question to Olga Peters.
Thank you, Randy.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Could I suggest, because I heard a couple of answers from my colleagues that I didn't have even a second to digest. Could we have just 5 seconds between questions?
We have a lot of candidates up here and a lot of
just 5 seconds. There's usually, yeah, because David said something and I hardly understood it, and then the next question started already. I think it really helps.
Olga.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. In preparing for this forum, I had a conversation with a number of folks from different parts of the community. And it was interesting, in the conversations I had with folks from the business community, they a theme emerged where many of them said, we feel like the town asks a lot of us. The 1% option tax, providing jobs, raising wages, those sorts of things. And yet they didn't always feel like that was reciprocated, that what was asked was not always given back. And so part of the question for you all tonight is, do you see the select board, it's kind of two-part, yes, no, and then answer. Do you see a role for the select board in creating a business positive environment? And if so, what is that role?
And we'll begin with Elizabeth.
Okay. Thank you, Olga. There are several things that the Select Board has been and will be focused on in terms of economic development. Number one, we do give small business loans, and I know comes to mind, you know, we recently Duo changed hands, and you know, businesses are changing hands, and we have a role to play in that and encouraging. There's also the new Brattleboro marketing plan, which we just got some feedback. The Select Board did from the Love Brattleboro program that was apparently very successful. I went to the ski jump and was amazed at the crowd. It was really, there are a lot of people coming into town. While the merchants were quite concerned about the 1%, but gosh, I remember Wendy's comment at town meeting as being so spot on, because really people don't make purchasing decisions based on one more penny of tax. And in turn, what the focus of the 1% tax was to offset the increase of the property tax on the middle class. So in terms of keeping a vibrant economic life and having people shop downtown, the 1% helps in a myriad of ways, and it actually has increased the money that we raised from what was anticipated. So there are many things that the town and the Select Board does to affect the economic climate.
Kurt?
Of course, the Select Board has a role. I think the role of the Select Board is grossly misunderstood by the public. The public makes many demands on the Select Board, which do not indicate that they understand, that people understand the laws of the town, the charter. The town charter is your handbook for running a town. I wonder how many people, can we see a show of hands, how many people have read the charter?
I feel weird.
So when people come to the board and they say, hey, do this for the town, do this for business, do this for the arts community, they're often overlooking the bounds that the Select Board is supposed to operate under. And I think if the Select Board does the good job of simply making the town's public services run properly, it creates the kind of environment where people will shop downtown and make a healthy business environment. I mean, particularly, you know, keeping the town clean, that kind of thing is part of the regular day-to-day operations of the town, and that's what the Select Board is assigned to do: run the day-to-day operations of the town. If you do that well, it'll work out well for the town businesses.
David?
I think the 1% tax is a good example of something that was very much great concern for downtown merchants, and it took a long time to convince the community to pass it, and then we passed it, and it's generating revenues better than expected, and there are a bunch of reasons for that. We also increase the requirements for landlords for property inspections. And in both of these things, we didn't really set up any process for seeing what the impact was. And actually, at last night's board meeting, I asked that we follow up with the downtown merchants and find out what's happened with their sales. Are they seeing a downturn? The economy has been somewhat stable through this time. Is it too soon to know? But we need to follow up and see what was the impact. Is the increase in taxes because they're selling more things, or is it because we're taxing internet sales now? Really, what's happening as a result of that? I believe we did. The town is keeping, or the building inspectors are keeping track of violations to see if the additional inspections have an effect. But one of the things we have to do is make sure that the rules and regulations that we pass are working, that they're getting done what's done. And I was frankly surprised there was pushback about following up with the merchants. I think we also need to look at ways to expand the small business loans that we make and grants. I'm on that committee. We've made a number of grants. A couple of them, unfortunately, people aren't paying back. So we have less than we had thought. We've supported the Downtown Brattleboro Association and Chamber of Commerce promotional efforts. I think we'll certainly continue to do that. I think the day jobs program that we're hoping will be implemented this spring is also going to help, because it's going to get people that need a little help, a lift up. It's going to give them an opportunity to possibly get some additional skills and be employable. So I will stop because Olga says so.
Yeah, I think there's no question that the select board has a role to play in making this a positive place for merchants, and they're obviously a very important part of the economy and the town. Elizabeth mentioned a bunch of the things that are already going on, the community marketing initiative, the revolving loan fund, and general economic development, I know, is always on the mind of the select board when they're making decisions. And I do want to say, though, that I think there's always going to be some degree of tension between taxpayers and taxes. I saw this very clearly with the landlord, the building ordinance issue. That came out to something like $4 a month per unit as extra cost to landlords, and it was still fought against really hard by a pretty determined group of landlords. So I think there always has to be a balance in this regard. Spending has to be paid for. Some of these programs go to people who don't pay a lot of taxes. Some of these programs help people who do pay a lot of taxes. For example, if you own property, you're likely to see much more of a benefit from the spending that the town does for the fire department. I think that's just a truth about how these things work. So I want to recognize that while we do ask a lot of businesses, and it would be possible to ask too much, I think right now the balance is pretty healthy. If there was an opportunity to do another 1% sales tax this year, I would vote against it. I want to give it 5 years and see where we are. But I think on the whole that was a good decision.
So mostly this week I've been working on this. Be sure the camera can see it. The state of Vermont. That's what I've been working on in my job outside of my select board role. And I think that one of the things that this town can do to have a business-friendly environment is to pay workers livable wages. I think that
what's a livable wage?
I'm not going to take questions from my fellow board members, but we can talk about it. I can provide you a report. So we need to have a town that's affordable for folks to live in. We also need to have businesses that can afford to do business here, right? So my natural side is with the workers, and on the board, I've learned that, I can collaborate with the DBA and talk to people about raising the minimum wage on the same day, okay? Because I think that being in this position, you are going to be asked to collaborate with all kinds of people, and I've shown in this year on the board that I'm capable of doing that, even though sometimes it's not naturally where I'll find myself.
Ricky?
Representatives who are advocating for less than $25 an hour minimum wage, starting wage, are not your friends. The $15 minimum wage is offensive to recommend to people. People are not going to be empowered by that and able to meet their needs. I am against raising taxes and interest rates on loans. I voted against raising the 1% sales tax because I do disagree with how the money is being spent, and I think that even though I'm totally against the entire system of taxes, what we can do is at least give the people who are being taxed enable them to vote on how their money is being spent, and not just have representatives vote for that once a year, but that should be a public domain to vote on. The charter was spoken about earlier, and that's very out of date and needs to be updated. Time.
Ian?
Can I get the end of the question read back?
Sure. So it was kind of a two-part.
Yep.
One, do you see the select board having a role in creating a business positive environment? And if you do, what is that role?
Yeah.
I'd like to take some of my time back if I have 30 seconds to add. Thank you. So I think we should also decolonize Brattleboro by reclaiming Montescok of the Sokoke St. Francis Band as being part of the larger Sokoke County of the Nation of the Missisquoi of the Abenaki Confederacy. And I've been in touch with their council members asking them to become involved with that recognition that has been denied both state and federally. It was approved once, but then rescinded in the 70s because hunters and fishermen complained that they had special hunting rights.
Yep. So yes, absolutely yes. I think the select board does have that role. I grew up in Vermont. I've spent a lot of time in a lot of other towns that do not have the type of small business growth and energy that Brattleboro does. I think we need to promote it and support it. I was in favor of the 1% local option tax. I would agree with Oscar. I wouldn't want to do it again next year. I want to see where it goes, but I think it's obviously been good for the town. I think that we have some good programs that are in the works currently. The youth services pilot jobs program this spring, I'm really excited to see where that goes. But I'll use my time to sort of touch on on one issue particularly, which I think shows where the select board can work on an issue that trickles down and affects everything. So the municipal broadband, I think it's so important for Brattleboro to make itself competitive as a town in Vermont and as a place for younger people to come and live. And that will help small businesses, that will help the business community, it will help underserved populations in Brattleboro. And I would encourage everyone to take the survey that just came out, and you can go to windhamregional.org/broadband. I've already taken it, and you should take it too. So, thank you.
Elizabeth?
Olga, could you repeat the question? Didn't I answer this?
No, that's it. No, Kurt started it.
No. I could say it again.
Okay. And now that we have the questions out of the way from the panel, now it's time for the audience to weigh in.
Randy, may I ask
Yes?
one more question before we go to, because I think it's a reporter's question that needs to be asked.
Okay. Report.
This is the reporter's question. If you are elected, have each of you looked at any conflicts of interest you might have, any other boards that you're serving on, that could either take your commitment away from the select board or be a conflict of interest with the work you do on the select board?
And we'll start with Kurt.
I am a member of Brattleboro Common Sense, Brattleboro Common Sense mission is to advance the voice of Brattleboro in the community of everyone outside Brattleboro. Our mission is to, if I can remember the exact words, increase public participation in town governance and to expand and amplify the voice of Brattleboro outside. So our mission is directly and specifically about Brattleboro and with Brattleboro's interests in mind. And I haven't received a penny of compensation anyway, so I think the matter of conflict of interest is dismissed with that detail. Today I spoke with the governor and the commissioner of the Secretary of Transportation in an attempt to advance our interests in and influence about the 3 traffic circles that are proposed, and about climate change, and a favorable new tax program that we've been researching. So BCS and my connection to it will have no conflict with my work on the board.
David?
I think, Olga, what you're asking is more conflict of duty than conflict of interest. And I don't think anybody's got a fiscal, maybe they do, I shouldn't say that. But what I'm going to respond to is conflict of duty. I am on the school board as well, and I have been on the school board for, I think, 11 years, and on this board for 7. And I've never had a situation where there was a conflict of interest. There's never been a conflict of duty. And when I first ran, a lot of people asked at that time, Annette Cappy, the town clerk, can somebody run? Can somebody be on both boards? And the answer is yes. They're separate municipalities. They're entirely separate funding mechanisms, and the taxing authority is separate. So there really is no conflict. The policies and the governance duties are completely different. And in fact, the overlap has actually been helpful, because in one really specific way, there are a number of them, but the most obvious one is that we now purchase our fuel oil collectively with the school district, so we purchase a greater amount and we get a reduced rate because of that. So it's really provided opportunity for synergies rather than conflicts.
Oscar?
Yes, I would have to resign from the Energy Committee, which is sad, but after about a year, we finally got the committee back up to full strength. I'm confident they would find a 7th member quickly and it would continue to operate very smoothly. And I don't know if I would have to, but I would probably step down from the Finance Committee, since it wouldn't really make any sense for me to be analyzing and providing oversight on a budget that I was creating. I mean, it would make it easier. And then I guess I wouldn't bid on the job if the town decided to make a new website. That would be a financial.
Daniel?
I don't think I have any conflicts of interest. I work for Sevca part-time as a crisis fuel worker. So town meeting gives money to Sevca. When I was a town meeting member, I don't know, I don't think that's a conflict. I also work for Vermont Interfaith Action as a community organizer. If we were organizing on something that directly targeted the Brattleboro Select Board, that would be a problem. So my interesting story. My boss is a state senator in Chittenden County. So she does not work on state policy through our organization, because it would be, the lines would get a little blurred. So yeah, I do the same here. It's a little smaller. I don't know. I guess that's about it. Oh, I also am the board president of the community radio station that is currently airing this because I asked them to. But not because I wanted my voice heard. I wanted as many people as possible to hear all of these voices. So,
What frequency is that?
107.7 FM, also streaming at wvew.org.
And your show is 6 to 8 Thursday night.
6 to 8 Thursday night. That's brand spanking new.
Okay.
That's about it.
Ricky?
The only conflict I can see is that if I'm elected to all the different term positions I was nominated for, then I would have to resign. And also, I'm totally accepting write-ins for District 2, 2-year term representative as well. I would have taken the opportunity to collect all of the nomination signatures for it if I had known at the time that it was opened, or it had opened after someone had resigned. But yeah. And I can be pretty transparent about how, if I am elected to all of them, I would be committed to taking the 3-year select board seat.
Yeah, this is my language. The legal field is full of conflict checks. Yeah, I'm on the board of civil authority as a justice of the peace. I don't think I've married anybody here, but maybe. And I talked to Hillary, and I would not have to resign from that, even though the select board members are also on the board of civil authority. I would take 2 seats, but I probably wouldn't resign because I really, really, really like marrying people. And then I'm the alternate on the developmental review board, and I don't think that would be a conflict either, but that one I haven't talked to Hillary about. The more confusing one would be with my legal work. If my firm were to be involved in anything, that would be a little bit more complicated, but that would have to be a case by case.
Elizabeth.
I was very happy when I was elected to the select board last year, and I got to resign as chair of the planning commission, as a member of the finance committee, as a Wyndham regional commissioner, and a member of the skate park committee. And I resigned those knowing that I had done good contributing work on all of them. So I'm happy to concentrate all my efforts as a select board member, and I couldn't imagine dividing my time in that way. And I'm devoting my public service to the select board.
Now it's time for the public. And using the moderator's prerogative, and also because I noticed that she's got some questions ready, I'll let my former colleague Wendy Levy have the first question from the audience. Anyone else who wants to follow, just line up behind her.
Thanks, Rudy. Hi there, I'm Wendy Levy. I live in District 1. This question is for all of the candidates. If you could make only one change to the proposed FY21 budget, what would it be?
We'll begin with David.
Wow, that's a great question.
I have more.
Just kidding. Can I take 2 minutes to think about it?
No.
I definitely want to think about what would be the primary thing. I think,
Well, isn't only 5% of it going to human services?
Will you take this thing?
While you're target dating, we'll let Oscar take a swing at it.
No, I'm kind of ready. I think I would expand the budget for the human resources and the sustainability coordinator. I think the 2 major issues that the town faces are lack of diversity in the workforce, and the other is housing. And I think the sustainability coordinator, as he begins his work and researches the needs and finds out what really is keeping Brattleboro from being sustainable for many of the residents, is lack of affordable housing. So I would want there to be adequate resources to research that and start to develop solutions.
Well, I feel kind of lucky because I've spent the last 2 months basically going over the budget line by line with the finance committee. I still don't really have a good answer. I know that There was nothing in the expenditures that stood out as something I definitely wanted to cut. So I think if I could choose, it would probably, from the conversations I've had, I think I would increase the funding for the Arts Fund. They've gotten a ton of applications. I think there's huge potential for, like I was talking about before, for a greater presence of art and supporting the artistic community in Brattleboro to be something that ripples out in a way that draws people in, that isn't just money that's going to support artists and provide art for us to look at as members of the community, but it's also something that has this larger effect. But really, I don't think I would cut or add anything.
Daniel?
Let's see. So we worked on the budget over 10 meetings, I think. It was a long haul. It was my first time doing it. I'm glad to have done it, and I hope to do it again next year if re-elected. The answer to this question is actually one that we already did make a change on. It was the non-union pay equity review, where we made a decision to compensate town staff who are not part of unions using a step system that took into account the complexity of their job, the responsibility that they have. And if I don't get re-elected, I'm going to be really happy that I did that work this year, and I can rest easy knowing that I had an impact on the people of our town that's going to benefit our town as well, because when workers have more money in their back pockets, it's good for our local economy. Quick answer to the actual question though, Project CARE is a really great partnership between the police department and numerous organizations that are helping people with a harm reduction focus getting into treatment when they're ready for it. We funded it for $16,000 this year, and we increased the pay from the proposed 12, whatever it was, to $15 an hour for the recovery coaches. If you think about the work that a recovery coach is doing when they're meeting with somebody that has recently overdosed, I think that if this program proves to be effective, we can consider looking at that again and seeing whether or not $15 for that hour's worth of work is an adequate remuneration. I can never say that word.
Ricky?
So, did I hear you correctly that you said...
One budget item.
Please let me finish.
Okay,
I was trying to say, did I hear you correctly, Daniel, when you were saying that you were proud of raising the wage of non-union members?
Yes.
Well, then my one line would be to have equal wage of the union members.
Yeah, Daniel, you did two. You stole mine. What's that about? Yeah, it's Project CARE. I think the 16,000 was, as I understand it, kind of the minimal, the amount they sort of need to get it started. I think it's such a great program, and it's the type of fiscal spending that I can really get behind. It's investing in our future. It's investing in issues that are directly impacting a lot of people, and I think I would have liked to have seen it be a little higher.
Elizabeth?
Well, of course I agree with Daniel that the overall thrust of our work on the budget this year was fair pay, both union and non-union, and so I wouldn't change that. I'm very happy with that outcome. Another possibility for change is to allow for a reduction in taxes, again, because a benefit of lower taxes is a boon to the overall economy. I'm also very pleased with the day labor program, but I think it's a toss-up between Project CARE and Human Services, because the opioid crisis and the homelessness in Brattleboro is a concern to us all. It's something that requires a community focus, and both of those items benefit from the fact that the town's goal is to leverage working with nonprofits to have a cost-effective way to really have solutions for the people in our town that are different from the day-to-day operations of the town. This consortium, and Project CARE is a perfect example, is a way that we can all collaborate on a town crisis with a moderate expense.
And Kurt.
I'm disappointed that the budget does not have any new provisions relevant to climate change and the emergency. The board has not taken the emergency seriously in the past year. There have been no proposals. The sustainability coordinator was started under different names by Swoon Agave, who is one of our directors, especially by Tim Stevenson as the director of Post Oil 10 years ago. And it was brought by petition by Brattleboro Common Sense to the town last March. But there was an opportunity to do something in the budget and nothing materialized. So I think we should begin to seriously fund an emergency preparedness fund, and we could do that perhaps by cutting the, you want one item, the fire engine. That's $500,000. That ought to go to emergency preparedness.
Say it does.
Any clarification, was the question, Olga, what would we, or what would,
Wendy.
oh, Wendy, sorry. Was it, what would we add to the budget?
No.
Oh, because I was talking about,
Change.
oh, the change would be to add, was what I said I would
magical
change it
revenue
to
line would be
expand human services.
Sure.
And, yeah, great.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robin Flatley. I've lived in Brattleboro since 1992, and my concern is 5G. I believe that 5G should be in the climate change concerns because the energy coming from small cell arrays is 24/7. It's not something that is going to be happening only a certain portion of time. So if we have it as Wi-Fi just floating through the air, it's going to desiccate all the bugs. It's going to do really powerful things that you may not think are important. But once it starts happening, it's going to be very important. So I'm hoping that we will consider 5G, and I'd love to know where you all will stand. Now, I also know that the person standing behind me wants to talk about 5G, and she's got a baby in her arms. And so I know time is sensitive, so I would like her to come forward with her concern.
It is somewhat bonded with your question, I guess. Hi, my name's Nikki. My husband and I, along with our 2 small children, just moved here from Boston 2 years ago. When I tell locals just that, a lot of people look shocked and they want to know why I came here. I recognize now that what this community needs is more young families to move here like myself. So maybe I have a little insight. I can say the number one thing that caught my eye when I was researching different areas was the healthy living and general lifestyle. The air even feels cleaner than where I came from. So while break-ins and the drug problems are relatively small town feel like are very big issues, coming from Boston, I know that these issues are everywhere, and all we can do about this is really work together and come together on that. What really concerns me is the 5G implementation with lack of evidence for safety. I was hoping that this would be exactly the type of thing that Brattleboro and Vermont in general would hold off on, especially with mounting concerns for a lack of health and safety testing. And instead we now have a new 5G going in right next to the elementary school right down the street from my house. I can brag to my young friends and all my followers about the amazing access to farm fresh food, farmers market, amazing community, and network for moms, but I think that this general lack of concern for implementation of 5G will set us back significantly in our ability to get more young families to move out here. Nothing made me move on to the next area when I was looking at houses like this kind of old way of thinking, not acknowledging that new technologies need to higher safety standards, proper due diligence. We need to protect our air and water, but with new technologies coming our way, we also need to recognize that there's more to protect here. We need to maintain our personal right to opt out. I love Brattleboro. I really want to stay. I want to continue to grow our family and have our roots be here. But this 5G is so close to my house, close to my family that I moved here to protect. So I want to know, how will you protect our rights? And exactly where do you stand on 5G? Sorry, it was a little long.
Okay. Oscar?
Thanks, Robin and Nikki. So I am a layperson on this issue. I have done what I think is the responsible thing to do, which is do my research, take it seriously, and apply the best thinking I'm capable of to it. And after doing that, the conclusion I've reached is that I don't see evidence that 5G is a significant danger. There are studies that say it is. There are studies that say it isn't. The ones that say it is a danger mostly focus on evidence of secondary effects like increased surface skin temperature and oxidative damage to cells, which are all things that sound very frightening, may be very frightening, and may lead to secondary health concerns for sure. But with every technology, with everything we do, come dangers. The car exhaust you breathe in, the processed food you eat, the unprocessed food you eat, regular Wi-Fi, power lines, there is always some downside. And I think that based on the best work I can do on the subject, I don't think that this rises to the level of a serious danger. And for that reason, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but, well, I wouldn't be happy, but but yeah, that's where I stand right now. I don't think it's significantly dangerous, and I don't oppose it. And I also think that these new technologies are often very important for moving forward economically, in terms of equity, in terms of access to information. So that's where I stand right now.
So during my year on the select board, we've had a number of comments about the rollout of 5G wireless technology, specifically in Brattleboro. I mean, this is a thing that's happening all over the globe. One of the ways that I've tried to conduct myself on this board is serious, thoughtful, and hardworking. And those of you that know me and those of you that worked alongside me, I think would agree that that's how I have conducted myself. When it came to 5G, I met with a couple of people that were concerned about potential health impacts. I listened to what they had to say. I read the material that they provided for me. I, like Oscar, did my own research. And you know, I think one of the challenging things about living in this moment is that we have a great deal of information at our fingertips. We can go online and search for whatever we want. And sometimes it's hard to differentiate between what is reliable and what's not reliable. To the best of my ability, I've done that research. I've looked in places where I believe there is credible information to be found. And it does not seem to me that there is a significant health risk that the Brattleboro Select Board should be stepping in to take action on. Furthermore, this is sort of one of the, I think we often have these sort of global concerns coming to us here. And where else should they go? We're your local representatives on this level, so that's fine. But the Brattleboro Select Board, doesn't have a whole lot of levers it can pull in terms of, preventing a rollout of this wireless technology. And if I'm re-elected, I'll keep an open mind. But right now, it's not something I'm concerned about. I'm more concerned about homelessness, addiction, affordable housing, etc.
Vicki?
So I stand by my original answer to this last year's election debate that even though since then I have been networking with more 5G scientists to see if I can try to understand all of the technology more. And I don't think we should be experimented on, and we should enable the public to vote on what boundaries they want to set around themselves. If I think what we can be responsible for is writing legislation that, from what we're hearing people say, that they do and don't want, and then like they can vote on what boundaries they want around it, and then make plans according to that. I would personally vote against having 5G near me or around me.
Yeah, so I think I'll just come out and say I support 5G. I really appreciate what your opinion is and where you're coming from. I think every new technology needs to have a check. We can't just be implementing just the next new big thing. It needs to be thoroughly thought about, researched, and then implemented if it's the right thing for our community and for our citizens. I've done as much research as another layman in this field, and I don't see the research that says that it's dangerous in the way that would make me want to vote against it. But I think being part of the board means keeping an open mind, and also being a active and engaged citizen is to continue to bring the issue up and to continue to engage it as more research comes out. But at the moment, from the research I've done, I support it.
Elizabeth?
Well, Robin has submitted some information for me that I haven't had a chance to read yet. The research on 5G that I've done intimated that it was that the poor health effects were another instance of Russian propaganda that wanted the United States to not have the benefits of this technology. And the thing that concerns me is that what we have both locally and nationally is such mistrust of our government that we're not able to decipher what's real health information and what isn't. And I remember the controversy about electromagnetic fields, that people just didn't believe that the National Institutes of Health said that it was safe. So I think, that makes it that much more difficult to come to a consensus. What we have in Brattleboro, what the select board has done, is join this communication union district for broadband, and I'm not, I will continue to research the 5G issue, but I'm not really that sure what the select board's role is. I mean, we don't get to have an up or down vote on what constitutes, a 5G coming next door. So while we may have concerns, while we may be able to understand and read about various factions, I think, when we come to a decision about it, what our ultimate role is, it's not clear to me.
Thank you for the question, Nikki. Thank you for the question, Ms. Flatley. I've been approached by a number of local residents, as I am with Brattleboro Common Sense, and as I mentioned, it's our charter. It's in our charter to promote people's engagement in the issues in governance. I appreciate Ian's moderate skepticism, and I appreciate Ricky's strong skepticism of science. I think it's important to note that science has not always been right. The scientific community was silent for decades while people got cancer from smoking cigarettes. The scientific community was silent since 1922. People don't know. In 1922, Europe and Japan outlawed lead paint. But lead paint continued to be used in residential applications in the United States until the late 70s. So for 50 years, the scientific community was allowing children in the United States, to eat lead paint and get brain damage. That being said, one of my directors, Tim Maciel, has reviewed the literature about the safety of 5G and found that the American Cancer Society, the World Health Organization, and 30 other health organizations that he trusts feel there is no health risk. But because so many people are concerned about it, I think it is the duty of the select board to promote a resolution, a town vote. Anybody who wishes to collaborate with Brattleboro Common Sense, if I am not on the select board, I would stop.
There's, as others have said, there's credible research that that indicates that there is cause for concern, and there's credible research that indicates that there is no cause for concern. There are studies underway right now that are intended to answer that question, and I would support a moratorium until that research is done. I don't share Kurt's blanket dismissal of science. I actually believe in science. I think it's, well, I won't go too far on that one. The reason that we continue to use lead paint and lead gas and all those other things is political and greed. It's not science. But the bigger question around 5G is, why do we want it? It's an inferior technology compared to fiber. It's slower. It's less reliable. It's never going to get to anything beyond the most intensely populated part of town. And it's going to cost a lot more money. And we're not even working on it as a town. We're working on a fiber network. We're working with other towns in the county on a fiber network. You're comparing the speed of radio waves with the speed of light. And I'm not going to come up with a mules compared to rocket ships analogy, because it's way beyond that. It's the difference between a 2-inch pipe and a 15-mile river as far as the amount of data that can be conveyed on fiber compared to cable. And 5G is just it holds out a lot of promise, or there's a lot of promotion going on, and it will definitely be faster, but it won't be anywhere near as reliable or as fast as fiber, and it won't be anywhere near as valuable to the community. So I don't think that there's anything much. Well, there are some towers going in around town, and the state is not about to, doesn't seem like they're going to take any action unless there's a large groundswell. So I think people with concerns should get together and make sure the legislature hears about that. But in the meantime, we need to be working toward fiber.
Okay, since this is a 90-minute program and we're getting perilously close to the end, regrettably, you're going to have to save your questions for after the meeting, if you're still standing there. And now it's time for the closing argument.
I'd rather hear their questions than hear about the closing.
Do you wish to waive the closing question? Okay, yeah. Mr. Carvel, you were in line, but
yeah, sure.
Then this will be the last question of the night.
Oh, George, make it good.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Actually, my question was just for one candidate, so I will sit down and let somebody ask a more broad
question.
Okay.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to thank Common Sense and BCTV for this opportunity, and thank you all for being here. And I wanted to point out what Kurt said at the beginning of the program about the urgency universally of our environment and the priority it needs to be. And I believe it starts at home. And a positive experience this last year was the tire cleanup. And I was the main person who spearheaded it. And I won't go into detail, but it took me at least almost 2 years to get it activated, because I went to the town employees, I went to the select board, and it was really hard to motivate people. But thanks to BCTV, Russ and Maria, and the Brattleboro Reformer, Bob Audette, Chris, this wonderful young man who had an aerial camera, it was brought to the public attention, and we got huge support. And finally, the Connecticut River Conservancy, which I had been emailing for over a year, finally appeared at the town plan office, whom I also had been courting for over a year. And presto, these other organizations came out in force, and it turned out to be a very positive experience. But the thing is with small towns, what I found is often the town fathers, the town employees, were more concerned about protecting the businesses and owners. Understandably, they're a huge part of the tax base. And also, they're often very proactive members of the community, and I understand that. But on that note, I do not think they should be exempt about being conscientious of polluting. And after the tire cleanup, I thought, well, good, the worst is over. And hopefully this can be an easier process.
Is there a question in there somewhere?
Pardon me?
Is there a question in there somewhere?
Yes. There's also a lot of dumping on the businesses along Putney Road behind the embankment, which goes down to where these wetlands are. And I had brought it to the attention of the town. And once again, it was like hitting a brick wall. And what within the context of the select board could we do with regulations, fines, something to enforce and encourage? I would think it would encourage new businesses, because people are becoming a lot more conscientious about that. But would you, as a board member, each and every one of you, be interested within the board and within the charter to find ways to regulate and encourage businesses to be conscientious of their waste and not just dump them under embankments like the businesses along Putney Road are still doing? Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question, Terry. I remember helping you navigate some of that stuff with planning, and polluters should pay. It's pretty simple. You know, that's one of the problems with the way that environmental regulation has worked in this country, that polluters do not pay, and therefore it is not, in their best interest to stop polluting. Here in Brattleboro, we do enforce regulations about environmental conservation, and as you know, the real work of what the planning department do, what Sue and Brian and now Andrew do with that, is a lot about relationships, because we live in a small town. And so we work together to make sure that we have the best quality of life for everybody that we can. I think you've seen that in good evidence with the health order that we took out against a rental property, well, 2 rental properties here in town. And they're continuing to collaborate with those folks to make sure that the people that are most impacted by unsafe and unhealthy conditions are able to have a good quality of life.
Well, I really feel empathy with the struggle of having priorities and not seeing them being taken seriously by the government. And I have been, for the last 2 years, trying to get municipal water testing and filtration requirement upgrades, because right now there's really no enforcement of that. And I am still looking for help with that. And I don't believe in allowing businesses to pollute for money. I mean, they should be charged what is the cost to prevent them from polluting and having an efficient system. Absolutely. And I've walked back there, and I've seen the amount of litter that happens there, and just overall would help with maintaining the litter throughout the areas. We need to have more recycle and trash cans, and because most of the canisters are chained up right now, and also we need to have dog waste bags out available to people, so we don't so that we give them the supplies to be responsible.
This is our last.
Yes.
Yeah, so I want to thank BCTV, our great panel. This has been just a really wonderful debate. I really appreciated the opportunity to be here. To the question, so first, yeah, I think polluters should be punished. I think that the town has the means to do that. We have the laws to do that. I can speak on this issue mostly from my experience on the Developmental Review Board, where I work a lot with Brian and Andrew and Sue. They're really passionate and smart and engaged people. I've learned so much from them. And one of the things that we try to do on that board, which is like for new construction, is to keep the heart of our town's plan and our town's mission in what we allow to be done. And I think we really believe in a clean, healthy and clean town and a state. That's one of the reasons I'm so proud to be a Vermonter and to be from this state. So I think it's continuing to do that, and it's continuing to keep that in our hearts when we're on the board, on the select board, that can help to fulfill that mission.
Yes, Terry, I was out in the field with you, and it's a very interesting problem. One of the things that's the most interesting is there were different property rights. I mean, we didn't own that property, so whether we had the right to go out and clean up, that was one of the sticking points, because the owner of the property seemed reluctant to have action taken. So I think, that was one problem that we had to overcome, and that was a big one because, this country is based on property rights, and their property is polluted. They don't want to do anything about it. That's a tricky business. However, I do know that the planning department, Sue and Brian and Andrew, we have a considerable amount of brownfield money from the federal government, EPA grants, and we've gone around to many properties to have the cleanup requirements assessed. And that turns out to be a big economic development boon for the town, because these properties that would have been stuck in limbo can be redeveloped because the state provides funding and the federal government through the town administration to have jumpstart the cleanup of polluted properties in town. So that's a great thing, and again, it comes down to jurisdiction, and I applaud you for bringing that to the town's attention, and I think that, we can all continue to work together as a community to identify places that need cleanup, find the right jurisdiction to clean them up, and work together.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, thank you for that. I think it is really a matter of jurisdiction, Terry. And I understand that the state laws regarding pollution of waterways give all the control to the state. So the way of addressing it is not by addressing the polluting per se, but by getting upstream of the issue a bit. There has been recently in the state legislature legislation for a statewide ban on plastic bags. The plastic bag ban was actually started here in Brattleboro by my director, Tim Mayseal, and it went statewide very quickly. Part of that initiative is the suggestion from the committee that governed it is a principle called EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. Manufacturers of goods are supposed to now keep ownership of them. So if you produce rubber or a tire, that's your tire. You have to be responsible for that tire coming all the way around. I think something like that might assist in the very thorough initiative which Elizabeth has suggested.
I don't know if we're going to get cut off or not, so I just want to say I can't speak for the others here, but I'm happy to stay. If we want to retain this format, I'm happy to stay after the broadcast and continue to answer questions. If people that want to leave could leave so that we could have a quiet room where we could continue, that would be great. I think what your question was, Terry, was why did it take 2 years? Why does it take so long? Why is it so hard for a citizen to get response? And I think the answer to that is because you're competing with all the other things that the town asks of the public services and police. But the only way that we have the regulations for probably pretty much everything you've seen or everything you spoke about. The problem is finding out about it and then being able to act. And that requires people like you and citizens to report things that the police or public works aren't necessarily going to see.
Could I briefly clarify? Yeah. I think there could be more moral support within the employees of the town. When a private citizen like myself, they have the maps, they have a lot of information they could share to help someone like me do the footwork. And I don't, you know, I respect these people and I like them, but there was some attitude that I felt they could have been a lot more supportive and informational.
So I agree with, I think, everyone else that polluters should pay for the damage they do. I think that's, in terms of jurisdiction, private property, that's kind of the theme of environmentalism in general, is that someone may pollute their own property, but that will have widespread consequences for people and for things not on the property. And it's about making sure that those costs are identified and paid for by the people who cause them. So I think it is important, and we do need to look for solutions, even for things that are happening on people's private property, et cetera. The other half of the question about access and about the reception you got, I just want to say that one of the big roles of the sustainability coordinator is going to be to act as sort of a touchstone between members of the public and town staff. Stephen will know his way around departments. He'll already have these relationships. And one of his primary tasks is going to be soliciting feedback from the community and also being there as a resource. So if you come to him, he'll know who to talk to. He will have the access that someone right off the street might have to wait way too long to get. So hopefully going forward, he can serve as a resource and avoid this happening again.
That would be great. Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Action-packed night, lots of thoughts. So we'll put an end to the proceedings here and remind people that voting takes place on Tuesday, March 3rd from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the American Legion on Linden Street. For early voting, you can do that at the town clerk's office between 8:30 a.m. and 5 p.m., Monday through Friday through March 2nd. And please vote. And thank you and good evening to everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
do was to use this half an hour to just have a conversation about the public hearings, what we heard, what we learned, hand in our paperwork to Teresa, et cetera. And then we do need to be on the floor. The DAA is on the floor today, so let's get down there. We'll quit at 10. So anybody who wants to go first? Nada.
Oh, good. That way it's done, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Diane and I were there on behalf of the House. This is Zach Winooski at VSAC. And Senator Ash was there for Senate Appropriations. We had 56 people who were just lovely. We held them to 2 minutes each, and everybody, it was just wonderful. The topics, you want a highlight of the major topics?
Just
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
After school programs, all care providers of every description that you could, to increase the pay, the personal care attendants in various programs. Parent-child centers. They've got a lot of people talking about a 3-year phased-in increase with a master grant amount. I've got it all written down, but parent-child centers. We learned a lot about high-tech nursing wage. And I think Diane and I are of a mind that we really need to talk about that. Lot for restoring the micro business program and the savings match program for CVOEO in the governor's budget. Both are eliminated. A lot with regard to child care, scholarship support, broadening eligibility requirements. There was a lot for the PEG, the public access TV people, for a little bit for a study and then more added to the base requested. Many people looking for support for Vermonters Feeding Vermonters, an initiative of the food bank. We heard about the Governor's Institute needing a small amount. Age Well. There were several people talking to us about Age Well, and there's a specific ask there. Farm to School, women's suffrage. Yeah. 20,000. I was talking to Kimberly before. Working Lands Enterprise Fund. Those are the highlights. There was not a word, surprisingly, I thought surprising, not one word in any way, shape, or form regarding affordable housing. And there was only one person who spoke in any way, shape, or form, really, with regard to climate-related stuff.
Yeah, the public
and that was in terms of the transportation component of the greenhouse gas. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm just looking through.
Is that good?
Yeah, we've got 9 pages each on notes of this.
And VSAC, the VSAC folks, they were just wonderful. And Scott stayed, kept coming in and out so that he could listen and hear what was going on too. It's great.
All right, Marty.
Okay, Chip and I and Jane Kitchell were there. We had 33 people. Many of the same topics. People talking about the Parent-Child Center and the CIS bundled rate. Apparently there has been some change in that regard, and they were concerned about that from 2 or 3 people. There were concerns about the Wellness Access Recovery Plan, the WRAP program, that was at our local hospital, but I don't know much about it. I need to find out more about that. We had one person talking about the public access TV, the same thing, $100,000 for a study, $500,000 for more broad information. We had 3 or 4 people concerned about the micro-business development program. There were, 3 or 4 business persons who had benefited from it and promoting that should be continued. Budget for the CIS, that was it. Community justice centers, restorative justice, request for an increase needed. We had a homeless person there advocating for more shelters, current shelters we have in the area, in our area. They say he's been very helpful, but he needs more support. There needs to be more space. There was another person advocating for more space, more shelters, for more support for shelters, as well as permanent housing. The League of Women Voters was there to advocate for the public access TV. We had 3 or 4 people advocating for the Vermont Food Bank Initiative, the Vermonters Feeding Vermonters, at $500,000. We had, that was probably 3 or 4 of those folks. We had one person advocating for the Vermont Suffrage Centennial Alliance, wanting some money for their celebration activities. The leader of our after-school program for our school district was advocating for $2.5 million from the state. We've heard that in previous years, but she touted the benefits of that program. Long-term care is a concern from our northern communities' health care. That there needs to be more support for that, and there's not enough nursing homes anyway, so we need to make sure that there's money in Choices for Care to support those folks. Somebody promoting farm to school and Vermonters feeding Vermonters. One person advocating for fully funding VHCB at $22.4 million. One person advocating for more money in SASH programs. We had some people come all the way from Craftsbury who were concerned that they have a community care center. They were concerned that they were not getting adequate funding, or even as much funding as nursing homes do. They wanted some more funding for that. It makes it very difficult to operate. We had a faculty member from NVU come and promote the extra $5 million per year for 5 years for the college system. We had our regional planner support working lands program. More micro business. We had our local women's wellness, well, more than women's, group advocating for $500,000 for the Vermont Network for Domestic Violence, and also the adjustment to the CIS bundled rate. And we had our local mental health folks advocating for workforce development and mentioning that they were willing to work with DOC in terms of transitioning folks out of DOC. So that was ours. Any other?
No, all the ones I thought you might not got, you got them all.
Oh, okay. It was pretty broad.
Yeah. Dave?
We had 50 people show up. It was a great turnout in Morrisville. 37 people testify in all 3 minutes. Ours was filmed, streamed live, apparently.
Yep, that's true.
Maybe everywhere.
They said they were going to.
Yeah. Everything that's been said, I believe, occurred at ours. Just quickly, community action, the Parent-Child Center, Home Health Agency, Lamoille County Mental Health, our Craftsbury Community Care Home also appeared. State colleges appeared, several people. Fair amount of early childhood, a significant number of different people asking for food bank assistance, the $500,000. The battered women's shelter. I may be omitting some, but they were all everything that I've heard. I don't think we had anybody from restorative justice. I think somebody mentioned that. So we had multiple people, very impactful. And two points, and I'll stop. One, the president of the union, 150-member union, spoke up at the mental health and just she gave a couple of cases whereby one person with severe and persistent mental illness has had 5 different case managers in 5 years. And as you might imagine, in that world, trust is such, in relationships are key. She said they just can't keep people. Their wages are $8,500 to $18,000 per position, less than what the state of Vermont pays for what they would characterize as comparable positions. They're a churning factory, and it's just very hard. Home health on Choices for Care, they lost upwards of almost $200,000 on the program, and they're not sure how much longer they can do it. So they're paid less than what their costs are, and that coupled with the provider tax is just really raising havoc with them. But it was very impactful. I'm glad we did it.
Yeah. Who was with you? Richie and...
Rich Westman and myself. Dan Noyes was there, and Alvin Pat showed up also.
Linda.
We had 26 people, which is good for up in St. Albans. There were 3 senators there with us, Randy Brock, Cora Parent, and Bobby Starr. And then I had 4 members of the legislature along with me, so for the of the House of Representatives. Biggest one was child care centers. That was probably the most. Had a couple of people talk about Age Well, wanting funding for Age Well. 2 people spoke for public television. The Vermont Food Bank wanted their $500,000. Public television wanted $100,000 for the study and $500,000 to make up for revenue losses. We heard about domestic violence, farm to school funding, which is the food bank, a lot of early childhood education issues. CVOEO's micro business development was getting no funding this year, so they were concerned about that. After School for All, they said that $600,000 was there in 2018. They need $2.5 million annual state investments for that. I had one person talk about funding for the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. They would like $20,000 to start memorializing the event. Farm to school, child care, CSI, CIS, sorry. But they said for the Children Integrated Services is that right now they are getting $502 a month, and they want to bring it up to $634, which would be $2.4 million statewide. We had one person talk about substance use prevention, didn't offer any issues, just went on and talked about that. And Choices for Care, they wanted the average continuing funding of $200,000.
And I was last night in Barrie with Mary, and then 3 other members were there, Carl Demrow, Tommy Walt, and Rob LeClaire. And like the rest of you, we heard a lot from the parent-child centers, Vermont After School, and one person had been to a conference in Iceland and had some interesting input from that. We heard quite a bit from the area agencies on aging, and in particular the Meal Gap for their home Meals on Wheels delivery. From the designated agencies asking for 3% of a Medicare funding increase, and the fact that in Washington County they have currently 70+ vacancies, and that's always the struggle, like we've already heard, in terms of keeping their employees. We heard from the Vermont Workers Center about what might be happening with the ACO. We heard from a micro business and about the individual development accounts and their importance in the ecosystem of funding that we provide to businesses in our state. Choices for Care. We heard from the Vermont Centennial Alliance, which is 30+ groups that are working together to honor women's right to vote, coming into its 100th year. We heard about mentoring and about childcare, and as well as about the same farm issues in terms of Vermonters feeding Vermonters and how that's perceived as a win-win across the state. And I think one thing that I would add stuck with me, it was the very last speaker who came forth and talked about the idea that we have this social contract effectively between the nonprofit sector or others who deliver services and the government. And how are we honoring that? In what direction does it go? How does that change over time? And that, I thought, was a nice punctuation to the end of the evening.
He was basically asking or observing that the system isn't working, and we need to revisit, you know, that whole system and our expectations of them. Yeah. And he was the last one up. We had 34 people.
What was it you heard about the ACO? Just concerned about it?
Yeah, it was, people felt that, that there was money that was going to what they stated was as a for-profit entity, and that was potentially having an impact upon Medicaid. That's my best interpretation of what I heard from them.
We had one that echoed that too.
Don't take our Medicaid dollars was the kind of consistent. There were 3 or 4 of them that said that. Bob, how was yours?
We were at one. It was very good. 42 spoke.
What?
And there's probably 55 or 60 there. I didn't do a head count. Partly because at the very beginning, there's still a few dribbling in, but as they speak, they dribble out, so it's hard to get an accurate count anyway. So, anyhow, yeah, and now I have to go on all morning with this because I've heard the same exact issues that have already been mentioned in pretty much in the same numbers. So I always thought that you know, the statewide organization filtered down and sent them out to all these, and you know, that's why you got what you got. So it was very good, very good. Everybody was polite. We had 8 representatives and senators there.
Wow.
They just flowed in for whatever reason. But it was good. We were out of there about 7:30, and I went my way to Montpelier.
Yeah. Peter.
So I want to start off by saying that we were thanked for having more statewide outreach than we have heretofore had. You know, we had, I don't know how many spots there were, but I think it was like 8. That's my impression, and certainly we were in Kitty and I were in Dorset, and it's not the quaint village Dorset, it's the Route 7 side Dorset. Dorset extends, and it's called East Dorset, so that's where we were. There was approximately 20 folks there, 14 of whom spoke. We had Kathy James and Linda Joy Sullivan were also there with us. Heard much of the same thing, just really briefly. The Parent-Child Center, they're looking for the $4 million increase to the master grant, $1.5 million one time. 2 folks talked about that. The food bank, $500,000 one time or ongoing. I'm unsure. That 3 folks spoke to that. Early childhood educators just need to continue to work on that piece. One person talked about that. Level funding for the Council on Aging, one person talked about that. Farm to School, one person talked about that. The House Bill 744, talking about public access television stations, there's $100,000 in there. I haven't looked it up, but we had 3 people that asked about that. Working lands. We had one person that was so grateful for the help that she received some years ago from Working Land. She and her dad are off and flying, and their product is actually in Texas. A couple of the professional sports teams, can't remember the 2, so I won't even try. Not the Cowboys. And so she's off and flying, and you know, but for a small grant there, she might not be. Someone else spoke to grid optimization and the electric vehicle piece that's in the governor's budget. Absolutely concurred with doing that. And then the last person talked about body cameras, supporting body cameras, and doing more drug treatment and education. So it was good. We gave everyone 3 minutes, and it was. Like I said, overwhelmingly pleased that we were trying to reach out to more locations around the state.
Marty, I didn't write down how many people were in here.
33.
That spoke?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
some
said. There were
extra.
probably a few more people that didn't speak when they, so.
We had
Maybe 40, but 33 spoke.
I don't know if you mentioned the Scotts were there, Scott Campbell and Beck.
Oh, yes, Scott Campbell and Scott Beck both came in.
I thought you meant the governor.
No, he didn't, but he had been there during the day at the Rotary.
So we were also thanked, and people were really grateful, and I think it was terrific also that public TV made a point of being there.
They were endorsing.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty.
I went home and
of it
watched
for
it.
everybody. Yeah. So we had, I mean, it must have been, it was well over 200 people.
263 at this
Is that,
already.
were you at?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah. So that's pretty impressive.
That is very impressive.
I think so.
I can't
We're
think of a
doing our
time
job
when we've
well.
done, when we've had.
Yeah, so.
And the people out there are doing their job well.
Yeah,
That they all came out on a
to talk.
kind of dreary night.
Yeah.
I even connected with one of ours who is a local gelato maker who I'm gonna
Visit.
find. I love that stuff. I didn't know there was such a person around Vermont making gelato. That's great.
We just eat it, right?
I don't know how many people here now remember her, Senator Cattell, Jane Cattell was there. Her daughter spoke, and so she was there she didn't speak, she just watched the proceedings.
Sarah did,
Yeah.
Renewed some friendships with Bobby Starr and several of the others.
Do these want to go to Teresa?
Yeah, so we should give Teresa your sign-up sheets and I think all of your testimony. Boy, Teresa.
You don't want our notes.
No, you keep all.
I don't know, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you guys. Good work.
How's that for time?
Before we split, for those of you who don't know, we learned at ours, with regard to the micro businesses, switchback, the brewery, that's how it started. Through a little,
We learned that too, in Rutland, yeah.
They what?
Switchback started through that micro business program that we've been, in many ways, asked to restore to the
Yeah,
budget.
and the woman who's doing the florist design now, who was almost going to leave Vermont, and because of the micro business, started a business, staying here, has now purchased a home, increased her business, more employees.
And
Yay.
got the award from the Small
That's right,
Business
the
Administration as the best going.
It's a
Any
nice
other concluding thoughts? So we are on the floor. We should be there for announcements as well as the BAA. And then it looks like there's caucus. At 12:45, there's voluntary introduction. I think that means Kitty would like us to be here, but we're not required to be here at all.
It's from various areas, so if you're interested.
What is it?
It's about, it looks like it's a tobacco control program, and there's kids who wanted to talk with us, so it's not formal testimony, but it's at 1:45, and then at 1, I guess we're gonna get trained.
So I just, the new trainer, Delia, and I want to just check in with everybody on your iPads because we have a path for saving files from the share drive over to your files that's quicker. And if it's not working out, we want to know why and what your settings are so we can fix them. Because I think a lot of people are running into headaches with this, and we need to figure it out.
It's a group adjustment.
Group adjustment, yes. Okay.
IT Cairo.
Thank you for coming tonight to the Wyndham Southeast School District Candidate Forum. I want to thank all of these awesome people who care about our schools for running as school directors. And I'd like to have everybody say their name and what they're running for, not do their spiel yet. And we'll go down the line from the end, and then I'm going to do a little spiel about where people can find what they're going to need before the vote. So let's start at the far end. You just say your name, what town you are from, and what position you're running for. And hold on.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Maciel. I'm from Brattleboro, and I'm running for the one-year position, I believe unopposed, in Brattleboro.
Hi, I'm Jackie Reynolds, and I'm running for a 2-year unopposed seat in Brattleboro. And this is Annabelle.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Price. I'm running for the 3-year position in Brattleboro.
I'm Emily Murphy-Core, and I'm also running for the 3-year position in Brattleboro.
My name is Tara Davis Castine, and I'm from Putney, and I am in a contested race.
I'm Thomas Nolan from Dummerston, running for the 2-year term.
And we got regrets from Michelle Green, who will be running, I think, for the 3-year term from Dummerston. And we may be joined a little late by Liz Adams, who's running for the Putney 3-year term, or running from Putney for the 3-year term. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that the election is March 3rd. Folks can start voting early, it's my understanding, on February 12th. So isn't that tomorrow? And that one of the ways that this information can be shared is by Thursday, the 13th of February. It should be up, I believe, on BCTV, and the link is definitely going to be shareable on BCTV, so people can capture the link and email it out and get information out, because even though we have low audience participation, we can get this information out via the web and email. So I also wanted to make sure everyone knows that candidate questionnaires are now live on the Wyndham Southeast School District website. Everyone has filled out a candidate questionnaire, and we want to thank them for answering such great questions. So the format tonight will be 3 minutes from each person about who they are and why they're running. And so that will bring us close to half an hour, and then we'll open it to questions from the public. And I think that's it. Are there any questions? Okay. Then we'll have our timekeeper. Thank you to our current board chair, Christina Naylor, for being our timekeeper. And watch for her to give you your 1 minute left and 0 minute left. Okay. So let's start.
I could start here?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I just begin now?
Yes, please start.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming. This is not as important as the November 4th election, but it's very important to our community. I'm Tim Maciel, and I've been involved in education my entire 40 years of professional life. My background, I have a doctorate in education, specializing in administration, planning, and social policy. Work experience, I've handled very large budgets, multi-million-dollar budgets. I've worked in, well, I've been a dean and provost and a professor at the college level, but I also have unique experience overseas. One of the unique experiences was being on a team that actually built a middle school in a refugee camp for Lao, Vietnamese, and Khmer in the Philippines. That was a wonderful experience. I'll say right off the bat that all of my major accomplishments in life have been in collaboration with others. That's the way it goes. Teamwork is vitally important to me. So I've handled budgets, I've handled student affairs cases at the college level, which I think would be pretty similar in their challenges to what the school board would handle. I've been a dean of a teacher training program, and so I appreciate good teaching. I really appreciate good teaching after being a substitute teacher in the Hinsdale 4th and 5th grades last year. That was one of the toughest jobs I've had. I've been an educational researcher. I have, well, let me get to my values. In addition to basic skills, I think that every school should teach the 4 C's of the 21st century, which are critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. And that's already 1 minute left. My goodness. As a board member, I would really want to work with others on preparing the schools for the climate emergency, which is inevitable, maintaining the distinct qualities that each and every school in the district has, and continue to work with those already on the school board. It's, I think, thanks to people like Christina, David Scholes, Emily Kaur, it's been a very successful school committee, and I want to continue to build the trust that we've built with teachers and the schools and parents. It's there's a lot of work to do. One of the things I think about is last year there was a 9% decrease in the student population in Vermont. Our district was fortunate to have seen pretty flat growth, but we are going to face, and sometime, maybe not next year, but we're going to have to handle budget decreases perhaps, and that's going to be a challenge. So my name is Tim Maciel, and I approve this message.
My name's Jackie Reynolds. I'm a rather new Brattleboro resident. I'm from the Boston area, but I've been here about 4 years. I have a son who's in kindergarten at Green Street. I have sweet little Annabelle, who goes to neighborhood schoolhouse and is 11 months old. And I guess Annabelle is the reason that I started to become interested in becoming a school board member, because Annabelle has got Down syndrome. And so we have started to meet a lot of people in the local special needs community and have made some friends and have heard some complaints about how maybe special education is going for some of these families. So we took it upon ourselves to start talking to a lot of parents and see what was really going on and coming to meetings and things of that nature. And what we learned from that, mainly, other than complaints that people have, is that people are either reluctant to come forward, or maybe they don't know the right avenue to talk about these things that they're experiencing. And Annabelle and I like to come forward and talk, so we thought maybe we could help with that. And then on top of that, a few years ago, I was a foster parent to a couple of different children. So I feel that I have really relevant experience with regard to many children in our area, unfortunately, who've suffered trauma, have had a good amount of trauma-informed type training, and then actual dealing with these situations and things with DCF, and just a lot of things that you have to unpack in that kind of situation. And then we're also we worked with early education services, and still do, for support in our home, because we thought it would be a great tool for Annabelle, and it is. And I was on the policy council for a while doing that. And I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but the main point is that what I've noticed in all of the dealings that I've had with different people in the school system, whether it be little kids, children involved in DCF, or just at the school level that my son is at, is that I think that there's a real lack of parent involvement. And again, I don't know if it's because I feel that people maybe are reluctant to get involved. For example, I'm running in an uncontested race, and I'm not sure why that is. So I'm hoping that people will want to get involved either through me, like maybe people will communicate more about what their issues are and I can help represent them, but really encourage people, because I just know so many people that have so much to say, but I don't see them coming forward to try to help. And that's really what I think my role could be. And I hope that made sense. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Price. I'm from Brattleboro. I was actually born and raised here. I left right after college, as many college students do, moved to New York and Connecticut, and then came back probably about 10 years ago to raise my kids because this was a fabulous place to live growing up. And there were lots of opportunities as a student and a child living here. I was previously on the Brattleboro Town School Board for about 4 years. I've worked with Emily the last year, and we did some really good work. Worked with David, and actually worked with lots of people in here in the audience. Did not run for the merged board after last spring. My youngest was graduating from high school, and I knew it was going to be a crazy time getting him ready and off to college. But I realized with all of the hard work that we had done that I actually missed it. I missed working with, don't laugh at me, Christina. I missed working with all of the administrators and the job that they do and the hard work that they put in, the staff and everything that they do. And I felt that I had more that I could give. I've worked, obviously, on the Brattleboro Town School Board. I've worked on the SU board. I was on that. I've worked on the finance committee. I was on the policy council with EES for a while. So I've been in all aspects of as a board member, and I feel like, again, I have more that I can give.
Thanks. So my name is Emily Murphy Core, and I'm from Brattleboro. And so originally, I'm actually from Western Massachusetts, not too far south of here. But my professional experience is mostly in education. So I started my career as a teacher, actually in a Montessori school before I had my teaching license, teaching students Spanish and adapting the curriculum to, because Montessori curriculum doesn't traditionally have Spanish, so adapting it so that it could. And then I was a special ed teacher in the public setting for 7th through 9th grade students who had fairly significant disabilities. But I realized there wasn't a lot of ways for my voice to be heard in policymaking at the school level. And so what I wanted to do was look at how teacher voice could be more integrated into policymaking. So I went back to grad school and got a grad degree in education policy, and then worked at a think tank as a director, specifically around how to get teacher voice and school committee voice into more and more into district level and administration policymaking. So thinking about strategic planning and creating policies that really, when they roll out, have a better effectiveness because they have the voices of many. And I really truly believe that the more diverse voices we hear, the better the solutions we can come up with for problems that exist. So now I moved to Brattleboro and I run a retreat center with my husband, a yoga and meditation research and retreat center called Setu Vermont. And I was on the Brattleboro Town School Board, as Kim mentioned, for a short term, and now currently serve on the WSESD board. So a few of the things that are really exciting that are going on currently on the WSESD board that I'm so happy to have been a part of include, we're really looking a lot at equity. I'm the chair of the Programmatic and Performance Equity Subcommittee of the board. And right now we're really trying to think about, we've come together as a bunch of schools and now we're unified. And so how do we make sure that we're creating programming or expanding programming in an equitable fashion, but not thinking in the direction of everything must be equal, because we know there's a lot of diversity in the schools and a lot of hard work has already gone in to kind of solicit the input of communities to create those programs. So we really have to start thinking, or we are trying to start thinking, okay, what does equity mean across a district? Are all people having access to the programming that makes their educational experience full and high quality? So I would say that's one of the things that's top of my mind currently. And I hope, even if I'm not on the board next year, that it's one of the things that the board can really pursue, because I think it'll really impact how we think about budgeting and how we can improve our schools from being really great to even better.
My name is Tara Davis Castine, and I moved to Putney when I was in second grade. I graduated from Putney Central School in 1995 and from BUHS in 99. I currently I'm a working mom of 2 boys who attend Putney Central. And I am very active within the PCS community and the PTO. I'm on the leadership committee. And I am very active in collaboration with the school for my boys because of their behavior issues. So 504 planning, IEP planning has me in the school often talking to teachers and to the group there on those activities for my boys. I have worked with children and teens in outdoor education settings and the FFA, Nature's Classroom, programs at resorts for children, day camps, sort of things. I currently am a purchasing director for a local manufacturer, so my job does not come from a child background, but I love children. I've worked with them in the past. I am very passionate about making sure that when I'm on the board, I am bringing Putney values and also looking at the values of the different towns and what they expect for their schools. And along with Emily, the equity part overall, but making sure that we're evaluating the values that the community is bringing and would like to see within their school walls. I love to learn new things and research, so I'm not always going to know the right answer, but I'm very happy to take a look at what's going on in our community, talk to parents, talk to administrators, look at the laws that are happening at this moment in time and how they're interacting with our daily lives within the school, and try to make decisions that make our schools better for our students. Thank you.
Okay, my head is so clogged, so just go along with me. Everything I've written for the website and everything is just like... So this is an attempt. I'm a longtime resident of Putney. My daughters attended Putney Central School from 1984 to 1997. During that time, I helped out in the school in various ways, so it was a great way to learn about that school. My granddaughter is now a student there. I was a part of early childhood teachers that met regularly with the kindergarten teacher, a school board member, and others to support a position for an early childhood outreach staff. I advocated for this position before the school board and at town meeting. This program led to the creation of a full-day pre-K located in Putney Central School. It was the first in the state, and it was a collaboration between Head Start and Putney Central. And at that time, I was collaborating with Head Start, so I got to know lots and lots of parents. The merge board is off to a very good start. WSESD has the opportunity to not devolve into what is happening in some other parts of the state, pitting town against town. I have the ability to represent the town that I am from while simultaneously being able to think of all the kids. Being able to think creatively about how to meet the needs of all children has been honed by my career as an early childhood teacher and protective services provider. Scaling up my thinking is something I've been doing during this first year as a merged district. I've attended almost every meeting. The board has a great deal of work ahead of it. I have retired from my career as an early childhood teacher and have no other obligations, so I have plenty of time to devote to this. I also plan to continue my activity as a member of a statewide group and stay on top of what is happening in the General Assembly regarding education, as well as the State Board of Education. Social justice has been embedded in my values for decades. A long-held belief of mine is that children are our future and deserve the best education that we can give them, as well as spark a passion for lifelong learning that I possess. Other qualities that I have that could be an asset for the Merge Board are patience, curiosity, collaboration skills, love of learning, doing research, listening to diverse perspectives in order to learn and inform decisions, critical thinking skills, and reflecting on all the gathered information to make a decision.
Hello, I'm Thomas Nolan from Dummerston. I also moved up here from Boston about just over 5 years ago, and very happy. One of the best decisions of my life. I'm going to read something that's going to be in the Views of Dummerston publication to kind of cover everything, because otherwise I'd probably forget something important. So currently I'm serving as one of the 2 Dummerston residents on the Unified WSESD School District Board. That's repetitive, sorry. I would be honored to continue in this role. After the initial stresses brought about by Act 46, members of the board have acted in good faith to come together in a way and find a way of addressing the anxieties that resulted from this legislation. I believe that we have made great progress at unifying with the goal of serving every child in the district fully. We have also worked at length on the proposed resurfacing of Natowich Field. While this issue has been contentious for many, I'm confident that we'll be able to resolve it with a 21st century mindset that works with nature and recognizes the emergency of climate change, keeps students safe, is financially responsible, and provides improved facilities for students. Currently, I chair the board's Climate Crisis Task Force. In this group, board members and concerned residents from the area meet to review the district's impact on our climate and the proactive steps we can take to address this urgent problem. Our work deals with issues such as curriculum, procurement, food, transportation, and more. We report back to the board with what's currently going well and how to improve what needs work. As well, I serve on the board's diversity committee, which develops policies and practices to foster an environment of support and respect for students of all backgrounds. I'm proud of the work that these 2 groups are doing. Personally, I'm the father of a 2-year-old boy who I plan on sending to the Dummerston School when the time comes. My intent is to do everything to ensure that he and all other students and children of the district are provided with the best resources and learning environment that we can offer. To me, public education is perhaps the greatest investment that we can make in the health and happiness of our children as they grow. It lets them achieve their potential and, when done right, teaches them how to think, not merely what to think. Towns and regions that neglect their public education systems suffer greatly over the generations, and I'll work to make sure that this doesn't happen to our region. We're currently living in a climate where public education, which is a fundamental right of all children, is being threatened, told to live with less, and attacked at the federal level. Our responsibility as a society is to provide for our children's needs. If I'm allowed to continue serving, I will strongly and happily defend public education.
So let's give a round of applause for all of these candidates and everything that was great. I realized I did a thing that I always chastise others for, and I didn't introduce myself, I don't think. So I just wanted to say I'm Jamie Comtois, and I had served on the Putney Central School Board and helped during the transition process as we moved into the merged district. So that's my history and participation in this process. So I want to make sure that we have questions from the audience. I think the way the microphones will work best is if you have a question, I'll call on you, you come up, speak in the mic, and then I will allow folks to answer the question. The challenge we have with 8 candidates is that we'll need concise answers so that we can get to as many questions as possible. So let's keep it at 1 minute per answer. I forgot that piece of the timekeeping, so I can take that over if you want, Christina. So 1 minute per person for the answer, and then we can go down the line. So let's see if there are any questions from the audience. Go ahead, Jody. I'm going to start the microphone down.
If I blow you away, I'm sorry. My question is, Jody Normandeau Dummerston. Thank you, Kim. I forget that. My question is, I guess some of you would be new to the board, but you can answer in that way too, what you could bring. And the ones that are on the board is what the board is doing as far as the climate crisis is concerned.
I'll begin. What I would bring is years of experience in following the climate crisis. I'm a member of Brattleboro Common Sense, which has been focused on the climate crisis and what the town can do about it. I've been involved in select board meetings about climate crisis. But from an educational point of view, I admire what Hilltop Montessori is doing, not just infusing their curriculum with climate change issues, but really centering their curriculum all around climate change. I see it as the big issue for children in the future. So if elected, I would want to serve on the climate change subcommittee and see and talk with others about what we can do.
So I would be new to the board, and where I like to always try to get more people involved, climate change would be another area that I would want to do that, but maybe in a little bit of a different way. As I said, Annabelle attends neighborhood schoolhouse. We're a longtime neighborhood family. My son used to go there. I sub there. I try to be very involved with the school. And every Friday when they have a half day, most of the older students go down to Pliny Park and protest because of climate change, and they're really organized about it and really enthusiastic about it, but they also have a lot of ideas for things that could be done around the school and probably in other schools. And I think that's a great model for every school in our district, particularly with some of the older kids. So I would definitely want to be involved, but work toward getting kids involved because, you know, climate change wasn't a thing when I was a kid in school. It wasn't something we talked about. So I've had to learn along the way, as I'm sure most of us had, but these kids have grown up with it. And if we can help fuel the fire that they have and support their ideas in the future, then I think it will lead to a better future outcome for everybody.
It's driving me crazy. I would be new to the merge board. The Brattleboro Town School Board had actually not really addressed the issue at our level. I think that it would be something that it should be introduced in terms of curriculum at all ages, from pre-K up. And it's definitely something that the students want to learn about and want to discuss and want to participate in. As seen when we've had protests, a lot of our student body has participated with marches and similar events, but it's definitely something that it should be part of the curriculum.
So I'm currently on the school board, so I can say a little bit about what we're currently do, but some visions for the future. So this past fall, I actually made a motion to create the climate committee that's established now. I'm not on the committee though. I have a lot of other committee work, but Thomas actually chairs that committee, and they're doing actually work to integrate students. I know at least one student is on the committee, and to think more about the curriculum. So I hope that that work continues. Additionally, I see a way for the overall board to really look at climate change as twofold. I mean, there's many options, but one is in sustainable development. So we have two ongoing projects, the Academy School expansion and the field study evaluation we're doing. So thinking about sustainability in those cases, as well as in future endeavors. Additionally, my idea is that we have now a school committee representative from the high school who is on the committee at each meeting. It would be really lovely if, to get more students involved, if those folks actually spoke a little bit, maybe at the start of each meeting, on what they're kind of seeing in the school and some ideas they may have in Time's Up. So.
Tara Davis-Castine from Putney, and regarding the climate issues facing our world, I would look for values on sustainability and longevity of education for teaching students how to care for their environment and make choices that impact their daily life. Working at Nature's Classroom, one of the things that we did with the kids was we had an ORT program, and it was how not to waste food. And this might seem like a small thing, but in our environment where food is such an important thing for everyone to have, how do we take only what we're going to eat? How do we grow? How do we compost? How do we change what we're doing so that we are involved in that process? And I hope to bring some education that I learned at Nature's Classroom and just my love of learning to the process of climate control within the board. Thank you.
Well, I support any curriculum that deals with this. Putney Central School saw a huge decrease in the amount of food being thrown out after we started our in-house program. What is thrown out is carted out back and composted now. A lot of the schools have switched to wood pellet boilers, which definitely help with climate issues. In my own home, which is a 3-generation household, we compost everything that you can possibly compost to bring to Project Cow, because bears have just shredded my compost bins. And it is amazing what you can bring there. Not just food, but used tissues, paper towels, and the list goes on and on. So our trash has been cut down to almost nothing. And as Nevaeh's friends come over, they learn about what you can compost and they take it home with them. So that's one way to help the kids out. Thanks.
So I'm Tom Nolan from Dummerston again. So I have a lot of things politically that I'm passionate about, but I would say that the climate crisis we're in is by far my number one, because it's the one thing we can't undo later. And it's one thing that we have to work on right now, or the damage will be too much to get past. So I am the chair of the Climate Crisis Task Force. The biggest obstacle we came across to start off is we were looking over everything that the school board is doing, how the school district is doing, how it touches the question of climate change. And it was overwhelming because everything you can think of tends to have something that comes back. Curriculum, are we teaching it enough to the kids about how important it is? How we procure things for the school, the food that we serve, everything seems to come back in transportation. So the thing that we've tried to focus on is, okay, well, what specific policies can we propose that will have an actual effect? What can we do instead of talking about, oh, this is terrible, this is filling us with anxiety? What policies can we propose? And that's what we're currently in the process of doing. We're crafting actual policies that we can recommend to the board.
Are there other questions, or thank you all for your answers, and are there other questions from the audience? Please come ahead to the mic.
Hi, my name is Summer Birch. I'm a parent of a Brattleboro Oak Grove student. So my question is, how are we going to make after school and just school-based extracurricular activities more equitable across all the elementary schools? We have probably the smallest after school programming of any of the schools. And so I'd like to see more things, more opportunity for my children, maybe comparable to what they have in other schools. So like, what part will the board play in sort of finding ways to make after school activities and enrichment, like getting, programming during school hours a little more equitable between the schools? Thanks.
Well, in preparation for the work on the board, I've been visiting every school, and I was talking to the principal at Green Street, They have a fantastic after-school curriculum. They're doing a lot. And this is the kind of thinking that I hope people will have, collaborative thinking. Green Street is doing really well, and I would hope that other schools would meet and look at share what they're doing to share good ideas. As far as the cost goes, well, again, the board has the challenge of preserving the unique qualities of each school. Some schools have a great pre-kindergarten program. Others have great after-school program. Each school has something unique, and the last thing we want is uniformity, but we do want equity. And I can't give you a specific answer to how to improve it, but I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with some nice ideas.
I promise I'm not just copying your answer here. And I know I sound like a giant cheerleader for all the schools that I'm involved with, but I really am. My son goes to Green Street, my nephews go, and we're really impressed with the after-school program. And I did try to set up a meeting with the principal to talk more about that, because I know that other schools don't have it and we do. I have yet to do that. But along the same lines, certainly we're not all going to do the exact same thing at every school because the culture is different. But however they're making the model work for the after-school program, we should all look at that and see how we can spread that out. And I don't know the specifics yet, but since we have one school that I think a lot of people will agree is doing it well, then the answer is to talk to them and see what we're doing and see what we can all learn from that and try to spread that everywhere. Thanks.
I do want to second that, where the Principal Kaufman has worked with Principal Spino, who is at Green Street, and I know that they have a good relationship. Principal Kaufman, this is her first year, so I know she's working to, get everything organized at the school. But it's something, a lot of times too, you have to have the volunteers to do those after school programs. You have to have the teachers or the parents that will come in.
It seems like some of the schools have teachers or staff members who volunteer for those. How is it that some schools sort of have a little bit more of that than others? I don't know whether it's built into the budget or
Kim, how that works. Repeat that just because they might
Sure. The question was how do those schools have all of those volunteers and are able to have those after school programs, correct? Sort of. And I apologize, I don't know the budget wise right off the top of my head in terms of what was or was not budgeted. But how you get the volunteers, that's a good question to go to Principal Spino and say, what type of incentives are you having? Are you offering, or how are you getting your staff to volunteer? And that's an easy question that we're able to have. And I know with the equity committee, that's something that, you can't have the exact programs in every school, but with the equity, we'd be able to get more where it's needed.
So Samara, I really appreciate your question. It was one that came up actually not related to Oak Grove this year, but I understand the concern actually came up related to Putney and a program that was in existence and people didn't have after school care. And so it was handed off to the committee that I chair to say, okay, what can we do about expanding some opportunities? So we started to look into, first we thought it would be easy. We're like, okay, how about we just look at how much funding's put in? And the funding was like, oh my God, now we're co-curricular. We have so many different ways we fund things. So when we started to look at the funding, we realized, okay, we have to include sometimes transportation. We have to include this. There's all these other measures that go into it. And there are school cultures like at Green Street where the teachers are very involved. And that's been kind of Mark Spino's pet project, right? He's developed it over, 10 years. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't innovate and really think critically about how we can bring this more broadly. At this current point, though, my hope is in the next month, or probably two more meetings, we'll be able to present out a little data on the after-school care. I know my time is up. I'll finish. And just to think a little bit more about how can we paint a little picture of how this looks equity-wise? And then we can start thinking about, okay, how can we develop cultures or create funding streams that would match to that? That sounds easy, but I think it's going to be hard.
Tara Castine from Putney. Wow, after school care is so important, and I fully agree with your statement. How can the board take a look at that? And that's something that I know Emily's group has been working on. I've sat in on a few meetings. It's something that I hope to continue the discussion, because in Putney, we lost our after school program. We've been kind of struggling with finding something that works. We have some sports activities that are happening, but in terms of the aftercare program, it's not as rigorous as some of the other programs within the district. And I do agree we need to take a look at it, and we need to think about not making them all the same, because I don't think that's a possibility, but what can we do as a board to fill the needs of the community that attend that school and fill the values. So I look forward to looking at that issue.
Okay, well, everybody's pretty much said everything. I would like to point out that the principal at Putney Central called the state, and he had an instant response, and they were able to open a program on September 30th. And they hired, I'm guessing, the first 2 bodies that came through the door, who need some guidance that I've offered if they would like it. They're very limited in the space they're allowed in the school, which really detracts tremendously from what they're able to do. So that needs to be addressed. And the other chunk that, since everybody already talked about everything, nobody addressed the enrichment piece. And I think that's really important. I don't know where our schools stand with enrichment for kids who need it. I know the school system failed my older daughter miserably way back when, and her only option was to skip 2 grades. So anyway, that's something I want to look into.
All right, Thomas Nolan from Dummerston again. That's an extremely good question, because I'm on the board and I hadn't really thought of it myself that deeply. I hadn't really addressed it myself. So what I can say is I will educate myself a lot more on how the different schools compare to each other as far as extracurricular and after-school programs. We've been talking a lot about within schools as far as making sure all students get equal access to after-school programs and things like that, and especially with sports as far as gender equity. But I hadn't really investigated enough, and I will. And I'll ask questions and listen.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the audience?
Paul Normandale from Dummerston. First of all, I want to commend all of you for running. There are going to be 10 of you doing a job that 20 or 25 people used to do before. So the time commitment on your part, I really admire your willingness to do that. My question is it's more of a comment, but kind of a comment question. The greater Brattleboro area has quite a diversity in population, in students, and in levels of ability. And we hear a lot about the support that's given to disadvantaged students, but we don't hear much about what the gifted or the students who excel. And I would like to know more, and as a community member, I would like to know more about the broad spectrum of the approaches to education. After a while, you sort of get the thing that we're only trying to teach to the middle, but we're trying to bring the disadvantaged up to the middle. But what are we doing with people who are who excel in school. So, thank you.
All right, so I think what I understand the question to be is, do we have anything specially to focus on students who are excelling? I don't know of any, but what I can say is from my personal experience when I was in high school, something I didn't like, or it was throughout middle school as well. So I grew up around Boston, the suburbs, and one thing I didn't like is some of the gifted students who are at the higher, doing the best on Wednesdays or Thursdays, they would go study at a different school that was just for them. At the time, I thought that was a very terrible thing to do. I thought that was, it seemed to me very unfair and very, I thought it was to the detriment of the other students who were not. I thought it seemed a little elitist. I thought it seemed counterproductive.
I didn't mean that question to be an elitist type.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying from my experience when I was growing up, and I did fairly well, but some of these kids who went there, I thought that was very strange. So what I can say is I would not want something like that. That's all.
Okay, well, the high school's changed a great deal since my oldest daughter was there, and they can now take AP classes and so on and so forth, and you can take extra classes if you want to graduate early. So that's good, but I'm not aware of what's going on in the elementary schools, and so I really need to find out how we're approaching those kids, because traditionally they have been ignored, and that's not a good thing, and it can lead to behavior problems. So, kids will start acting out because they're bored. My daughter survived much of Putney Central by reading on her desk. The whole, had her book open in a desk and was reading and answering questions, whatever question was thrown at her, and got out of that school as soon as she could. So I'm really interested in the elementary piece of that one.
This is an interesting one for me. As a Putney resident, I have two boys in Putney. My boys are in 2nd and 6th grade, which are the two biggest classes at Putney Central School. My son's 2nd grade class has readers reading 99 words per minute and others that are reading 2 words per minute. And that is a huge delta in a classroom of 29 children. And this year we were lucky enough to get 2 classrooms for that grade. And so one of the things that's really important for me is taking a look at education for every child, whether they're needing help, like my oldest with an IEP, or my youngest who's reading 99 words per minute. And making sure that we're looking at ways in which each student can learn and grow and be the best person that they can, because we're making little people who are going to grow up to be big people and have an impact and a job in this world. And so it's so important that we teach values and how to survive, but also just looking at the complete education that we're giving them, which means helping everybody.
So the thing that came to mind when you asked the question about, broad programming, especially for students who may be achieving above the average, was just a title of a book. The book doesn't actually relate. It's called Gifts Differing. And it was on the creation of personality types, which has since been outdated because it's like maybe from the 1950s. So there's new theories on that. But the reason why I bring it up is I think on the current school board, we have had some special education issues come up, which we would consider to not, although gifted education is actually a special education concern. But I think people were more focused on maybe a different population than gifted students. But when I think gifts differing, I think, okay, creating school environments that are broadly responsive to all students. And I think a lot of the topics that come up on the school board actually are broadly responsive to most students, because we're not really always dealing with just a special education issue. After school's a great one. It's all students, and giving them diverse opportunities. But I would say one way to specifically think about gifted education or ensuring those kids get what they need to feel enthusiastic about schooling is, and I know my time's up, but keeping class size down. We're lucky to have such small schools in our districts, many of them, but it is important as we get to the middle and high school to think about what are the class sizes so we can differentiate, because there's a lot of pressure placed on teachers then if the classes get too large. So that's just one opportunity.
Both of my boys, they've obviously both graduated now, but I have one that was an IEP and then also one that was more educationally gifted. But they both, when they went to academy school, they were able to participate in the Maple Leaf writing project, and that my youngest participated in that, and he wrote a book. It was something that they could use to, develop their writing skills. And they both participated in the Math Olympiad, which was, they were both morning programs that they'd go to school early and they'd work on math problems. And they were able to have harder problems that they couldn't always figure out, but it made them work and think a little differently. Obviously, the high school has more programs with the dual enrollment, in the AP classes, but it's definitely something that the board needs to look at for equity and for all of our students across the board.
I think it's a really excellent point that I hadn't considered before tonight, but in the last few minutes thinking about it, I realized that I've heard plenty in my short time in Brattleboro about students demonstrating a superior athletic performance and also some art and music. I've heard a lot of cheering about that, but I haven't heard anything about anybody performing well academically, and certainly those kids are out there, and maybe it's not as popular or whatever it is. So I don't know anything about the programs, but I know that certainly there are kids that are performing very well, that is pretty important. We should probably celebrate them equally. And what I do have from my own experience in high school, I took a bunch of AP classes and remember some of it, maybe a tiny bit of AP calculus, but I tutored all throughout my senior year, and the subjects I tutored in, I remember very well, a lot of statistics. And, and I also think there was value for the students that were struggling that I got to tutor and some of my peers tutored from, academically and also socially. So I don't know where we stand at the high school or any of the schools with that, but I know it was a great thing for me and people that I know. So that would probably be something to unpack. And again, I'm glad you brought it up because I just hadn't considered it at all.
Great question, Dan. It brings to mind assessment. How do we know which students are gifted in different areas? So assessment is part of it. Having been in teacher training colleges, I know that this is one of the things that we teach good teachers, how to work with diverse groups of students. There are different ways. Some of you may have heard of design thinking or project-based thinking, experiential learning, where small groups of students work well, diverse students. But it takes really quality teaching to pull off good pedagogy. The other thing, at the high school level, I am very supportive of programs that help students get into college. I want to ensure that our high school has sufficient number of AP classes, for example, and college track programs. But a lot of it gets back to what Emily said, which I couldn't agree more with, and that's having small classes helps tremendously to identify gifted students and to help those gifted students work with well with others. And I yield my time to the moderator.
Tim, you're the second person tonight who called me Dan, and then getting at the age where I'm known by my son. It's not so bad.
Thank you for your answers to those questions. I want to just tell you what my assumptions on time are. I'm looking at 7 o'clock. My goal was that we would depart by 7:30, but we never made an agreement. So if you do the math, that means about 3 more questions. So I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement that that's where we're going, because we didn't have an agreement when we started. Work? And can someone not stay until 7:30? Okay. So I also want to ask a question. So I am trying to be ethical about this. So I'm wanting permission to ask a question at some point. But I'd like to ask, what is a question from the audience?
My name is Hannah. I have 2 kids. I am curious about your experience or knowledge about social emotional development and support in our schools. And some people have touched on their experience with special education, and certainly there's some overlap there. But in general, you know, I would just like to hear any thoughts or ideas you have about that. Thank you.
Sorry, can you explain a little bit more what you mean by what you're looking for? Our experience in social emotional development.
Social emotional support in schools.
Okay.
It's typically something that is done more in younger grades or even preschool, and there isn't as much of it I see in the elementary and especially not middle and high school. I think that, and there is some information or some advocacy work that's that's in Vermont and nationally too. So I'd love to hear about anybody's ideas. I have some concerns about special education because both my kids receive special education type services, and I think that it's something that we all need to look at and start talking about. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do my best. I mean, I can give you my background. Yes, I can give you my background as my experience in dealing with educating children. I don't have very little, but my part-time job is I teach Chinese children how to speak English as a second language, and I deal with children who go between, shouldn't be that young, but 3 years old and maybe teenagers. What I can gather from that, or what I can take from that, is different children have different emotional states that I'm dealing with. Some have, how do I put this? It's a very open-ended question. I would say that the emotional treatment of a child is very, I'm sorry, this is a very difficult question. I'm trying to gather from my experience any way that I have anything to add to this. I'm at a loss. I'm sorry. Sure.
He's going to take some time to think.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
Very open-ended.
I'll say that I have learned so much as a parent, and I didn't know anything about social emotional learning until my kids were in school. So.
Okay, well, I was an early childhood teacher, and it was a home-based program, so it was small. It made it very, very easy to teach social emotional stuff because their kids are copycats at that age. So they would copy the language that I would use, and it worked like a charm, and they got it. Putney Central has PBIS, and they put quite a bit of emphasis on social emotional skills, at least in the 1st through 5th grades. I haven't heard so much about the middle school. They're kind of off by themselves. I think that bullying still occurs. I'm not sure how much. We're looking for some statistics on that. I have noticed going into the school, we also have an intensive services classroom at Putney Central, and I've seen kids applaud some of those children doing something that was difficult for them to do. So I have no idea about anybody else.
Tara Castine Putney. This is something that speaks to me as a mom with 2 boys with ADHD, impulse control, oppositional defiance behavior. They're kind of very involved in my child's environment. And so I'm constantly learning about ways that I can help the teachers help my children in the classroom, especially with the impulse control. And you go through school and you just punch somebody because they're next to you. It's not cool. And so how do you teach someone the skills needed to be a community member within their classroom? And so it is something that our schools need to do better, and it is one of the things that is an issue item for me. I have listed special education and behavior intervention with a positive outlook on that. I think it's an important thing that we as a school board do need to look at and how to address those within the schools. And I look forward to delving a little bit more into that. Thank you.
So I know, I think actually throughout the district, but I'm very familiar with the Brattleboro Public Schools, having actually just heard a presentation too by Academy around PBIS and the multi-tiered system of support that we have going on. It sounds like also Putney has it, so I'm assuming it might be district-wide or at least being scaled. And it seems to me that that's been functioning fairly well, at least for creating less behavior incidents. But social emotional learning, to me, we kind of, not that we missed the mark, but if we're just focusing on PBIS and multi-tiered system of support, that's not all social emotional learning is. So, I mean, I understand that has a really important place in these kind of more severe circumstances. But soft skills like grit and determination, which fall under social emotional learning, my hope would be is that they're really integrated into all curriculums. I feel, I mean, for me personally, I'm really hoping that the schools are functioning in a way that ensures that all children and adult learners too have the ability to transform their lives. So I know I've seen a lot of signs up that are around these soft skills, but honestly, I don't have a lot of experience in the classroom knowing how they're teaching grit. But I do think it's a really important issue, and maybe too we could hear more. If you want to come to a school board meeting, I'd love to hear a little bit more about certain circumstances, and maybe we could support that.
Hi. I don't have any educational experience with that. The experience that I have is just from being on the school board and listening to teachers and the administrators and the professionals speaking about it and what they're doing with the PBIS and the multi-tiered system. But then there's also, I know at Oak Grove, they've had emotional support dogs come in, and some of the schools, just as a way for students that if they are having a hard time, they know, okay, I can take a step back, I can go and regroup myself, regroup how I feel and how I can interact with my fellow students and my teachers. So I apologize, I don't have more for you on that.
It's a really good question. We know that success in the classroom depends largely on factors that are outside the classroom. Some kids come from home environments that are so difficult beyond their imagination. This is why it's not just important to have counselors in a school, but to have really good counselors and social workers. I was just reading an article a couple of months ago about how, by whatever measurement, schools that have adequate counseling do better than schools that don't. No brainer. So that's all I have to say on that. I look forward to learning more. Special ed is not my particular field of expertise, but I have such respect for special ed teachers.
So I'm taking license and asking my question, so I'm not the last question. So, yeah. Oh, did you not get a chance? Okay.
The only thing I can say is it seems like it kind of, oh, there you go. The only thing I can kind of see that kind of has anything to do with that is we talk a lot about restorative practices on the board, which I'm very glad to hear, because when I was in school, there was none of that. And I think that's the way to deal with children as far as having them develop emotionally in a less combative or less punitive if you do something wrong way. So that's all.
So I'm actually going to put the mic down and go speak over here. Clear change of power here. So my name is Jamie Comtois, and I'm a mom of a 6-year-old at Putney Central. And one of the reasons I ran for the school board was I was watching the videotapes during the process of the alternative governance study of the discussion about merging the districts. And I saw one of the folks from central office encourage folks on the AGS committee to not allow the towns to vote prior to a school closure. And I remember thinking how proud I was of having a small community school. And so one of the pieces that has been really important to me in the service I've done on the school board is how, as a body, do we make sure that we're committing to each other? And I've heard a lot of that. How do we commit to each other, to hear each other, to study what's going on in the unique schools and communities? And so I am looking at that history, and I'm now looking at the fact that there is potentially, I think, according to rumors, maybe $900,000 to $2 million of special ed funding that might not be coming in the next couple of years to Wyndham Southeast School District. And so I am somebody who thinks about, I don't play chess, but I know about chess, and I know you're supposed to think a couple plays out. And so I'm thinking to myself, how do you deal with the fact that we're up against our tax cap, up against whatever we call that? What is it? Excess spending threshold? Okay, we're up against our excess spending threshold. We've got potentially a $2 million downshift of costs of special education when that's such a critical issue to our communities and schools. And then you have us all looking at each other and going, what's going to give? And so I really want to hear from you all what's going to give from your perspective. But in the sense of, how do we make that commitment to each other to not do what other communities all over the state have done? And I was looking, if you saw me frantically looking, I was looking for my data, and I did some research not too long ago that there were like 10 schools that have closed since Act 46 passed, and 14 that have merged, or 14 that have like downsized and consolidated. And so the real reality of the goal of Act 46 in reducing education spending is that we will ultimately look at each other and make the decision on whose school will close, whose staff will be laid off. So I want to figure that out together. I don't want to get mad at each other. I don't want to accuse each other. I just want to figure it out together. So can you help me figure that out in your answer to my question?
It's not going to work, Jamie. A minute doesn't work on that one.
You're first, Thomas.
Yeah, great. So part of the reason why I even got involved in this in the first place is because of my concern with Act 46. I see that it's a political movement to try to get us to reduce instead of expand our public education expenditures. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. Not just because it affects the children's education, but it's poisonous for a community. If you start reducing public education expenditures, it's one thing to try to cut costs, and that's absolutely what everyone does, especially the people who want to preserve public education. You want to reduce needless cost. But it's coming from a different, I think, a wrong-headed point of view. I think the whole matter to reduce expending money on education. So as far as what do we do now that we're merged against our will, the first thing we had to do was get over mistrust that the different communities had. Like, everyone thinks that, okay, I have to fight against, if I'm from Brattleboro, I have to fight against Dummerston and Putney and vice versa. We're merged, we have to trust each other a little bit, and as someone from Dummerston, I want to preserve every school, and I want to find ways to expand what we have, not find ways to constrict it. So we just have to trust each other.
that's a primary reason I'm running for the school board. I was very involved in trying to get the legislature to change Act 49, and we had some success there. Right now, our schools are in a good position, and we know through the public pre-Ks that are in schools, they're full with waiting lists. All the community-based programs are basically full, and you can't get a child in. So for the next, 5 years or so, the outlook is pretty good. I would like to draw attention to something that the school closure amendment that we all voted in, I would like to see that renewed when the 2 years are up. But I don't think that Brattleboro understood that they might be at risk of closing a school too down the line if their school population dropped. Like Oak Grove could be a potential closed thing. And no, don't wave that card at me. This is too complicated. So I'm really committed to, our board has done a great job so far, and I'm really committed to continuing that job, as well as keep an eye on the legislature. The special ed funding is between, what I understand, $750,000 and $1 million. There is a new, it isn't in place yet, but they commissioned a study to look at how we weight per pupil spending. And as I was reading through the 196 pages, that could have really positive implications for WSCSU. So the longer we can go being together will make the longer term, I think, less vicious. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll grow.
Tara Castine Putney. I was answering the questionnaire, and that was part of my thought process, was what comes next. And things that were really important are the values and the accountability of the schools that we're going to be representing. How do we do that to make sure every child is learning and being in an environment that's safe, healthy, giving them the best education that they can have? And I came to the realization that we're probably going to have some hard decisions or hard discussions ahead of us. And as long as we're having an open conversation and learning all the facts and looking at all the angles, I am confident that with the help of the community and the board that I potentially could serve with, that we will make decisions that help our children learn in the most safest and best environment that we can give them.
So the financial constraints that you speak about could be a pending reality, as the educational landscape is always shifting, and sometimes not to our financial favor. I guess one thing that's on the top of my mind is our bond for BUHS that we had taken out many years ago will be terminating somewhat soon. I forget if it's 2 years or 2 years? 2024. So potentially that could offset a little. That's a large payment that we're making each year, I think about $1 million. But at the same time, we're talking about taking other bonds out, right? So I think it's just really important as we move forward with decisions to expand our capacity as a school district, we not just retract, but we think really critically, because retraction isn't good for innovation. We want to be a place where, our education's expanding and opportunities are expanding, but we just need to make sure that they're expanding in a place that doesn't put us over the cap in the future. So thinking strategically, but also in a way that the taxpayers can afford. So it's that balancing act into time.
I said there's not enough time to answer this question, unfortunately. Communication is vital. And
keeping our schools the way they are, small, where our kids are able to get the small in terms of classroom size, to get the education that they need, that's going to be an incentive for people moving to this area. We want to have vibrant schools that are innovative and a drawing point, because getting people to this community is how we're going to really make sure that our community, not only our schools, but our communities thrive. And we need to work with select boards and area businesses to make that happen. And we will have to be innovative in terms of, financially as well, and looking at all possibilities and seeing how we can maneuver to make sure that we keep all of our schools open, because they're all of our schools now. It's not just this, this town's or this town's. We're responsible for every child, and we need to think that way.
So this question makes me realize that I haven't given any of my professional resume tonight. I did a stint as the food service director here at BAMS and BUHS, and then got promoted to the Conval district in Peterborough, which was a great experience and relates to this. It was 11 schools, 5,000 students, geographically massive, and my office was in the central office, so I was privy to a lot of conversation, and I asked a lot how it was that they were keeping these little tiny rural schools with a sometime enrollment of only 47 students open, and the district was really committed to it. The collective thought, somebody said, and I wish I had invented this, is that it's important to keep all these schools really vibrant and involved because they're all tributaries of the same river. And I think that if we can keep something like that in mind here and really appreciate the value of these little schools, because these kids were getting such amazing attention being small schools and in their community and not on the bus for an hour to get to school and things of that nature. I think it's something, I can't see any reason why we can't do that here, because we are all sending the kids to often, almost everybody's coming to BUHS at some point. In addition to that, I'm not saying that I'm a big fan of giant budget cuts, but I'm excited to look at the budget. I think there's a lot of places where money could potentially be saved in ways that make improvements, not in ways that take things away from kids. So I'm a big spreadsheet budget type of person, and I look forward to seeing what we might be able to do to reallocate dollars. Okay, I'm done. Okay, thanks.
I'm not so sanguine about the student population in the future. I don't see a reversal of the decline in student population in the country, in the state. Administratively speaking, I've been in institutions that have been ordered by the board to cut your budget by 10%, and the worst way of doing it is across the board cuts. It's politically safe, but it just doesn't make good sense. So you have to cut it strategically, and strategically, you look at where the least harm can be. And this is going to be a incredibly difficult decision, but it has to be done with complete transparency. I can see this happening in 2022, which is why I'm running for a one-year position. But and that was I am, and that was an excellent and very heavy question there.
So I need everybody to get a chance at one question before we do second questions. Yeah. So who's our last question of the evening while Liz says her last 3-second thing?
Okay, it's not for the school board, but it's for the select boards. We need to invest in housing that people can afford to buy. There are so many people who want to move to this area and can't afford to buy a home because they're all just way too expensive. More affordable housing is always good, but we need, for our towns to look at what their, our village center is basically full in Putney. We need to look at other areas. So
good point.
There's a project for you, Jamie.
Okay, we have time for one last question. Let's see if somebody hasn't had a first question opportunity before a second. So seeing none, I see a second question. Be merciful. It's our last question. Oh, wait, I'm not giving this to you.
Yeah. It's an easy question. That's 3. Paul Narmando again. Now that you've started talking about money, which is my favorite topic, you are the guardians of the purse. And what I've noticed happening throughout the state with mergers is that administration has a tendency to, sorry, Tim, has a tendency to proliferate. And what I would encourage you, and it's more of a statement, I guess, than a question, that you keep an eye on administration, because that's not where the money should be going. The money should be going to the kids, to the people who are on the front lines of education. And now we need a certain amount of administration, but we don't need it to keep. You know, I got a position this year. Now I need an assistant next year. You know, we don't need that kind of thing. And there's been several positions that I think that have been created in this district that, as a citizen who's not fully aware of the ramifications or why it was done, that I don't think needed to be done. And I would encourage the board to take a good hard look at those.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll tell you, there's definitely, I definitely believe in cutting waste. I believe in finding where things are being spent that don't need to be spent, not because we want to reduce what we're spending overall, but because we want to reallocate it to something that's useful. But from a position of like what my values are, I don't think we're investing and spending enough in public education. So we're having this false question that's being put on our society of like, what are we going to cut? We should be expanding. We should not be talking about what we're going to take away from developing children. And that's what's being forced on us with Act 46 and in general, like in politics right now. We should be talking about how can we increase public education and what more can we give to our children? I think we're being given the wrong decision right now.
Okay, well, yes, administration tends to grow. Everybody seems to know that. So I'm not sure. I've noticed positions added at our SU level, and I'm not sure that they're needed. And we are looking for a new superintendent, but I would encourage any new superintendent to speak with John Castle, who is the superintendent of North Country Supervisory Union, over 500 square miles of territory that he covers. And his answer to that question was, I trust my principals. So their SU costs are minimal compared to most places. So there's part of the answer right there. Oh, you're welcome.
Tara Castine Putney. I hate to say it, but I love numbers and I hate numbers. My job is numbers. I am a purchasing person for a manufacturer, so I am constantly looking at what the cost of something is and how to figure out how to get the lowest cost or the best product or longevity or all of those myriad of things that pop into your head. And so I'll be looking at the numbers, and I'll be looking at those numbers in a way and how we can meet the needs of every student, because that will be the focus of this, is the students, and how does the budget and how do the numbers add up to equaling an education that is safe, healthy, and provides an education for them. So I'll be looking at the numbers. How can we do it?
Is this still a 1 minute question? Yes. Oh, okay, just making sure. Not because anybody did more than one. I just wanted to make sure I only had a minute. Okay. So it's interesting because everything we've talked about so far and everything we almost always talk about on the school board is expansion. Expansion of programming, expansion after school, expansion of pre-K, not closing schools, which means higher cost per student. So there are positions at the district level that have come into existence, but I guess I think about it as when you want to expand programs, you need somebody to design those and do those programs. And so either we really think about, which in some cases we have, how to make small increases in the budget by hiring more teacher leaders, which I'm totally a proponent of, who can take on some of those administrative responsibilities for new programming, or we'd have to think about somebody managing at the district level. So I would really be a fan. I know in certain schools we've already done that, where there's teachers leaders leading, different aspects of curriculum development or different professional development series. But maybe looking towards that would help us to not keep expanding at the administrative level if that was one of our values.
I like Tara. I'm a buyer, so I look at numbers every day, millions of dollars every day. It's $51,171,300. That's a big gulp to think about. However, we all have standards that we want for our kids, for our education, and we don't want to take away from their learning opportunities and their potential. So especially with a new superintendent coming in, it's going to be something the board will have to have conversations with, because we don't want to take away from programming. I love Emily's idea with the team, the teacher leaders. That's something that a lot of the schools have used. But we need to be very careful, because we do not want to take away from our children. We want to expand the programming as much as possible. And we just need to look at the numbers to see what can be trimmed in other places.
Just to add to that, a lot of times when a position is created, there's automatic thinking that it has to be full-time. We should think about, well, maybe this position can be 60% or 75%. That's just the kind of thinking we have to do to not just fall into the trap of a new position is 100%. And also it gets back to assessment. We have various positions in the school district. Well, how functional are they? Are they working? I'll be walk on political thin ice here, but we have a diversity coordinator, and the public wants a diversity coordinator, and I'm all for it too, but is that position functioning well? Again, it gets to assessment. So again, I'm all for diversity, and the person in that position may be doing a great job, but it's just a question of, well, we put a position in a new position, how well is it functioning? And is it needed at 100% or 90%? And that gets me in trouble.
Only with the moderator. So it's time for us to wrap up. I want to talk about the calendar. The calendar coming up. Today is February 11th, the same day as the New Hampshire primary, for those of you looking across the river. Then we've got, I believe the next thing on the calendar is March 10th will be our budget info session that we'll be having. Remind me all the details. Does anyone remember?
6 p.m. at the BUHS Gymnasium.
6 p.m. at the BUHS Gymnasium on March 10th. We'll have childcare. That will be a great place to ask questions about the $51,300 budget. Then the following week, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day at 6 p.m.
You know what? I think the March 10th is actually in the multi-purpose.
Okay, so go to the Wyndham Southeast School District website, because I didn't write my notes down, and look for the dates. March 10th is going to be our budget info session. It'll tell you when and where. Okay. So March 10th is going to be the budget info session at BAMS. I was inaccurate before. And then the following week is March 17th, and that will be St. Patrick's Day. That will be the annual meeting, and it will be a really critical time for all of the folks in Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston and Putney to show up to vote. So all voters need to be showing up to vote on the budget and participate in those critical discussions for things like diversity programming that's so critical for our districts. So anyway, I just want to say, and then what else is there? Oh, childcare will be provided on March 10th and March 17th. So yeah, questions? Yes, we announced those at the beginning, but don't forget to vote March 3rd. And then early voting starts tomorrow for folks who can't vote for school board positions. But there will be an Australian ballot, and each of the town clerks have all the information you need on voting day on March 3rd. So any other things, questions from Jody?
Yes, I have a concern, and it involves around coming to one of these places at the high school. I'm very familiar with the area, coming to all the meetings. I've not been in this building before, wasn't sure where it was until I asked the superintendent how to get here. I'm wondering if there's something a little more visible, a little more that most people who are not involved in school, who do not have middle schoolers or high schoolers, if there's some place that's really very, like Green Street School maybe, or that was more visible than the high school for some of these meetings. And I'm wondering, I mean, I know one of our members staying here late, he probably was wandering around the middle school road. I wonder, I got lost.
Basketball gym first.
So what I'm hearing, if the BCTV isn't picking it up, is that there's a concern about, as we go through this process, it wasn't stated as such, but it's been my experience, as we go through this process of centralized meetings for those of us who are traveling from the villages and we don't necessarily know the meeting location, how are we going to make sure that people know where they're going, how they're getting there? And so it sounds like a signage issue, and it...
I mean, even Brattleboro, if you don't have a kid
Yeah.
in school,
Yeah.
you're not going to know
Yeah.
the middle school.
So I'll tell you from the Communication Council perspective, because I have gotten lost in almost all the buildings, that I have made sure that we have put in our press releases some level of breakdown of information, not even saying BAMs. I mean, when people said BUHS and BAMs, I was like, what are you talking about? We were always talking about the Cusick room. I Googled Cusick. I couldn't find Cusick room anywhere. So one of the things I've done is I've broken everything down to say the Cusick room in the Wyndham Regional Career Center at this address. That problem is you get there and then sometimes the doors are locked by the time. So I think if people have some creative solutions, it's going to take volunteer time. So right now I'm volunteering on the Communications Council to write press releases, to get them out on every social media, every radio, every written newspaper that we can possibly do it, get it on our website. So if people have time and energy and want us to help solve that problem, I think it's a really good point and I appreciate your time. Yeah.
You could use like the signage. I know like Booster Club, we have just for sports, and you could put a piece of paper over them, and, you know, with arrows saying meeting, you know, this way, and you could put those up just not sporadically, but in certain areas, just with arrows, like if it's coming to BAMs at the line. I think I can check to see if we have some in the den.
And Jody and I can work on signage for those meetings. Who else is Okay, I want to wrap us up, so go ahead, Tara.
I also wanted to maybe suggest a carpool from different towns and a point person for talking about carpooling. So if you can nominate one person to be like, hey, I'm coming from Guilford and I would like to ride, you know who to call, because they normally come to the meetings. I know in Putney, I come to the meetings all the time. Jamie, Ellen, Ruby, we're always here, and Liz. So we have plenty of people that are willing to carpool if that's if you're looking for that.
Yeah, that's great. So that means if somebody wants to contact me, Jamie Comtois, you can tell me you're going to centralize your volunteering for outreach on signage and getting carpools to our annual meeting and such. That would be great. Did you have some?
I appreciate your detail. I needed that detail at the last meeting, I think with the last special education meeting, because it didn't have the address, and And I have small kids, so I've never been in these buildings before. I didn't even know where the main entrance was. And the lights, it was kind of dark, so it didn't look like there was anything here. So I don't know if there's any way.
One idea could be taking, like, I couldn't go on the website because I have no cell service, but I was looking for a picture. So maybe just even a picture of what the main entrance, it's very dark out there, but if I'm here during the day, I could take a picture, but maybe someone who works or goes here could do that.
Oh my gosh, that was multi-town problem solving. That was great. So I want to wrap us up. I think I heard some great solutions. And so Jody, let's all come over here, all you two, you, and let's make a plan, because we got like 20 days or something to make a plan for increasing visibility and outreach.
But I want to also say the majority of the people here are from the other towns. So we need to have some meetings in the other towns.
I'm going to let our current chair of the Wyndham Southeast School District wrap us up.
Well, I just want to publicly thank all the hard work that Jamie Contois put into putting this all together, and really publicly acknowledge all her communications, and you see her spirit and her energy that she brings to the job. It's been a pleasure to have her helping out the board, and it's the volunteer spirit that keeps this district growing and continuing on. So I really just want to thank you personally and publicly. Thank you, Jamie.
That was nice. I also want to shout out to a superhero tonight. I don't know. Jackie was just an amazing mom. She's gone, I think, right? And I watched her taking care of her baby so carefully during this whole session of an hour and a half at bedtime. So just a shout out to all of us parents who have somebody taking care of somebody and are able to and are taking care of folks ourselves. So anyway, thanks to everyone for being here tonight, and please help us get the word out. Go to the Wyndham Southeast School District website and get out all the candidate questionnaire links, please, as well as go to BCTV as of Thursday, February 13th, and share that link with this candidate forum. Have a great night.
I want to thank everyone, members of the press, members of Vermont, legislators, and others for coming for this press conference. This is a press conference put on by SAM Vermont. SAM starts for Smart Approaches to Marijuana. We are the leading national organization opposed to the legalization of marijuana. I'm the Chief of Staff and Senior Policy Advisor for SAM. My name is Luke Niferatos. I'm from Colorado, and the reason why I'm here today, I flew about 1,800 miles, spent all my day yesterday traveling, is because it's important to me to talk to decision makers in Vermont to help them understand what the consequences are of commercializing marijuana. And let me tell you, you've got a state that's made some great strides in terms of reforming marijuana laws. You have a state that has decriminalized the use of marijuana, that has looked to give patients access to marijuana. So we're not in a place in this state where we're arguing about folks going to prison or jail. What we're talking about today, and what the legislature is debating, is strictly and solely should the state of Vermont commercialize legalize marijuana, allow it to become a corporate model, and to be advertised and pushed upon the public in this state? That is the question before the legislature right now. And let me tell you, the experience in Colorado has been, in my opinion, concerning and should cause concern for legislators. What we got when we legalized marijuana was big tobacco 2.0. This industry is now invested in by the billions by Altria, which is the owner of Philip Morris and Marlboro, by the number 5 biggest big tobacco juggernaut on the planet, Imperial Brands, and we have the largest alcohol conglomerates investing billions of dollars in this industry as well. Constellation Brands, all of the major addiction for profit drug players are getting into this industry. And I don't think that's going to be right for Vermont. And again, what we look at with big tobacco is the targeting of kids. And targeting of kids is something that is happening in Colorado as we speak. Just a couple months ago, my wife and daughter and I were walking down the street, and my daughter is about 3 years old, and as parents we're trying to protect her from secondhand tobacco smoke, but now we've got to worry about secondhand marijuana smoke, which happens about every single time we would take her for a walk. We were at a playground in Denver, where we live, and 2 people lit up joints, and the smoke from those joints of marijuana covered the playground, and my daughter breathed that in. So that was a huge concern. Just last year, Colorado saw a 4% increase in youth marijuana, monthly marijuana use, which is a huge concern. Washington State, another state that legalized marijuana, saw a 11% increase in youth marijuana use. So youth are impacted by the commercialization of marijuana because they see the advertisements. They see the candies, gummies, ice creams, and waxes, all laced with extremely highly potent marijuana that this industry is selling. So Vermont right now has a very local model. They have done a great job on the social justice front and on decriminalization, but that completely gets erased when you allow a commercial market with for-profit players like big tobacco and big alcohol that only want to make a profit at the expense of people using and getting addicted to their highly potent marijuana products. That's what we've seen in Colorado. I'm a parent and I'm living that every day, and it's something that Vermont parents and Vermont, the public of Vermont, should be very concerned about. I appreciate you listening to me today. We have Mariah Sanderson, who's a local Vermonter, who's going to speak about her concerns with legalization as well.
Thank you, Luke. My name's Mariah Sanderson. We asked Luke from Sam National to come into Vermont today to help us better understand what's happening in other states that have made this mistake to commercialize marijuana. I oppose the tax and regulate system that's being promoted here in Vermont to commercialize marijuana, really for 2 reasons of 2 things that are connected to my life that are really important to me. One is that I work in the field of substance use prevention. It's the work that I do every day. I'm passionate about it. I think it's important to create healthy, thriving communities, and this flies in the face of the work that I'm doing. I'm also a mother of 2 boys who are both a middle schooler and a high schooler here in the community, and I think that if we continue to ignore the science and push to commercialize marijuana, it will be the biggest public health mistake of my lifetime and for my kids' lifetime. It is a mistake to believe that somehow this time with this substance, Vermont will finally be able to regulate a for-profit addiction industry. It has never worked before. The states that have done it so far have not been able to do it successfully, and it is a mistake for Vermont to think that somehow we're going to be special and do this differently. The consequences and costs of tobacco and alcohol still far outweigh the tax revenue they generate. And even after working so hard to dramatically reduce smoking over the years in our state, smoking still costs Vermonters approximately $348 million a year in state medical expenses, and results in about 1,000 smoking-related deaths each year in our state. So we haven't figured it out with that industry. The idea that we're going to bring in another one to create more deaths and more problems is just, it's hard for me as a Vermonter to watch. Allowing another predatory profit, addiction for profit industry like this is a mistake, and it's the kids like my boys, the future generations, that are going to end up paying for it. We won't see what the consequences of that will be for not until the years to come. And I think the industries like this, they've routinely proven that they are very talented at using persistence and power and money to whittle away at any attempts to regulate them. Regardless of what we put into place this year, if we were able to, if this moved through, over time they will whittle away at their regulations and the public perception of their harm. I think that it's been 6 years since they legalized in Colorado, and we're just barely starting to understand what the consequences of that were. They're just barely starting to see the impact of that. And I think it's on us as Vermonters to continue to pay attention to what others are doing and to use that to inform our policy here. We do not need access to more drugs. What we need are healthy brains and an educated, sober workforce. We don't need access to more drugs. What we need are safe and sober drivers, and we need policy that supports healthy kids and healthy communities over commercial interests. As a parent, I struggle all the time with how I can help my kids make good choices in the face of media that glorifies and normalizes substance use and alcohol use. And I need my policymakers and my community to help them by providing an environment that makes it easy for them to make healthy choices. We are currently in the midst of an opiate epidemic, and that's in part because 20 years ago we allowed easy access to highly addictive drugs that we did not fully understand. And the companies who would profit off of those drugs helped shape the narrative, and they told us that they were safe. As recently as 1994, after decades of research to the contrary, CEOs from 7 major tobacco companies testified before Congress under oath that, that nicotine was not addictive. We cannot afford to be fooled by industries like this again. As a parent, the disadvantage of normalizing another substance for the next generation that is already struggling to make healthy choices is too great. Our state already has some of the highest rates of marijuana use and alcohol use in the nation, and we should be thinking hard about the policies that help support us to reduce that use, not create a system that gives more access to more drugs. We have done such a good job of promoting health in so many areas. We're the healthiest state in the nation, but our high substance use rates are showing that we are not prioritizing kids over commercial interests in these industries. I urge our legislators to make the hard choices to put thriving kids and communities first. My kids are already walking by light-up signs for alcohol and e-cigarettes on their walk to school through 5 Corners and Essex Junction. Please do not add a fluorescent light-up marijuana leaf to that mix. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Hassel, and I worked as a bud tender in a Massachusetts marijuana dispensary for 1.5 years. I was a passionate user and supporter of marijuana. Obviously, I had a change of mind and heart to be standing here before you today speaking against Bill S-54, urging you to say no to commercialized marijuana. After working as a bud tender and consuming its products, I experienced heavy metal poisoning, severe addiction, and psychosis. Politicians say that S-54 should pass because it is the will of the people and it'll make things safer. People have no understanding of the reality of the commercialized, industrialized marijuana industry. Its unethical, illegal, and dangerous practices harmful to physical and mental health. States are incapable of safely regulating marijuana. Marijuana is being toxically produced, contaminated with mold, illegal pesticides, and heavy metals. Marijuana lobbyists are spending millions influencing states, which sanction rules increasing harm and addiction. This chart shows you how potency of THC of marijuana has changed over time. In the 1980s, I smoked bud with 3% THC. In the 1990s, it increased to 13% THC. In 2018, with high THC concentrates, THC has skyrocketed to over 60% THC. Vermont legislators are considering setting a cap of 60% THC for commercial sales. This is dangerous. After consuming high THC, I came very close to having a psychotic break and committing suicide. I became what the commercialized, industrialized marijuana industry cultivates, one of the 20% of heavy users consuming 80% of its products. Vermont legislators think this equation will work. So you have highly addictive THC, in this case it's shatter, plus promotion to increase users, and here you have gummy bears, again appealing to people. Then you have tax money for prevention use to decrease. Added up, to increase prevention money, Vermont would need to increase addiction. This equation makes no sense. It's crazy. My hope is that the Vermont politicians will open their minds and hearts and vote for health instead of an addiction-for-profit industry. Vote no on S54.
So hi everyone, my name is Ed Baker, and thank you for being here. I want to be clear, I want to compliment the Vermont legislature for its hard work responding to the opioid crisis that we face in our state. I just came from Recovery Day. The governor has designated February 12th, 2020 as Recovery Day. I was with my peers for a number of hours this morning, celebrating recovery from substance use disorder. I myself am in my own personal, long-term, very stable, robust recovery from my own addiction for over 35 years. I'd like to add that it was Vermonters that saved my life. And I'm paying back for that. I will pay back for that until I can't pay back any longer. I've listened to people with substance use disorder for 3 decades in the confidence of a therapeutic setting. I've listened to people. I've learned. I know a little bit about vulnerability. And I'm here to tell you that we have vulnerable populations in Vermont, and I know you know this. We have adolescent children, simply by nature of being adolescent children. They are vulnerable to addiction. Adolescence is a risk factor. Just the very fact of being an adolescent puts you at risk. We have people with mental health disorder, many too many of them, and we know about them, and we're struggling to help them. People with mental disorder are at risk to develop addiction. We know this today. We have people in recovery, thousands upon thousands of people struggling and achieving robust and powerful recoveries. We don't need another psychoactive chemical on retail sale in Vermont. As Luke had referenced, we've already legalized medical marijuana. We've decriminalized marijuana. This is far enough. I urge you to understand that you've done a wonderful job. This is far enough. We don't need to go any further. We hear a lot about regulation. I beg you, take a look at alcohol and tobacco, 2 of regulated commercially available drugs, 2 of the leading causes of preventable death on Earth. In America, just under 400,000 people died, tobacco-related illness last year, just under 100,000 alcohol-related last year. That's not to mention the other 72,000 from different types of illicit drugs. We do not need another psychoactive chemical on the market. We need to regulate, and I don't mean to be lofty about it. I know the legislature knows much more about this than I do. But here's one example of something on sale right now at a medical marijuana dispensary in Vermont. It's called Cookies and Cream. I asked you, when was the last time you took a medication named Cookies and Cream? Cookies and Cream, 84.8% THC. This is an incredible concentration of THC. We need to regulate the medical marijuana industry. That's about it for me. I just want to say that 10 years from now, I want to look back on this and I want to be proud of what my legislature did. I want to be proud that my legislature put public health above profit. I don't want to be proud of my Attorney General for litigating big cannabis.
Hello, my name is Dr. Catherine Antley, and I'm a member of the Vermont Medical Society. And I'm here to let you know that the Medical Society is opposed to the creation of retail sales of marijuana in Vermont. That resolution was passed by the body. We're almost 2,000 physicians. And the reason that we're opposed is we recognize that this for-profit industry will target our children and the most vulnerable. They'll do this by making candies. Candy cigarettes was what they did with tobacco, and they'll do the same thing with the THC candies. What happens when you give First Amendment free speech rights to an industry and corporate personhood? The individual Vermonters cannot fight this. So if South Burlington wanted to prevent a pot shop from being next to their high school, their lawyer for their small town would be up against perhaps a suite of highly paid California lawyers or out-of-state lawyers who would come and litigate over and over and over again. So that's what it means when we are giving corporate personhood and free speech advertising rights to a legal entity. And that's why Vermonters know that 70% of Vermonters want to stop where we are right now. The New Emerson poll says the situation we have in Vermont right now, it's legal to smoke and to grow in your own home, but the power of the industry is not strengthened by our laws and our legal system. So this is very important. And why do doctors come out against? Well, we're the ones who are in the ERs when the kids come in, and they're psychotic. The psychosis rate. I had a conversation with someone from South Carolina. They said California. Their psychosis rate has exploded. Everybody thought this was not going to happen, and the reason that it has is the explosion in the concentration of the THC, together with targeting the children. Cannabis hyperemesis syndrome has actually killed people. They will not eat. They become dehydrated. Their kidneys shut down. And then, of course, we have suicidality, increased suicidality and depression. Why is this? THC makes you feel good. It overwhelms your system. It goes into the receptor, which normally is filled with anandamide, which is your natural body mate. But when you have very powerful THC, which locks in, your body forgets how to make anandamide. So that when you stop using the THC, you plummet, and the kids end up extremely depressed and in a suicidal state. This is important for every Vermonter to understand. And so we are taking care of these kids. In Colorado, we've seen a quadrupling of youth showing up in the ERs. If more youth weren't using, we wouldn't see a quadrupling of youth showing up in the ERs in distress. So I'll just end with swarming the legislature for the last year has been lobbyists. These lobbyists are paid by the industry. And I think it's important to understand that these lobbyists are not public health professionals. They do not study public health for a living. They study how to sell their product for a living. People who, and yet they are telling legislators, and we are getting emails from legislators who tell us that youth use rates have not increased. This is a false statement. Study after study after study. I have a number of references. The study that they quote has been repeated and refuted. More studies have come up. Youth use rates have increased in commercialized states. So if your legislator is voting for this for the wrong reasons, please call them. And I just want to thank everybody for coming. I think it's very important that we pay attention to this important topic. Thank you.
So that concludes our press conference. We're happy to take questions if members of the press have questions at this time, or we can do individual interviews, however you all want to do it. Okay, great. All right, thank you all.
Glad that we got such a good turnout. We're going to start off tonight with some introductions. Then we're going to give a quick overview of the project in case there's anyone here who hasn't been to the previous meetings or is otherwise unfamiliar with the project. And then we're going to jump right into the survey. Alex has a presentation. We have the surveys themselves. We will review them, take any comments, and then we'll talk about some ideas for distributing the survey. I've already heard some really good ideas from lots of different people, so we hope that you'll all help and share the ideas that you're hoping to use in your towns. So to start with, my name is Susan West. I'm a senior planner with the Windham Regional Commission, and our colleagues, Carol Monroe from ValleyNet and Alex Kelly from Rural Innovation Strategies are here tonight as well. And we have Rob from the state of Vermont, our broadband expert, statewide. So we do have a sign-in sheet going around in a clipboard. If you could check your name off if you're here, if it's not checked or your name's not on the list, please feel free to add your information, add your email address. And with that, I'd like to quickly go around the room and see who we all have here tonight. Just say who you are and what town you're with. You want to start, Patrick?
Sure. I'm Patrick Moreland. I'm from the town of Bradford.
I'm Gretchen Haverluck. I represent the town of Bloomington, but I live in Whitingham.
Jen Burnell, live in Whitingham.
Dave Jones, I live in Brookline.
Omar Smith, Reedsboro.
Kayla Robertson, Newfane.
Greg Piccolo, Newfane.
Steve Naracco, Dover.
Will Bissonette, Townsend.
Greg
Melmans, Jamaica.
Bob DeServo, Townsend.
Andy Snelling, Townsend.
David Cherry, Wyndham.
Bill Estes, Marlboro.
Caroline Robbins, Jamaica.
Chris Robbins, Jamaica.
Ed Martin, Marlboro.
Joe Prignano, Marlboro.
Stephen John, Marlboro.
Lynn Forrest, Newfane.
Joanne Leone, South Newfane.
David Jones, Halifax.
Toby Fitch, South London, Derry. Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
Donna Sebastian, Wardsboro. Liz Fortin, Wardsboro. Donna Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Elsie, Whitingham. William Forrest, Whitingham.
Ann Mangler in Wilmington.
Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton.
Candy Leonard, Stratton.
Erin Astley, Whitney. Bobby Kilburn in Westminster.
Pete Van Lower, Newfane.
Renata Cowling, Newfane.
Rusty Davis, Weston.
Cameron City, Vernon. Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Munson Hanks, Vernon.
Thomas Lockelberg, Vernon.
Great. Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before we move on, I do have resolutions of participation and official appointees from 19 of our 27 towns. So if you're a town that hasn't sent that information to me yet, please do as soon as possible. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol.
Okay, so you know that we're working on this project is being funded by a broadband innovation grant. I like the fact that it's called a big grant. In many ways, I wish it were bigger, but it's a great grant from the Vermont Department of Public Service. The broadband innovation grant is going to provide participating Windham County towns with a strategy and a plan to deploy fiber broadband to the residents and businesses of this area. We're, of course, partnering, Windham Planning is partnering with Rural Innovation Strategies, I always think of it as RISI, from Heartland and ValleyNet from Royalton. So RISI works with rural towns across the country to establish foundations for the digital economy. And ValleyNet provides design, engineering, operations for EC Fiber and Lime Fiber. Here, EC Fiber is a communication union district here in Vermont, and Lime Fiber is an organization right across the river in Lyme, New Hampshire. And so we'll be providing strategy, policy, market analysis for fiber deployment and a feasibility and a business plan. The feasibility plan has to go to the state for approval. So here's the sort of project workflow here. You see the survey and some field work, our gathering all the data that we need and mapping into a feasibility study. That study has to be reviewed by a third party as well as the state before we can proceed. At the end of that, then we move on to a business plan for the second piece of the funding. It is our intention to look at communication union districts and try and decide what makes up critical mass. Are we talking about one in this area or two? I doubt that there would be three, but that's a possibility. But making sure there are enough towns involved so that there is critical mass to make up a district, to make it feasible. And so we will be making a recommendation along those lines. Doesn't mean that the town has to agree to join. It's just the recommendation that will be that we think will work best for the region. As you know, in the Northeast Kingdom, they've decided on one district. It's quite a lot of towns, but because of the sparseness of the population, it made sense to have one district in that area. And so many of them are voting at town meetings for that matters. So we go on to the business plan. The idea behind the business plan is that you end up with a document and enough documentation to present to do an RFP with, but also that you could possibly get VEDA funding. So, you know, Vermont Economic Development has has loans, grants, I wish there were good, low interest loans, up to $4 million for communication union districts to get off the ground. And so that would be the next step down that line. Any questions for me? So tonight's really about this survey, which is an important tool.
Just repeat what VEDA is.
Vermont Economic Development Authority, I believe. Yes?
So, one question about how come in the discussions we've had so far, the rural utility service funding hasn't come up? You're familiar with that, I assume.
RUS funding.
Yeah.
So RUS funding is also part of the USDA funding, and it's a little bit problematic in the state of Vermont. Not impossible, but USDA funding was used to build the Vermont VTEL wireless overlay here in Vermont, and as a result, any areas that are touched by that are not eligible for future funding for the expansion of broadband at the moment. I know.
Is there a challenge happening to that?
Yes, there is. So I know the senators and the representative from this state are challenging that in Washington, trying to allow us to at least say it's supposed to be here, but it's not. You know, that my neighbor can have a wireless connection, but the person on the other side of the mountain cannot, and to be able to, you know, judge where it is and where it isn't.
Phil, I can send you some more information on the challenge process, and it leaves a lot to be desired, but I can share that with you.
Is VTEL being held responsible in any capacity? Or going to help us fund?
The challenge is with the original VTEL grant, they only had to provide service that was at 768, so really slow service. And you'd have to challenge that they're not providing that level of service. They have fulfilled their grant, is what's been decided by the powers that be. As a result, though, a large portion of the state does not have access to USDA funds at this time.
But the RUS grants are quite a challenge to even get.
Right.
You've got to spend a bundle of money before you can even apply. Is that correct?
Well, I think you have to submit a powerful grant, but it also requires some match funding, among other things. And so it's, you know, they're all a little bit different, the RUS grants versus the Reconnect grants and something else. However, we know that there are towns here in Vermont who have gotten some economic development grants for the purpose of things like broadband studies and that type of feasibility, not pre-feasibility kinds of work that's been done. Reedsboro, is that what was your grant from?
Yeah, it was from USDA.
Yeah.
From rural economic development.
So I know that's true in Newbury as well.
Yes.
Where do town votes fall into the mix?
Okay, so in this project, we're going to recommend what we think communication union districts look like, right? And that's where town votes would fall into the mix, to join a communication union district. Now, there are some that are going up before town meeting already in March, and so it's a question of how big those districts might be, and do you join those districts that already are going to exist, which only takes the vote of the select board, or are we trying to create another district that would have to go to a town meeting? So if we're joining a district that already exists, then that makes it much easier for all of those that aren't on the ballot this time around.
But there's nothing in the law that says one CUD and another CUD can't join together.
There is nothing in the law that says that can't happen.
And also, the towns do not need to be contiguous, correct?
There is nothing in the law that says they have to be contiguous. Okay, all set? So let's move on to the survey.
So I'm gonna try to get through all of this, and then let's try to do questions at the end, if that makes sense. Just get through the actual presentation part of it. So basically, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go through some background information, context about the survey, strategies for it. Then we'll do questions, and then we'll look at the survey itself and make sure all the questions on the actual survey make sense, if that works for you. Of course, if someone has a burning question, I might make allowances. Anyways, the survey is a typical first step in these kind of feasibility study processes. So we want to get it done right. It is foundational to everything else. And it's meant to provide a big picture view and add color to the other data that we are collecting. So the entire feasibility study won't be based just off this survey. It will be based off of many different types of data. It'll be based on Carol's experience with ValleyNet and what has worked in other places in Vermont. It'll be based on data we get from the state of Vermont. But the survey is an important component to that. This survey, it's required in the big grant proposal, and it's also, we've built it based on models that have been used in a lot of other broadband projects. So the questions we're asking, how we're asking them, why we're asking them, is built on a foundation of research and testing that has happened in other similar projects. We want to do our best to eliminate confusion for everyone in this room, but also for everyone across the Windham region that's going to be taking the survey, right? We want to reduce the number of questions that we get. That being said, there may always be confusion, there may always be questions, so we also want to make sure that everyone in this room has as much context as possible so you can help when you're sharing the survey with people and they have questions, you can kind of be the first line of defense. We'd love to get a 20% response rate. Right? If there are about 30,000 people in the Windham region, that means about 6,000 responses. That would be that would be a success for us. So the goals for the survey, one of the most important things is to establish what areas are served and what areas are unserved. And we'll take a look at the questions that work to establish that. We want to get a clear picture of current and potential usage of the internet, of broadband. We want to be able to estimate the rate of adoption, which is important for when we're looking for ISPs that will ultimately want to come bid on running this network. So we want to be able to tell them, look, we're pretty sure that this amount of people will adopt this service. And again, that'll be based on the survey, but also historical data and knowledge from ValleyNet's experience. We want to help providers understand revenue opportunities, right? We don't want to shortchange what we say, is the potential revenue for operating this network. And we also want to use the survey as the first tool to build more public awareness, excitement, and momentum. Great article in the Brattleboro Reformer about it, and we want to build on that with the survey to make sure that we have as much buy-in from the community as possible. This caveat, I think I already covered. The survey is one source of data that will be used to address the above questions. We'll use it in conjunction with other data, which will create a very clear, rounded out picture. Okay, so we are going to, first, I'm going to go over now how people can respond to the survey. So we're making an online version of the survey that is really nice, simple. It will be at windhamregional.org/broadband. A bunch of other resources will be housed there, but that is, the survey is not online now. Other resources are online now. So we will update everyone when that is online. But this survey can be taken at work. It can be taken at home on your DSL. That is the easiest place for us to process the data if people take it online, because then it automatically goes into a spreadsheet, which we can then analyze. So the more online submissions we get, the less data entry we have to do. To direct people to this survey, we'll go through a bunch of places we can disseminate this, but we're also going to hand out templates for kind of little business card size handouts with the URL. So for example, you can print off a sheet. A sheet has 8 of them. We've got a bunch here, and what this allows you to do is go to town meeting, pass a stack down the row where you're sitting, and it just has a little tiny bit of context and the URL, right? We want to save paper, and this is like something you can give to people to just let them know where the URL is and how they can get there. The survey can also be taken on smartphones. It is mobile compatible, and it can be taken multiple times from the same phone. So if you are talking with some friends at a cafe and one of you has a phone, you want to pass it around, somebody take it, the other person can take it. You can take it multiple times from the same phone. We will also provide paper copies. We'll provide a paper version that you can print. We may have some copies here to go over, but once we get your feedback on the survey, we will create a PDF of it, and you can use printed surveys if you want. The paper version will have instructions for sending it in by mail. Of course, you can also collect them and send them in a batch. We won't be able to go out and obviously collect them all ourselves, but if you could help facilitate the collection of those, that would be great. And I know there was a question about it at the previous discussion. We aren't going to be doing any mass mailings of the survey, so it all has to be kind of through this grassroots effort. So how are we going to work to get the survey out there? So digital distribution, there's a lot of things we can do. First of all, we'll use social media. And what I would say would be most effective is if you wait for the Windham Regional Commission to post it on their social media and then share that. Not only is it easy for you all to get the information right, and you don't have to type it in, you don't have to worry about it, but that's the best strategy for telling the social media algorithms that what we're sharing is important, and it will get more reach the more we work off of the same posts. So engaging with the first posts that the WRC creates will be great. And what we'll do is, we have all your email addresses. We will let you know when the posts are up, and then you can go there and share them. Listservs. Listservs are great. I love the Heartland listserv. I love seeing when people's horses are loose and all that. And the listservs are going to be great to share this as well. I would say it's even okay to send it out to the listserv multiple times. Obviously, you don't want to do it every day. But sending it to listservs is going to be really helpful. And again, we'll provide you with a little language you can use. There's language that'll be at the top of the survey for context. There's little language on the cards. So please feel free to use anything of the written content that we've created to just make it easy to send it out on listservs. Front Porch Forum, same thing, very similar to the listserv if you have accounts on Front Porch Forum, and they've been very generous in saying if we need any help disseminating it on Front Porch Forum, they would be more than happy to help us do that. If your town has a newsletter, getting it in the town newsletter is really great. If your town has a website, finding a way to get it on the website would be really great. That means talking to whoever administers that website. You can actually, they're annoying, but you can have those things happen where if you go to the website, a pop-up comes up and says, hey, have you heard about this survey? Just an idea if you want to be ambitious about that. Any other newsletters that you know of or you're a part of are great. The library might send out a newsletter, who knows? And then, of course, personal outreach to neighbors and friends is really helpful, and it can be really easy, simple. Hey, I'm a part of this broadband group that's working to bring better infrastructure to our community. We're trying to get a survey going about, what have you. Would you mind filling this out and sharing it with your friends? All of that is really great. Hard copy surveys, again, we prefer people to take it online because it's easier for us, but not everyone can do that, so it's certainly fine to work with hard copies. We have flyers, PDFs of flyers with both pull tabs and just flyers without the pull tabs that you can post at town buildings, bulletin boards, bus stops, wherever. Again, I mentioned the handouts. If you are going to the dump, bring some with you, right? If you are going to the library, bring some with you. Wherever you're going and you think you might run into some people, it's a great excuse to have a nice conversation with your neighbors and to give them a little bit of paper to help them know where to go to take the survey. Put it on the chalkboard next to the drink specials. We can get creative with this. With non-digital ways to disseminate the survey. If you walk your dog every day, might as well knock on your neighbor's door. Letters to the editor are great. And again, we're going to go over all the ideas you have for disseminating the survey after we get through this presentation. Just some things that you don't have to do that I would recommend avoiding. No need to, if you're worrying about response rates and feel like, oh, maybe you know what your neighbor gets for internet, so you might as well fill it out for them. I would say just hold off on that. Thanks, but no thanks. We want to make sure that everyone who's responding to the survey is responding for themselves or with the explicit consent of someone else. So if you have a neighbor who has maybe trouble using a phone and you want to fill it out for them, that's great, but no need to fake responses. And please don't, in fact. If you collect paper surveys and want to enter them, again, this is why we made it so you can enter the survey multiple times. If you are sitting around, watching a show, watching the, what did we say here, watching the sap boil, and wanted to enter some surveys, that would be fantastic. And that way you don't have to send them in or bring them in, the paper copies. You're not supposed to put them under the car windshield wipers. You're not supposed to leave them in mailboxes. And if you're going door to door on your dog walk or just visiting neighbors, no soliciting signs. You're not supposed to approach those houses, even though you're not selling something. And also just be careful. No need to get bit by a dog that seems aggressive to knock on the last house on your door, on your walk. So we are here to support you in any way we can. But we're really excited, and we're excited that there are so many people here because it means that there is an energy already behind this that's going to be really useful. So all of you should feel completely deputized to drive the engagement in your own towns, and let us know how we can help. So you all know your communities best. If you think of something in a week or two and want to just run it by me or any of us, or I guess direct it to me, that's fine. Happy to help. But feel free to do what you think is right for your own community. Again, if you can answer questions first, that would be great. We also have an FAQ that'll be on the same at the same URL as are on the cards. And then, of course, if there's a question that you don't know, do reach out to us, and we'll answer it and also add it to the FAQ so that other people can find the answer. We'd also love it if you could be kind of an ear to the ground about what's going on in your communities. If, for example, there is misinformation out there and you're worried that somebody responds to your post on the listserv and says something that really isn't true or is kind of could be hurtful or harmful, do let us know. We would love to know just that everything is going smoothly, and if there's anything kind of untoward happening, do let us know. If you want to schedule a check-in with me, you are welcome to. I think what I would love is to just get an email update from you, and I'll send out an email halfway through just saying, hey, how's it going, just to make sure things are going well. If you really want to call me, you're welcome to call me, but I'll be checking in maybe once or twice through the process. Just quick note via email to make sure things are going well. Okay, so we're going to review the survey questions. I guess let's take a vote. Do you want to talk about more distribution methods now, or do you want to talk about the survey questions?
I have a distribution question.
Great. Let's do it.
Have you folks had any conversations about the best way for those of us with large numbers of second homes in our community, how to handle that? And do you have any sense across the whole regional commission how many of the properties actually are second homes?
Great questions.
You're trying to get to 20%. It's going to be hard to do that without them.
Yep. So yes. So there's a few things. Good question. Since we're not doing mailings, we know that we're not going to reach the second homeowners who are not going to be in town for the winter. That's okay. What we'll use to supplement that is with knowledge of how often second homeowners buy fiber internet service based on what has happened in ValleyNet's catchment area and in other places. And yes, if you see some people who are there half the year around, great. If you know people that you're friends with and can include them in an email or something like that, great. But it's true, we won't be able to get everyone who's a second homeowner.
So follow up to that, will you pass something on the survey, and we'll see it in a second, that says, are you a
Yes.
permanent or okay?
We will.
I was actually thinking of putting up a kiosk that I would man at Bromley. To catch.
On local days.
on weekends, so that out of and holidays. Because I got some hookups there, also Magic Mountain. I got some old iMacs that I was thinking of, locking on one way.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how that goes. It could be really great.
Well, because Londonderry in particular has a huge number of, just as many out-of-state as in-state residents. So I was trying to figure out ways of making it happen with the non-locals, because other than at the supermarket on the weekend or at the one stop sign in town, you don't see anybody.
Yeah, so if you do that, let me know how it goes.
I will.
Please. Yeah.
Point of information and a question. Statewide, half of our properties are second homeowners.
Yep.
And those statistics are available online. You have access to them too.
Yep.
Question, what are the dates? That our timeline is exceedingly tight here. And we want to get in front of we have an informational meeting for our town meeting on February 24th.
Yep.
We want to have the surveys in hand so we can hand them out and administer them there and at town meeting. When will we get them, and what is the due date?
So the due date is March 17th, I believe. Is that right? And depending on the feedback we get today about the survey, tomorrow I'm going to work on updating the survey if we have any feedback. And so early next week, at the latest, is when I would say it'll be posted online and ready to be disseminated, barring the catastrophe.
It'll be at that site, on the
Yeah,
broadband
we'll be right
site,
here.
And those flyers that went around today, they're all on that website. You can download them and print them out yourselves. There's also a project summary sheet that you could use for articles as well.
I'll go here and then keep working around. Yeah.
Lynn Forrest, new thing. About a year and a half, the planning commission did a survey. The way we let people, one of the ways we let people know is we spent $100 and we did every door direct mail. It wasn't a survey. it was, this is what's going on, it's one sheet of paper, that's all you're allowed to do, and it goes to everybody in that particular zip code. And so we covered Newfane, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Newfane, and then included for Brookline because they get it whenever we do that. So it's a really, if the select board doesn't mind spending a little bit of money, it's a real effective way to let people know. And then they also go to second homeowners if they come up for the snow, and it's right there in their mailbox.
Can I ask a question? How long did it take to get that together? Like, between when you decided to do it and when it landed on the doorsteps?
48 hours. Well,
Okay.
well, let me see, from the time I decided to do it, which meant I got an artist to do the layout and, but if I had the flyer and it was done already, you just take it, you grab online, you fill out what zip code it goes to, it tells you how much it costs, you put in your credit card, and then you take that form with flyers to the post office and back to sub 100.
And this is all through USPS?
USPS, they did a great job.
Cool.
So I'd also like to add that if you wanted to do postcards, printing postcards, about 250 of them is about $55 at Staples, and mailing them is 35 cents each. So 250 postcards could go out for under $150. And so I wouldn't do that to the whole town though, but that is a good way to reach those second homeowners. And you all have those addresses because that's where their tax bill goes.
Do we have on the website or in any of the literature, is there any kind of like a scannable QR code that can take people to the website?
We decided to not do a QR code because, well, yeah, we just figured the URL would be good enough. But if you think otherwise, happy to talk about it. I mean, we could set it up. I figured. Yeah.
It might be helpful for people doing it on their mobile phones and do like a bit.ly, like a shortened link, so they don't have to type in as long of a address as that, as much as that's easy to remember.
Yeah, it was a trade-off between memory.
QR code on the flyer, so as you're going into the grocery store, you're looking at the bulletin board, scan it.
Yeah, you can do it while you're waiting in line and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, here.
How are we going to, I mean, each town is, I assume, going to take some role in getting the surveys out in their town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the return of it is going to be going directly to you guys, and some of it's going to come back to us. How are we, or are we not expected to coordinate what kind of response we're getting? Is that all going to rest with Wyndham Regional, or how does that work?
You mean coordinate the response in monitoring to make sure we're on track?
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we'll have a good understanding of how on track we are based on the online responses. That being said, Sue is going to be getting the ones that are coming in via mail. And we'll just, I would say, you could let us know how, so you can save, you don't have to send them one at a time when they come in, or you don't have to drive them in one at a time, but maybe let us know kind of via email how many you've got, if you've got a lot that you're kind of waiting to batch together to send them in.
Let me restate the question.
Yeah.
How can we get feedback from you? How many responses from our town you have, and even more detailed, how can we know which addresses you have the responses from so that we can follow up? Our goal is to achieve the response rate, and if we have that type of detailed information, we might be better able to follow up.
Yes, so that's a great question. So when I send a little brief email to check in with you, say in two or 3 weeks, right, maybe halfway through, I will include information about how many respondents there are per town. I'm not sure if I can give you all the addresses. Let me think about that. I don't know if there's anything about that would be an issue, but at the very least, we'll know kind of that we're on the right track. Yeah, unless anyone else has. We asked for the address. Yeah, yeah. It seems like, do you think there's an issue with giving out addresses and names?
Well, we just
it
said
would be-
we're not gonna use them for anything
It would be a
other
lot
than
of,
the survey.
it would certainly be more work to
You have a box.
provide documents
You
to,
have a box that somebody checks and says, please share my information with my town clerk.
we have a box that, we have some,
All that stuff is already on our brand list, which is out on everybody's website, so it's a public document.
right,
To be successful, we need that data so we can follow up.
okay.
It is a public document, but it is a voluntary public document as opposed to.
Last time I heard, my tax bill wasn't voluntary.
No, what I'm saying is this is, so it's an opt-in, so you can't necessarily share that.
Okay. So let's do this. I will say now that unless I come to a different understanding in the next few days thinking about it and thinking about if it would be an issue, I will take the online respondents, split them up by town, and then be able to share halfway through actual addresses in the spreadsheet form. Now, I can't promise that I'll have done data entry or will have done data entry for physical copies. And that, again, is something that if you get a physical copy back and you want to enter it in while you're watching TV so you don't have to send it in, that helps us immensely. And then that will then be included when I touch base halfway through.
We're running at 20%, you don't need 20%.
Right.
What is better than 20?
Sure.
We've already spoken to the school board, and they're on board. They're having a budget review meeting on the 24th, and we're going to be there, even making a presentation. We've talked to our state rep,
Great.
who represents Guilford and Vernon, and she'll be speaking at town meeting the first night, and she'll mention this. We're going to have tables at town meeting. Vernon is unlike a lot of places. We have meeting two nights. So we have permission to have tables at the back. And also election day is Tuesday. We're going to have a table there during that. One of the things that we have done before this is we got it in the town plan. And that means that the town is on board with it. When we went to the school board the other night, one of the members asked us, well, how do I know what my amount of service is? And it's on our bill. It's right there on my bill. So I think that's an important thing to tell people.
To reiterate, what we went to the school board for was to get them to get the kids to take the surveys home to their families, or maybe we'll just use every Friday they send out a packet to the home. The school board gives us permission to get the principal to put those in. So there's nothing better than having kids yelling at their parents.
Yeah, homework.
And the principal, if needed, she does this, and she volunteered, she does email blasts to the parents. So,
it's a good
that's really great. And I assume most of your state reps also have email lists that they send out communication to. So not only could they talk about it at town meeting, they could put a note out to their constituents from their list.
oh, and one more thing, we're gonna have a sign when we do the table on election day, and it's been recommended by 2 different people that we say something like, would you like to increase the resale value of your home by 6%? I don't know about you, but that gets people in our town.
6%, where did you get that number?
Yeah.
I've seen
broadband communities, it depends. It's like 2 to 3% if it goes by your house, but it's 4 to 6 if you're actually connected. Broadband Communities magazine is an online magazine, terrific for just great information.
And it's free.
And it's
Okay, so let's go over the survey. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, one more.
That's like.
I'm curious how you plan to manage multiple conflicting responses coming from the same address.
Hopefully there won't be too many of those. Yeah, you know, I get better service in the bathroom than anywhere else, so maybe they took it in different rooms. No, I'm kidding. I don't, hadn't thought about it. I hope, and I'm pretty sure there won't be too many conflicting responses. We are only asking for one response per address. But there's a question about how many people in your home use the internet, just so that we can gauge, you know, bandwidth needs.
Yeah,
So
perhaps that's something we should emphasize when promoting the survey, is that we're looking for one response per household.
Yep.
What about apartment buildings?
Yeah, what about that?
Different addresses.
Yeah, different addresses. They may have different subscriptions. Yeah.
Are you gauging bandwidth needs just solely on number of persons?
No. Let's go. We'll go over the. You'll know when we go over the questions. Yeah. That's just one of the ways we get.
Want to do
Okay.
that now?
Yeah.
Then maybe we could talk a little bit more about distribution if folks want.
Okay. So I can pull it up on your computer too. Is that right here?
Yeah.
I noticed a lot of people taking pictures of the presentation. Would you be able to send the presentation out?
It will be on our website.
There you go.
Tomorrow?
That's
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. You may need to share it with. Oh. It'll be on the screen. It'll be on the screen too.
I've seen them.
The flyers are one page.
Was there any thought about putting this in a Survey Monkey form?
It is.
It is in a Survey Monkey.
It is in a SurveyMonkey form, and that will be on wyndhamregional.org/broadband. So, and that's where you can transfer the physical copies into the digital.
Do you want to start? Just jump to the questions.
So the survey is set up in sections. So the first section deals with some information to make sure we know who is answering the survey and where they are and what their address is. So we ask for their E911 street address, and again, we can compare that to data from the state. We ask for the town, and in case somebody picks it up who's not in the Wyndham region, we have the kind of other option. We want to know what their electric utility is.
Are there more surveys? We're after.
Okay, does everyone have surveys?
You might have to share if there are.
Here's one.
Yep.
Middle of that page, or the first page, it says we are collecting E911 addresses, street addresses for the purposes of establishing areas, roads, and neighborhoods.
Yep.
But these addresses will not be used for any other purpose.
Gotcha. So I can remove that before we send it out.
You can adjust that.
Yeah.
Other than for.
How about no nefarious purposes?
There you go.
So we want to know who the utility is because we want more information about the utility poles in their neighborhood. We ask if they're a year-round resident, if they rent or own, and how many in the house, people in the house use the internet currently or would use the internet if they had better service. So do you have a question or?
Correction. Jacksonville Village Electric Company.
Great. Yeah, you want to scroll. Sue's doing triple duty here. So, do you currently have internet service? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think it would be worthwhile on the E911 address to include a little line after that, like apartment number or unit number? Just to differentiate, 123 Main Street, apartment 4 from 123 Main Street, apartment 2?
Great idea. Yeah. Is that included in the E911? No, it's not.
No, and I'm not sure if people responding to the survey would.
Yeah.
It's not consistently included.
Okay.
Depends on how detailed towns have been about reporting their E911 data. So sometimes it's just one address, other times the units are in there.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, we'll put unit number if applicable. Good idea. Okay, do you have internet service currently? If no, skip to question 16. But if so, what type of service do you use? Check all that apply. So what we're doing with the next series of questions is trying to get at the quality of internet service in a few different ways, because not everyone will know the answer to all these questions. For example, someone might not know if they might know that they get service from VTEL, but they're not sure if it's VTEL fixed wireless or if they're in VTEL's fiber footprint or something like that. So this question and subsequent questions are all kind of touching on the same thing, which is what is the quality of your service, but they're asking it in different ways. So if they know what the actual infrastructure is, we'd love to know that right here. Do you want to scroll down?
For B, you should add Duncan.
Yes.
Yep.
And Duncan.
Duncan. America runs on Duncan.
Very slowly.
And within some of those, there is fiber and there is also regular cable. Do you want to know that
Yeah, so that would be you mean within cable?
If they're getting fiber, like Duncan has some fiber out there, not a lot.
So both, if they have cable or fiber, that counts as served. So essentially those get grouped in the same category because they can provide 25/3. So question 9, we want to know how people currently use the internet, right? Can they, do they run a company from their home? Do they have home security? Do they do email, social networking? Do they use the internet for government services? These are a range of things, and it helps us understand what the current capabilities of their internet is. You want to keep scrolling down? And then we ask, after preparing them with that question, can they do these things easily, right? Can they receive emails with attachments easily? Can they play video games? Can they do video conferencing? Can they stream on multiple videos at once with different devices? Can they use a smart speaker? And all of this is, again, to get at how robust is their service.
It's a little vague in terms of actually gauging. Like, I can do all that, can I do it easily? Absolutely not, but I can do all that.
Right. I mean, and again, this is going to be something where people's conceptions of easily might be different. It's a little hard to control for.
Regularly between can and do.
Yeah.
Triple out if you.
Regularly and easily. I like that.
Or
I like.
easily.
Yeah.
Underline easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many can I do at once?
Right. Right. And without a lag or without a delay, we can re-emphasize, in addition to the without waiting for anything to load, we can emphasize without a lag or delay to really make it clear what we're asking.
Can I ask a question on the last section, because it just came up in our town about commercial use? I mean, there's no question commercially, is anyone using this and not working?
Yep, no, that's right. Residential provides the vast bulk of, what this network will cover. So that's really what entities look for in a feasibility study, in a business plan. If a business wanted to fill this out on behalf of their business and on behalf of their house, that's fine too, but it's not a critical component. Is that true, Carol? Would you agree with that?
I think the small businesses, we might want to add a small, something along those lines, government services, businesses, and let them decide.
Yeah.
Because we have companies that are trying to use credit card machines and they don't operate at the same time.
Right. Well, you have to wait because somebody else is on the
Right. So I think it's an important component
Yeah.
of the survey that we have commercial demand in some of the small rural areas. Restaurants.
Great. Yeah.
And the other part of that same question is that one of the things we all want in our town is the second homeowner who's going to increasingly commute from their second home.
Right.
And they need a good, robust connection to do that.
Yep, definitely.
Perhaps just in that, how do you use the internet, and other, could have e-commerce. That would take care of a lot of those questions about credit cards and.
Yep, shopping.
Shopping.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually call it e-commerce, because that suggests that you're selling online. I think what we're talking about is credit card processing. I might say, like.
You could put credit card process.
Yeah, small business.
You got it.
All right. Yeah, so that's a good flag. Thank you for that. We'll make sure that small business applications are included in the how do you use the internet.
Are you, when you have other, you're gonna have the box below that says, tell us what?
Yep, good flag. I'll make sure that the line shows up in the,
Coming to your house.
Okay, so we went over, we went over current service. Is your internet service bundled? Yes.
What's the threshold for easily? What's the answer to the question, how easy is easily?
I would say easy is without waiting for things to load.
So in other words, instant.
Within reason, yeah. Nothing's instant.
No,
Yeah,
that's, that's a serious question.
Yeah.
You know, compared to what we used to have, right? What we have now is really good.
Right.
But so it's easier.
Right.
So the real answer is instantly, without any delay at all.
Without delay. Yep. That's.
Or would quickly be better than easily, because easily is
Instantly.
is subjective and doesn't.
Sure. Yeah, I like that too. All right. I will clarify quickly and easily without delay, without waiting for anything to load.
Without buffering.
What's that?
Without buffering.
Without buffering. Yes.
But nobody knows what buffering.
Well, that was that's why I didn't put that in there.
Nobody knows what buffering. You do, but nobody else. Ask somebody at Cronet's General Store in Jacksonville if they know what buffering is.
So we also want to know. If they have internet service that's bundled, we want to know that.
We talked about this at the last meeting.
Yes.
This isn't the right question. I want to know how many people have satellite TV. Because if they're spending $100 a month on satellite TV that can be avoided, that is really important to know. So this question needs to be changed. There is no cable TV where we live, so.
Yeah, but some towns there is.
Some towns there is.
Those towns have better internet already.
Well,
Right,
yes.
so the towns, most of us in little towns do not have any cable TV, so we have no cable internet. So
Right.
if you watch TV, unless you have an antenna on your roof, it's satellite, and that's an important financial consideration.
Because all of a sudden, that bill goes away, everybody's
Yeah,
screaming.
yeah, that's a big bill.
It's a whole.
What number are you on, Bill?
Yeah, we will ask about TV providers too. That's a good idea.
Well, and also, would you want to have internet without having to have the cable or without having to have the telephone service? I just want the internet. Can I just have the internet someplace? Because my cable bill is killing me.
Well, by definition, that's what fiber is.
Right.
Internet.
But how does it get into the house then?
So we want to.
Fiber optic cable.
After 11, you should throw security in.
Oh, the phone bundles are.
Is that something that?
I can't even what the triple flight, I guess it's internet, TV, telephone. Comcast offers security some places, I don't know if they.
I think they do like digital like cyber security.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. I'll look into that. So let's move on a little bit.
Another question?
Yeah.
Bundled with, is that the same thing as you get it from the same supplier, or you have to get it from the supplier? In other words, I'm not even sure whether I could get my internet without getting my phone from CCI. But I do happen to get both. Are they bundled or not?
They are bundled.
They are.
Yep.
And you can, but you should check your bill because it'll tell you whether you have a 2-year contract on one or the other.
You
But
can
I know
drop your
I
phone.
pay separately for both. I mean, I pay separately for each.
You do.
So, but that would, if it's from the same supplier, by definition, it's bundled.
Well, I think you'll find on your bill from CCI, if you've got phone service and internet, there's there's a discount. It's listed as a discount on your bill. And you can have, if you have DirecTV, with all of that, believe it or not, with CCI, that it was with Fairpoint, you would have a discount even though they don't have anything to do with it being on your bill. So it's accounted for in something called a discount on your bill.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I don't think you can get satellite TV, regardless of whether it's bundled with CCI or mine's bundled with my AT&T cell phone. But it's at least $60 to $70 a month to have satellite TV, and all you get is crappy channels. For $100, you get a few less crappy channels. That is a big factor in making this affordable.
I think we should put,
Yeah.
the TV provider question on here. I do. But bundled is,
Well, then maybe it should be a separate question. Do you have satellite TV and what are you paying for it?
Yeah, that's
a huge number. Yeah, okay, great.
So we want to know how much people are currently paying for their bundled services. Just a range, right? We're not, it's going to be different for every town, but we just kind of generally want to know average pricing thresholds for.
Those who are using their hotspots to
Yep.
provide themselves service, is that bundled in here? It says telephone. You asked the question TV, telephone, but not cell. I'm just, because see if.
So what we
$500 a month on.
what we asked was whether you got your internet through mobile.
Right, that's.
Right.
That's question
Yes.
8.
And so are you saying we should have something more than that?
I'm just wondering in this question 11, cell service.
I see. Yeah, if that counts as bundled.
It's, yeah, some businesses,
Yeah, yeah. No, we could add that. I mean,
There's a lot of people using their
they're
hotspots.
using their data.
Their internet.
Yeah.
in our areas.
Okay, yeah.
Can I just go back to that bundling again? I mean, AT&T gives me $10 a month off on my DirecTV service because it's bundled with my cell phone. And DirecTV satellite and my cell phone have nothing to do with each other.
Yep.
So if I drive around our town, Whitington, there's satellite TV dishes all over the place.
Yep.
And those people probably don't realize, and we want to teach them how they can stream the same thing for less money. So if people get rid of $60, $70, $80, $100 a month in satellite TV costs, bundled or unbundled, that will encourage them to do broadband. And I think it's a huge number.
but that's not a great survey. But we'll get that answer, right? Because they're going to answer this question and say, my CCI bill is $75 to $99 or whatever it happens to be. And we're going to add that question about TV.
Yeah,
to the survey.
the TV should have its own question.
Would there be a better way to phrase that question right there and just say, how much do you pay for these services, your telephone, your television, your internet, bundled or not? You know, because that's really the most important thing, is how much are people paying for all
What
those
are you
services?
spending a month on internet and telephone and TV?
Sure. I'm
I really
happy.
appreciate the satellite TV thing to be its own question, because in the towns with no cable and
Yeah.
no cell service, people have satellite TV.
It will be. And I like that. I like that phrasing of how much do you spend for all of these services. I mean, this is what.
Each. That was a suggestion. How much do you pay for each of these services? How much do you pay for internet? How much do you pay for phone? How much do you pay for TV? Separate numbers.
No, that's hard to break out.
I think that's
It
very
doesn't matter. I think it's good. People can come off the top of their head with one number. It
Yeah.
makes it simple for, there's no need for the program, really, because there's like.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is a. Yeah. The other thing.
I got 2 CCI bills here for Marlboro, different service, and, no TV, and so you can
Yeah,
see
no,
out the building if you want.
Well,
It's got all this fine print too.
yeah, it's. Yeah. So really what all this is working up towards is putting in the business plan and then in the feasibility study kind of general benchmarks for things like how much are people paying generally for their telecommunications bills. So with this 1 to 5 scale, this is a highly subjective, obviously, question where we just want to gauge the mood of people in the community. We also want to know what quality is most important from their internet provider, whether that be speed, reliability, consistency, which we try to differentiate clearly from reliability, whether or not you have unlimited data, and then the price. And then we'd also like to see.
Can you go back to 14 for a second?
Yep.
You're saying there from your internet provider.
Yes.
If they have dial-up.
What?
I guess the question is whether it's their current provider or what they would value most from a future provider.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think either.
Right.
If you're choosing an internet provider, what's the important thing, right?
So switch the word
Yes.
your to an.
From an internet provider.
Well,
Yes.
it also gets construed as what's the most vulnerable aspect of your current service. Because even if you're looking for, say, reliability, that's because you don't have an app.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what question 15 is supposed to get at.
Right.
So we want to know both, which of these are people going to think about when they think about whether to switch to fiber, and what things here are they currently most concerned about with their current service. There's a slight distinction between those two, and that's why there's two different questions. Yeah.
You might switch 14 and 15 because readability, I'm thinking about current and I'm thinking future.
Mm-hmm.
So if 14 is future, then you really got to switch.
Okay, good idea. Yeah, I like it.
I wanted to just comment about the next question, landline service.
Yeah?
Basically, the big crucial factor there is if you have backup power. That's why we all want a landline, an analog landline. But if you have backup power, it's not really an issue. And that's why a lot of the fiber providers will provide backup power if they're giving you voice over internet protocol.
They're required to do so.
Right.
Right.
So I think it's important to make this clearer. So you have analog phone service, you have backup power, in the event of a power outage.
How long
Well,
will that-
again, that question is absolutely important for when people think about whether they're going to switch to fiber or switch to voice over IP. What this is for is slightly different in that it informs the feasibility study because we want to know how many people are currently able to use their cell phone at their house, how many people use voice over IP already. So that is absolutely important when it comes to when people make decisions about whether they are going to switch their current phone service or adopt fiber. But I'm worried about, it's already pretty long, I worry about adding too many more questions. I mean, we certainly are going to add some.
That's more for us to be able to answer people's questions if that comes up.
Right. They are required to provide, I think, 12 hours of backup.
They're required to provide 8 at this time.
8 hours.
And the FCC is trying to move that up to 24.
And that's a battery that's at the house.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be 24 soon.
Well, the FCC is pushing for 24.
You know, this may not be possible to put in the survey, but I can't tell you how many times I've gone to somebody with a fairly new cell phone and I said, oh, you don't have Wi-Fi calling turned on. People are not realizing that they may not have cell service at their home, but they really do if they turn on Wi-Fi calling. Even their crappy consolidated internet connection will allow their cell phone to work.
But that's an educational thing, not a survey.
Yeah, but it's a good, I mean, certainly part of it. All right, let's do a few, you've had your hand up for a while.
We're asking about what's important to people in their selection, but nowhere in the survey have you asked what speed they currently have. So maybe not in some of the areas, but in other areas, you have many options for different speeds, but you have to pay for them. So you're asking how to compare speed with price, but you've never asked.
That's because what we care about is what is served and what is underserved or unserved. and which gets to the kind of infrastructure you have. I mean, we can ask explicitly what speeds people are ordering, I suppose, although often what's advertised has no correlation with what you're actually getting at your house. Yeah.
We had a previous survey in Lawrenceburg, and only 1 out of 5 people filled that, gave us the answer to that question. And we even gave them an URL for a speed check. So
Yeah.
For some reason, they just don't seem to fill it out.
It's a tricky, I mean, a lot of these are tricky questions, but that's a tricky one.
Well, a lot of that's weeded out with what can you do at what that question with, you know, how many things can you do at once, or what, however that works for you. I mean, you already know if they got a good connection with that.
Yeah.
Going back to question 14, you're asking for them to select one of those 5.
Yep.
But I could expect that the questions we're going to be getting would be along the lines of, does that mean that you're going to provide just one of these, or are you going to emphasize one? Isn't it true that all of those are desired? And how would a person express that on their survey?
So
can you do a rank ordering, for example, instead of selecting one?
we talked about that. We also talked about other options for phrasing it. And what's important is really we wanted to make sure people didn't, we wanted to make sure we didn't lose the opportunity to get people's #1 concern. And that was why we phrased it the way it was. And I assume people care about all of these. I would care about all of these. But honestly, if someone cares first about speed and then about price, or first about price and then about speed, that's a big difference. And we want to know, rather than giving people the option to say, I care about all of these, or I care about 3 out of the 5 of these, we wanted to really make sure people thought carefully about what they most wanted.
So when we explain it, we should say what's the worst problem you're experiencing, which of these 5, and that's the answer to the question. What thing are you having the most trouble with, and that you want to fix the best? That's the answer to the question.
I think it's more about what you value most.
It was intended to be what do you value the most, and this was intended to be what do you want to see fixed with your.
There's no way that you would not want to get all of the first 4 for some price.
I agree, but we are forcing people to pick one, and that's part of it, right? There's only one.
I will take reliability and pay more money.
Yeah, that's not going to be meaningful, but go ahead.
Yeah.
3 days ago during an ice storm, where I didn't have any satellite cell service, it would have been consistency. At the beginning of the month, speed is no issue. At the end of the month, speed is an issue. So I'm going to leave that one blank.
Great. We are forcing people to pick, and we're going to get a range of answers. And what we really want to know is what we'll be able to rank. You know, most people care about this. This is the second most cared about. This is the third most prioritized or cared about. And that's, you know, it's okay if you answer it as you will, and some of you may not like the question, but we really want to drill down to what is the ranking of priorities in the community in terms of what do people care about most, what do the second most people care about, and what do third most people care about. So,
you know what I think might be important? We're all on broadband committees in our community. We actually have 9 in our lighting committee. And I think that we need to if we tell people to fill out the survey, we should tell them, if you don't understand the question, call me, so that we get the right answers, so we can help people. We're all studying this to try to figure it out, but our neighbors aren't. And I think if we help them answer the survey, we'll get better data.
Okay, so we have a section about phone service, who your provider is, whether you have a cell phone or not, who your cell phone provider is, and what the cell strength is at your house. Yeah?
Why? Thank you.
Why about the cell phone?
Why about cell phone? Why about phone in general? We're not, I find whenever I talk to people the difference between internet and cell phone service, they don't know the difference. And I think you're just.
So let me tell you the reason, and then you can respond. When the CUD puts out an RFP to say, do you want to be the internet provider for this network, companies will want to know whether or not it would make sense for them to bundle services with it, whether they should offer a special voice over IP service, whether they should offer something else. They are expecting some form of indication that will help them know whether they should offer that or not. And yes, some people do confuse the two. That's going to happen. We have to live with it. That it's not going to be perfect. We aren't going to be able to eliminate confusion for everyone.
My question really is, isn't that section 2 years down the line? In other words, if we're trying to get answers for an ISP person, as opposed to getting answers for us to create a CUD, what do we care about? Right now, what do we care about?
Well, we care about what the average revenue per customer is going to be. And it's going to be different if you think that customers are going to want internet service and a voice line as a bundle, or whether they're just going to want internet service because they're going to use their cell phone instead. And so I think some of these questions can lead us into determining what that average revenue is going to be, and that goes into the feasibility study.
Alice, can I just
Yes.
ask a clarifying question? So is it fair to say that the data you're collecting here is less important for will you be a CUD or not, as it is to inform the business plan and the RFP process, so we do this feasibility study once? And is it also fair to say that if you guys have determined that we need 20% response, that that's statistically valid, so that even if we got 50, the responses, when they're in aggregate, should change very little between 20 and 50. Are those two fair things? Because I think that's...
Yes, that's a great clarification. Those are both fair things. I would say not only does this does inform around the edges some things about formation of the CUD, because it's establishing what areas are served and what are unserved. And when we look at those on the map, we can see, okay, if we're going to bring fiber from here to here to here to here, we can knock out this unserved area, and then it makes sense to have this be one CUD, and then the fiber, looking at where served and unserved with the geography and existing fiber assets, then we start to figure out where the optimal CUDs are. So it does do both, but you're absolutely right in saying that this informs the feasibility study in ways that are beyond the CUD just alone.
Well, can a town that is well served or served be a part of the CUD?
Absolutely.
Inevitably, even a town like Brattleboro, particularly around its edges, have unserved areas.
No, we have in Vernon a few.
And so you
But
can
we're next to
probably-
Guilford and close to
Halifax.
Halifax, who have real problems.
Yeah.
So
We want-
if we aggregate that, do we end up being part of the unserved
Yeah.
greater community?
Right.
And
so-
Marlboro
and that
too,
would be
by the
the
way.
reason to join a communication union district, so that you can find a solution for those unserved areas.
And for those who want to be served by fiber.
And yes, as well.
Yeah, and in ValleyNet's region, there are places that have cable that will get built as well, just maybe with a different plan.
Or Woodstock. Or-
Yeah.
Based upon the questions I see, that there's no way that you can really determine whether people receive LTE or not. I mean, you ask whether they use it for internet, as a primary internet source, which is fine, by definition you would, but there's nowhere, you ask if what cell phone strength is your home, that would be call strength with bars, which is a totally different thing than LTE or 3G reception. So there's no way in this to determine whether people receive LTE if they're residents or not, or 3G as their residents, separate from whether they're using it as an internet source or not. Is that important for you?
I'm trying to think if that's actually important.
Because a lot of people who have LTE don't even know they have it. So it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But I think that's an important thing to know, whether a geographic space is covered by
The
cell service or not.
That's also going to be a highly confusing question if we're already trying to make the distinction between internet is different than cell service, but LTE is also different than whether you can call people. I mean, I barely understand that.
That
So
data exists. Somebody did a study of that.
Oh, they
We had a
did?
chart
Okay,
at one of our meetings. Some of that meeting we had in Dover, and so I was in that red zone where we don't have cell service, we don't have internet, we don't have anything.
yeah.
So, but can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
We have a town, Stratton, the map itself, 1,500 taxpayers. 90% of them are serviced by Comcast, 200 of us are not.
Yep.
So if we survey those 1,500 people, they're gonna come back with this survey completely different. They're gonna talk about reliability, because Comcast sucks for them, I know that,
Yeah.
for example. Are we gonna separate that out? I know I have no filter in.
This is a safe space. You can say whatever you
Well,
want.
no, it's the same issue
Right.
in Dover.
So yes,
And
that's why-
some people are serviced. So is that gonna be separated out when on the first page, when they write Comcast, you're gonna throw it in another pile? Because their answers are completely different.
So a few things. Their answers will be different, and that's exactly what we want to know. We will actually be able to put on a map dots for every address that responds and say these people have service and these people don't. So that's one way that we're going to pull them all together. Also knowing, I mean, it's important to know that consistency and or reliability is an issue for people with Comcast. Or that's what's top of mind, or that's what they care about. And it would be great to know what people who have Dunkin' care about. You know, that all helps a future provider think about how they're going to prioritize, you know, running a business if they end up being the person to win the RFP.
Question 17, are there any towns in the Windsor region or this group that have landline service for retail? I thought retail was up in your area.
No, there are some at the very top of Wyndham
Oh, there are?
County,
Better.
where retail comes down into some of those towns.
So those people already have fiber?
Yes.
Yep. So again, you know, we're getting into some direct questions about potential future service, right? Definitely would to unsure. Would you subscribe to competitively priced fiber internet? And I know that competitively priced is subjective, but we can't tell anyone really any even ranges at this point because we don't know what the business cases are. But I think it's more about gauging people's general interest and mood and approachability with fiber, knowing that we're trying to make it as competitive as possible. Yes?
I think it's a little confusing, just in terms of pronouns, as a question. If fiber internet,
I think it's missing a Y in
to your current service came from our community. I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're right. It should probably be your community, and competitively priced does not have to be with regard to your current service, because if you're paying $100...
It's the euro and the hour.
Okay.
Does it make no sense?
Yep, I will change the hour to your. That's a good call. Okay, so, and for those people who want to switch, what is the primary reason you would switch? And again, this is information that goes into the feasibility study and that the people responding to the RFP will want to know, right? Do they, if D ends up being something that most people respond, that may change the idea of who should be the provider, right? So we want to know kind of why people would want to switch. What are the primary motivations? What they think is a fair price. That would be great to know. And then...
Why did you put in the 100 megabit synchronous? I mean,
it's a benchmark.
Well, I know, but people don't know what, you know, if you're like me and you got 17 down and you have 1.2 up, yeah, what does 100 mean to me? Even if I could compare it. Stuff's working fine, you know. I mean, you could put a 50 in there, it wouldn't make any difference.
So the reason why we picked 100 is because that's definitely better than DSL, definitely better than satellite, obviously, but it's also better than cable.
Yes, I understand.
And that's the threshold that we wanted to ask about. You know, it may not, people may not understand. If people have lived with DSL their whole life, they may not. And
You could put in parentheses faster than cable.
You could put that in, so you can explain that, that's something people can relate to.
okay, yeah, I like that. Good clarification. Yeah.
The other thing that might be important here, and we've talked about it a couple of times, and this may be the place to catch it, where people said, you might have to pay for your landline, you might not have to pay for, because if in your head you're saying all of the places is DSL for $100 a month, the answer would be no. But if I would not have to pay my landline, I would have to pay something else, because it's not DSL for fiber, it's fiber and all that it brings for DSL. So I don't know how you get that into the survey without muddying the data.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and that's where data that we have from other fiber installations comes in, because if you give people all those, people are resistant to change. They don't want to commit to that while they're taking out a survey. It takes a little while. They need to have someone in their community do it first to see that, oh, it works like totally easily and fine. And so those responses might not really be valuable until, again, as the gentleman over there said, that when you're doing consumer education about that, that's in a year from now or in 2 years from now. That's where that becomes most important.
Yeah, so you said data from other surveys that
Exactly.
hold up against this and
Exactly.
be able to extract.
Exactly.
Okay, got
Yep.
it. Perfect.
Yeah, question 23 is laid out in a sort of interesting way.
Yeah.
That might lead people to believe that they can influence what the price is going to be. Why not give them a couple of different likely scenarios, like you're going to get 100 up and down for $90 a month, 200 bucks up and down for 150, based on what typical prices are now, and say, which would you choose? Because this is typically what it costs.
Well, that seems like it would make them think that they were influencing it as well in a different way.
I think the second way, what I'm proposing, just gives us an idea of how much money they want to throw at it, assuming they understand that it might replace other things, like their landline and television service.
And is there even realistically anybody who would provide 100 for $40 a month?
Yeah, no, right, but people might say, well, yeah.
People are buying it.
Right.
I think you're gonna get a lot of $40 to $50 a month back.
Well, that may be the case. That being said, the way that it's phrased, what do you think would be fair, is not saying what do you want to pay. It's what do you think would be fair. We want to know, right? We're not asking people to say, this is what I would pay. We want to know generally how people are conceiving of the value of fiber internet. And it may be the case that, that you can make it work at $40 to $50 a month, but it likely won't be able to. But that being said, it'll give us a benchmark for how people are conceiving of the value of it, and what additional consumer education needs to happen around.
I think you're giving them false hope.
Yeah. Also, I don't think you're going to get much data as far as how much money you can bring in. What subscriber revenue is. I mean, the people who want to pay 40 or 50 bucks a month would probably be very happy with 25 megabits.
Yeah, that they probably would, and that's why this is not. Again, this is not to act. Nobody is going to even come close to setting actual price thresholds using this data and these responses. Because we don't know how much it's going to cost yet to deploy the network. We don't know how much it's going to cost. Is the company that's providing the internet, do they already own bucket trucks, or are they going to have to spend $100,000 a truck?
This makes sense, not when you're signing people up. This makes sense when you're trying to figure out what the feasibility study is, I guess, or the business model.
That is what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Let's not, don't confuse that with what the next step may be, which is trying to get.
You're gauging a mood, not asking for a commitment.
Right.
You're also figuring out, as a business, you're going, well, here are the different things I can offer, here are the speeds I can offer. I've got an awful lot of people at the bottom between 40 and 60. Well, that's going to be something that I need to focus on. Yeah, there's going to be people up here going 90 and 100, So that's a business model that they can look at. Here's your customer base.
Carol, what's the breakdown?
Is it fair kind of a value judgment? I don't understand why you're asking what would be fair. That's kind of like, what do you think of, what would I like a business to charge? Why wouldn't it be, what is the maximum amount we're willing to pay? It's different than value judgment.
That sounds scary. And I think asking about fairness is different than also asking about what would you like. I think fairness, we all have our own conceptions of fairness. We're going to get a range of answers. That's why we want 6,000 respondents, give or take, so we can look at the averages and see what generally what the mood is and what the kind of interest is.
If you take your CCI bill and it says you're paying $35 for 10 meg, and we're asking you, what do you think is a fair price for 100? So it requires somebody to think through, well, if I'm paying $35 for 10, a fair price for 100.
It's not necessarily relevant that you're paying $35 for that.
That's the, but that's what it's the, how do you as an individual determine what is a fair price for something that you don't have today? And so that's really, that's partly how some people deal with it, is that they're looking at, what do I pay today, and for how much?
Or what can I afford?
Well, that's not what this question is about, though, because that's a whole different question. What can I afford is a different question.
Okay.
Well, your EC Fiber's lowest cost is $64 a month plus the.
$72 with the equipment, yeah.
Yeah, so people are getting the consolidated 3 megabyte price, for $35 or $40. I mean, that's a huge hurdle.
And not everyone is going to subscribe to this. Some people are going to keep their consolidated. Some people are going to keep their satellite. That is okay. This is for the people, for the people that are interested in fiber, right? We're looking at the people who are interested. How much do they think it's worth? How much generally are they expecting? How much, that's good data to have. So then at the very end here, we want to know, if people want to get more involved, right? We can use all hands on deck, for this part of the process. Could be with data entry. It could be with, we may actually have to send people out at a certain point to verify that poles are in the right locations, or you never know what we're going to need people to do. So the last questions are, if people are excited about this, if they want to volunteer some of their time, we would love to know that, and therefore know if we can contact them. But again, totally optional for them to attach their name to the survey or attach their email address. Yeah.
One more.
No, okay.
Okay, question 22, what's the primary reason you would switch? It was going back to 14, there was a list of qualities that would be most important. Among them is unlimited data. And that is a big factor, especially if you're on a service like retail. And also consistency is listed on 14.
Yep.
Why are these reasons on 22 different? And should there be some parallel structure between those two questions?
Yeah, that's a good point. There should be probably all the responses on 14 should be on 22. And I guess if people hold in their head the difference between consistency and reliability of the first question, we should have those both here as well. So I think you're right. Everything that should be that is in that question should be here in 22 as well. Yeah.
And were you going to change 14 to an internet provider or keep it your internet provider?
If 14 is the one about the ideal internet provider, we'll change it to an. And then 15 is the one about your internet provider. Yeah.
In questions of brevity, why not eliminate one of those two and just combine them?
Well, they're getting at slightly different things. They're getting at slightly different things in terms of. What's that?
I don't see how they are.
Well, one is getting at people thinking aspirationally about, in a perfect world, what do they prioritize, and one is thinking about, in their current world, what does their service struggle with. And maybe it turns out that those are going to be the same for everyone, but I guess we don't quite know until we.
Alex, you've used these questions elsewhere, right? We're not the first people to see these.
No, but that being said, a lot of your feedback and all of your feedback has been really helpful, especially with wording choices and other things like that.
But these questions basically give you guys what you need.
Yeah.
You guys is us guys, that's why we're asking.
That's true. That's yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, but all of, these changes are really good and helpful, and again, we want to make sure that you all are comfortable with the way it's set up, so that you feel good about answering questions, you feel good about being a part of the process.
So we're going to incorporate as many of those comments as we can. Alex will do that, and then we'll post it on our website. And before we leave, maybe we can just take a few more minutes. If any communities want to share some of the ideas that they have about distribution, if there are things like, how to get the paper survey out, it would be good, I assume, if you can have that at your local library, town hall, other gathering places, but maybe your town hall's not open every day. And so then you might want to think about putting a box of the paper surveys outside the front door if you have a porch or something. But if any of you have creative or just really logical ideas for spreading the word, please share. Jennifer.
It's winter time and it's probably hard, but lawn signs?
Lawn signs, yeah.
Would that make sense?
You could, or the sandwich boards in certain places in town, in your town centers. Yes?
Another possible suggestion is the community service organizations. I've been thinking about it. I'm a member of the Lions Club. We have 57 members in our area. A lot of
That's
people
great.
they come up with.
Yeah.
Rotary, all the service organizations. It's a volunteer thing. They like to do this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone drives for Meals on Wheels, that's that's a nice way. You talk to a lot of people that way. So.
Sure. Yes.
This is not my idea. It says bring in bingo.
Oh yeah, there we go. Bingo. Exactly.
Bingo, capture dances.
Oh, there you go. I saw, Patrick, you showed a nice postcard you were making, right?
Yeah, we've got nearly 6,000 households we need to reach, and so our intention is to do a every door mailing, much the likes of which was described earlier. But while I have the floor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Given the relatively short period of time in which we're able to collect surveys, can we expect an email or a phone call from the Wyndham Regional Commission letting us know that the survey's gone live?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, we'll definitely send a note out to all those who are on our list, which is quite expensive right now.
What's your target date for that to happen?
To get the survey online as soon as possible, if not tomorrow, at the very, early part of next week.
The reason I ask is as soon as it goes live, we can put it on our website.
Yep.
As soon as it
That would
goes
be great.
live and we know that you guys are pushing out social media, we can begin the process of sharing and liking and all the other things you can do.
Yep.
So knowing when it goes live, I think is gonna be useful.
Yes,
This
we'll make sure we
weekend's
get
a
that.
holiday weekend, so many of our second homeowners are actually here.
Ah.
So it would behoove us to get it out by Saturday.
Great, if we could.
So are you making an electronic file available to us of the survey?
Yep.
Yes,
It's actually really, really easy. We should maybe pull it up and show. It's here. I know what I do. I can pull it up on my computer and we can just plug in the
So
Yeah.
we click on Wyndham/broadband.
Yep.
And you said there's a lot of other stuff loaded out there.
Yes.
So there's gotta be some big graphic thing that says, click here for the
Yes,
survey.
there is. It's all ready to go.
That's what I'm getting at is, you said it's on SurveyMonkey, but is it gonna be clear?
It's not
that
an
there's
actual survey monkey, but it's a similar.
I'll show you right now. This will be
I'm just
a
wondering
good
if
thing
we
to
can
do.
take an e-file of it and put that on our website as well as a link to
they won't have the data.
So just have a link to our page.
So this is basically what it looks like embedded in a website. So we have the same context as in the first one. You kind of, first you enter your address, then you hit your town, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna change this and add the electric utility that was mentioned earlier, right? All this, and then you just hit.
That's a Google.
Yep, it's a.
That's great.
And so it has to go through Wyndham Regional /broadband so that you guys can collect all of the data.
Yes.
If we posted it separately without the link, you couldn't get the data, and that's the important part, is for you guys to be able to get the data, right?
Well, if you post the wyndhamregional.org/broadband.
We
Yeah,
posted the
exactly.
URL, but we're not gonna get an e-file of our survey to put.
Right. Everyone should be kind of funneled to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Any other ideas, suggestions?
Just
Yep.
a question about access to the data, which was mentioned before.
Yeah.
So is there any possibility that we would have access to the actual spreadsheets, sorted by town or something as the data's coming in? So we have more real-time access to that information?
I don't know how that would work, do you?
I think I'll monitor it if we need to, pull the fire alarm and, or, light a fire under everyone's butts or whatever, we'll do that. I'm not too worried about needing to monitor it in real time, and I'll send an email out again in a couple weeks just to give everyone an update about responses are coming in, systems are working, that kind of
What
stuff.
about after March 17th, after your deadline?
Yep.
Could we at least get the data at that point? Because maybe us as a town, maybe we want to pursue it further and get more data.
I don't see any reason why not, yeah, no, certainly not. Yeah. Yeah.
In the previous meeting, the response rate target was 30%, now it's 20%. Was the judgment that 30% was a bridge too far, or what was the reason for that?
Alec, the Rural Innovation Strategies does quite a lot of surveys. And they are very comfortable with the 20% take rate on the
Yeah.
survey, being valid, statistically valid.
Yeah, because we are actually.
Mine was a little higher, but we all know we can get to 30 anyway, so I.
30 would be great, but 6,000 people is a highly statistically significant number. What we want to make sure is that when we're figuring out what areas are served and unserved, we have the spread, right? The spread across the region. That's the most important thing. Yeah.
This is a question for,
Susan.
Susan. One of the cheapest forms of advertising are the $35 boxes on the bottom of the page in the Reformer and the Commons. Is that something that would be in the regional's budget?
We haven't really talked about that. The Reformer did just have a front page article last weekend about it, and I'm sure that, we're gonna get more information out in all those publications as well.
I'm just thinking it's a really inexpensive way.
Yeah, if we have trouble getting that information out otherwise, we may consider that.
And VPR.
VPR, yes. Yes.
For the hard copy,
Yep.
is it going to be the online version printed out?
It'll look like the one you have today.
Yeah, it'll look.
It will look like this,
Yes.
not look
Right.
like that. Okay, just knowing that we're gonna have people in our town that are going to do the hard copy way. Need to know. So in regards to my question about the link, how are we accessing that copy to get the hard copy to our people who need that?
The Word document version.
Yes, so that will all be posted on.
We post it on our website, on the
Yeah,
same page.
It's all at the same.
Download it and share it however you want.
It's all at the same link. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you're trying to determine served versus unserved. What are you using for the threshold for that?
So basically, what type of provider you have, what the infrastructure is what determines it, right? So if you've got cable in your neighborhood, then you count as served. If you
So
don't,
anything less than cable is unserved?
essentially, yeah.
Okay.
There's also
Just
state data
curious.
that'll be merged into this too.
Yeah, and yeah,
Thanks.
there's, yeah.
What about if there are different households in the same 911 address?
So we're gonna add the apartment or unit number question to the E911 address. And we'll phrase it as unit number maybe, and that'll catch both apartments and, you know, clusters of houses. Yeah. Good question.
All right, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your help getting the survey out.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob.
How's it going? Nice
requirements and local rep.
On a different committee, not on approps.
So the idea will be, we'll start with number one. We're going to go for just a minute because there are so many people. And we'd like you to hand in your testimony if you're comfortable doing that. And if we don't get to you and you have written testimony, you should hand it in. And if that doesn't work for you, on the website, and I'll have it up, I'll write it on the board, an email address where you could email your testimony in or thoughts. Okay, and the whole, both appropriations committees will get them. So what we're going to do is have the first person come up and sit right here to testify. There's the mic. And if you can't get out or you don't want to come up here, you can speak from your seat. You'll have to speak loudly. And the cameraman will capture your voice and your picture. So either way is fine.
If you speak from your seat, stand up.
Yeah, if you speak from your seat, please stand up. So the other thing is, where are the restrooms?
The restrooms, the men's room is on the same floor as this. It's just on the other side of the stairway, and you take a left. The ladies' room is down the stairs, and you take a left.
One flight.
One flight.
And hi.
So the first name.
There are more chairs up here, and there are more chairs somehow interspersed there. I see a couple of empties.
Yeah, there's 2 chairs over there.
There's 2 over here, not this one. This is the on-deck person, who is who?
The on-decker is Kate Lamphere.
Okay. Come on over, Kate. Oh, you over there? So this is if you're the next person who will testify, you're going to park yourselves right here. And there you'll be ready to go. Ready. Now, park it.
You gotta cut a minute out of it, right?
And we'll have a timer. Who does the 30 seconds? I'll do this.
You're going to do the
I can do
names.
the names in the 30 seconds. And you'll
Okay.
get a timer.
Okay, so here we go. Thank you very much for coming.
A minute apiece. Here we go.
I feel like I'm at a start line, and you're gonna like fire the gun.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Wendy Germain, and I am the new Nutrition and Wellness Director for Senior Solutions. And I am here to talk to you about Meals on Wheels. And a little story to start with. One day, my grandma, Dressel's Meals on Wheels driver, knocked on her door and she didn't answer. He knew that she was always there. He went around to the front door and knocked. He could hear her hollering for help. He tried to get in, but he couldn't. There was a man from CVPS working on the lines outside the house. The Meals on Wheels driver asked the lineman for help. Together, they got into my grandmother's house. She'd fallen and broken her hip. The men called my mom at work. Good thing for a small town, they knew where she worked. And ultimately, it saved her life. So it's near and dear to my heart. So we're asking for an additional $700,000 for Meals on Wheels for the state, to make sure that we don't have to put any of our folks on a wait list.
I didn't even know it was 30 seconds.
Where's the end?
And we make loss.
It's not working. Oh.
There we go.
What did you do?
And just so people know, it costs about $10 to get a meal out to someone, and the sites are only reimbursed for $3.50. Thank you very much.
It's like, I think a minute's not going to be enough.
No.
A minute and a half, but we got
You want 30 more seconds?
She did it.
She did it.
I went over. I think it's very hard.
It is hard.
Okay, well,
I'll take
we'll
90.
try
I'll
it.
take 90. Do you want me to leave extra copies with you?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So the person on deck is Dana Mikulovich. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, my name is Kate Lamphere, and I'm the Director of Adult Services at HCRS. I'm also a resident of Cavendish, Vermont, and a mother of 2 young children who relies on the Springfield Area Parent-Child Center. I also belong to a family that has been tragically impacted by the opioid crisis, including a recent death by overdose. I am asking you to seek every opportunity to support dignity, to support people, to give people the opportunity to live with dignity. A few ways that I would like you to consider doing so is to increase the Medicaid reimbursement for designated agencies by at least 3% so that we can effectively support Vermonters with mental health and substance use issues in the communities in which they live with the dignity that they deserve. Consider the expansion of step-down facilities residential treatment facilities, and supportive housing opportunities that provide individuals a place to call home and out of expensive and traumatizing hospital stays. Please support the Parent-Child Center, Bill S-263, and fully fund the Parent-Child Centers to continue their essential work with families and young children.
90 seconds, if you want a minute and a half, I can do the last 30 seconds on the clock.
I got it.
Do you want to hand yours in?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
The person on deck is Linda Husband. Dana Mikulovic.
Okay. I'm going to give my spot to Chris there and speak 21st. I will speak number 21 instead.
Well.
Okay, when we get there, tell us.
Yeah, you get there, tell us.
That's right. Okay.
So first, apologies, I didn't prepare written
That's
testimony,
all right.
but
Just go
thank
ahead.
you for your past support of the Visiting Nurse Association members in Vermont. VNH is one of those members. We serve Windsor, Wyndham, and part of Orange counties. And we have 350 people per day on the long-term care Medicaid waiver. So these are folks who would normally qualify to be in a nursing home and are being cared for at home. Choices for care. So they're receiving food, bathing, meal preparation, all the things that are necessary to live independently. And I can tell you, because I've visited many people on this particular program over the years, people would rather age in place, they would rather age in their home, and this is a critical program. It is being funded at level funding in the governor's budget.
Keep going.
And our association will, leadership will give you, they'll talk more about the numbers and what we're asking for. I wanted to talk with you about what the people need, which is this program. And if my colleagues from the VNH could just stand up, because I'd like you to see how many are here.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Joanne, I have Joanne Ernhouse and then Marita Johnson.
This is Chris there, number 21. And
We're
we're
not-
swapping.
Oh, you're swapping with Linda?
Swapping with Linda,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name's Chris there.
Chris there,
Yeah.
okay. So, Joanne Ernhouse is on Decker.
Okay.
Hi. Okay, so once again, my name is Chris Thayer, and I've worked at the Vermont Food Bank for 11 years now. And I am here to support the food bank for the new state funding asked by the food bank for $500,000 to help scale up our Vermonters Feeding Vermonters program. Real quick, what this program is we went to the local farmers and said to them, we want to buy product off you to serve to people in need. So that's what we've done. We've started this program 2 years ago. We use about 200,000 right now for this program, and it's to get out #1 product to the people in need. So it also helps financially our local farmers. So I won't go big into it because there's a lot here, but you know, one thing that I like personally is it keeps the money in Vermont. You know, it just circulates through Vermont. And our goal, our projected minimum goal is $800,000 added to the Vermont economy. So, and for every dollar spent, 60 cents additionally goes back into the economy. So, that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Marita Johnson on deck. Joanne Ernhouse.
Hi, how are you?
6:30. Select. That's why we're doing. They're all
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the population of Vermonters who are over the age of 60. As the Community Relations Director at Senior Solutions, which is the Southeastern Vermont Council on Aging, part of the V4As, I've had the pleasure of visiting communities throughout Windsor and Wyndham counties. These communities have reflected the rural conditions and concerns of many older Vermonters. This is a segment of our population who rarely complains. They are proud and private. Even when they are living below the poverty level, they will not ask for assistance. We work to encourage them to apply for benefits that are provided through the Older Americans Act. In their world,
These aging Vermonters see themselves as the people who give to others. Even when they need to make tough choices between buying food or fuel, they think that others need the help more than they do. Skip to the end. These older Vermonters have long provided us with a
Keep
wonderful core of volunteers. How can we help them and show them our respect? Very simple. The V4As are supporting an additional $700,000 to support the cost of providing the nutritional programs like Meals on Wheels. And we also are asking for increases for at-home healthcare workers because ultimately it will save the state money. Did I go over very
No,
much?
you're fine. We're doing a minute and a half,
Okay.
so I'm watching
I'm
that
done.
last 30 seconds.
Thank you so much.
And you can read it.
Yeah, but keep them short. I'm watching. Deb Hoffer.
My name is Marita Johnson, and I'm president of the board of directors for our local community television station, SAPA TV, Springfield Area Public Access Television. This station serves our 3 local communities of Springfield, Chester, and Weathersfield, and we have other people in the audience from other public access stations. And you've all taken advantage of our wonderful public access, and probably most of you in the room have taken advantage of it to get your word out with programs and with the public service. And it's actually being live streamed to the whole state right now, so it's very important. And I'm asking for your support for the bill H744 for the appropriation of funds to support community media centers. And we have a well-equipped studio that is used for interviews. We cover the select board meetings, school board meetings all over the state with public access stations. Our Springfield High School journalism class is able to utilize the studio, and we've had several students go on to have careers in journalism. We also do a lot of programming, educational programming with library programs and historical societies. Our OLLI programs, Osher Lifelong Learning Program, which is through the University of Vermont. We film those and share those. We've shared hundreds of high-quality lecture programs. And we're very happy to have many volunteers. We've got about 20 really good volunteers that have been volunteer their time to learn the camera use and to learn editing. And I'm going to leave with you our annual report for this year that has all of those volunteers listed. But SAPA TV provides a sharing of our community strong points and helps carry on a vibrant community spirit.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Are the other people that are with you signed up to testify, or are they just here?
They're signed up for later on. They came in after me, and they're from.
I was just going to have them stand up.
Oh, we're just in
Well,
case we
no,
don't
no,
get
they're
there.
testifying, skip it.
Yes, they're testifying
Okay.
in the back.
Okay, thank you very much.
So the person on deck is Elizabeth Boyce. Boyce. Deb Hoffer.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Say
to
your name again.
Oh, sorry, Deb Hoffer.
Just so that they can capture it.
Deb Hoffer. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am on the board of directors of the Family Place in Norwich, and I'm also a pediatrician at Dartmouth Hitchcock. And as you know, a pediatrician's job is to keep children healthy. But far too often, this is complicated by adverse childhood events, or ACEs, such as poverty, homelessness, substance abuse, and trauma, just to name a few. When you talk about these in the family setting, you're talking about toxic stressors, and children cannot thrive in an environment of toxic stress. Furthermore, pediatricians cannot provide all of the medical care and all of the social support that these children need. We absolutely rely on the parent-child centers of Vermont. For example, we are blessed to have Anya, who is an employee of the Family Place, co-located with us twice a week. We can bring her a family and know that she will provide for the core services that the Family Place offers for these children. The Parent-Child Centers of Vermont are literally life-saving for so many families. I want to thank you for the support last year in the amount of $3.3 million, and ask that we move toward fully funding the Parent-Child Centers, which would be about $10 million. Our specific ask for fiscal year 2021 is an additional $4 million. So thank you very much for your time and for everything you do for Vermont families.
Thank you very much. did you leave something?
I did.
Yeah, okay, great.
Person on deck is Chris Parker.
Hi. My name's Elizabeth Boyce. I'm the food service director for the Springfield School District. I'm here to talk about what the Farm to School program means to me. I believe that the Farm to School program is important to our district. The program has helped me find local produce and has supported many of my ideas on how to bring these local foods into our cafeteria. Without the help of the Farm to School, I'm unsure I would be able to start some of the programs I have started in all 4 schools. The Try a Bite program is to introduce kids to new and healthy food choices. On Thursday, kids are offered different food samples. The samples coordinate with the harvest of the month. This month it's beef and cabbage. Last month it was this month it's beef and, last month it was beets. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. It was amazing to see how many kids didn't even know what beets were. What was even better was see how many kids actually liked them. This program also connects what is going on in the cafeteria to the classroom. Teachers talking to kids about the Try a Bite a month. Did they like it? Did they not? Having discussions about what our food really comes from. Buying local is important to me, and the Farm to School program has been a big supporter of helping me make that possible in my school district. I believe the more we can buy and support local farmers in the area, it will be better for our future.
On deck is Connor Floyd.
Chris Parker, I am the Food Service Director for Wyndham Central Supervisory Union. Thank you guys for being here. In the short time that we have, would ask that we oppose the decrease that has been presented for the Farm to School program. That program in 2017-18, our school, Newbrook, was awarded the Farm to School grant. Those funds allowed us to rebuild our aging garden beds as well as add to them. The first year that we had the new beds, we were able to produce over 400 pounds of produce that went directly into our freezer. We actually bought the freezer with the grant money as well. The second year, we were able to produce over almost 600 pounds. The Farm to School program has allowed us to build relationships with the local farms, many of which have paid their taxes in the towns that our schools are in. And we think that it's extremely important to support them and keep them local. It also allows our students to take field trips to the farms. The farmers come to the schools. They come for Farm and Field Day. So that's been great for the kids. My children go to school in Vernon. They do not have a Farm to School program. Because of that, their participation is lower. There is no exposure to fruits and vegetables that they would not normally see. So then the meals that are coming out of the cafeteria are not as healthy looking because of that, because there's no push for that. So again, thank you for being here. I did not type this up. I'd be happy to send you guys something should you need.
Okay.
Thank you
Great,
very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Connor, Kay Curtis.
Hi, my name is Connor Floyd. I am the Farm to School Program Manager at Food Connects. I'm the third person talking about Farm to School. And so, as Chris mentioned, we are asking for a total funding level of $500,000 for Farm to School programs throughout the state. At a baseline minimum, we're asking that you keep the historic level of $231,000 the same and don't decrease that. As you've heard from the past 2 speakers, Farm to School can mean a lot of different things. It's oftentimes the only health and wellness education students are getting. It's teaching them about growing, healthy eating. It's helping the local economy through increased local purchasing. Here at Food Connects, we're able to provide a lot of those coaching services to schools, but really the funds coming from the state are the fuel that keeps a lot of these programs alive. It's often not the primary objective of the schools or priority of the school board. So this funding helps keep this programming and the enrichment programs associated with it going. So again, we're asking for $500,000 or at a minimum $231,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then George Carrick, I can never pronounce your name. Carrick. I did it. So you
Hi, my name's Kay Curtis. I live in one of the 3 parks run by Tri-Park Housing Cooperative in Brattleboro. Our cooperative provides an affordable housing for over 900 people. This is an alternative housing that's affordable for people who hold the minimum wage jobs and give a lifetime of service to our community. And we are in danger of losing our cooperative. Irene washed away 20 of our mobile homes, and we need that number in order to meet the budget requirements for our park. And we worked with the town for 2 years to conduct a master plan so that we could figure out exactly what we could do in order to fix all this. And at the end, we were told by the experts it's not sustainable unless we get some help. So that's why I'm here, to ask for some help so that we can keep 900 people in affordable housing. Our total need will be $4 million, so we encourage you to approve the $22.4 million VCHB budget in order to fund the organizations that will lend the assistance to Tri-Park and other mobile home parks throughout the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Mike Gibson, and then also there was Carol Gibson. Did you both want to testify or just one?
Just one.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm. I'll let her get started.
Oh, okay. I'd like to, my name is George Karapakakis, and I'd like to thank each of you and all our legislators for the support that you've provided to our community mental health system. Act 82, passed in 2017, states that Vermont's mental health system shall be adequately funded and financially sustainable to the same degree as other health services. It goes on to say that rates should include a cost adjustment factor that reflects changes in the reasonable costs of goods and services of our community mental health services. And if the outcomes that we hope to achieve are to keep people off the streets, housed and warm, out of jails, out of the criminal justice system, to keep kids in our communities and out of state's custody, to keep people out of the ER unnecessarily and out of costly institutional care, then we need to adequately fund our system. And we can only accomplish this if we have the financial support to pay our staff adequately. And so we are asking for an increase in Medicaid reimbursement rates of 3% and to ensure that the new DS caseloads are funded. We need a system that is not living on the edge, but that is stable and secure, so when the time comes, our citizens know that we are there to support them in times of need.
You did. It was fine. Minute and a half. Yep.
So what I'll do, I'll email.
Do you have one you want to leave?
Yeah, actually, I've got a clean copy here. So, yeah, there we go.
So the person on deck is Christine Blaylock.
Hi, my name is Carol Gibson. I'm here with my husband Mike, and we're parents of a daughter Lillian who has intellectual disabilities and a speech handicap. And we are also shared living providers for 2 adult men with developmental disabilities. And we are so thankful for Vermont's commitment to a totally community-based system of care for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Those who live with us take full advantage of this opportunity. They all work. They volunteer in the community, they exercise at Edgar May, go to the art gym, attend social events, and belong to a ministry for adults with disabilities so that they're pursuing their dreams and their heart's desires, which is what it's all about. The only way this has been able to happen is because there's been a collaborative effort between HCRS, the developmental case manager, with ourselves, funds being made available for direct services and health and employment services. And so, and also the respite care for us, which has been needed. We're concerned that with the proposed changes to the service care system, those living with us will lose the personal involvement of their service coordinator, who's there to assist when needs arise and is able to advocate for them in such a large and sometimes confusing system. And without community support, employment services, respite services, the role of the shared living provider or us as parents would be overwhelming and less likely to succeed, and the state would lose its vision for providing a fully inclusive community-based system of care. So we're here to advocate for not only being able to retain the services,
that we have, but to increase the services as needed to meet the needs of new individuals being identified. Isn't that society's role to provide for those who can't provide for themselves? That's it.
Thank you.
Yep. Mhm.
Is your name on it?
Yep.
Martin Coyne?
Okay.
Answered anything, thank you.
Hi, I'm Christine Blaylock. I'm an advocate with Let's Grow Kids and a mother of 3 with 2 currently in childcare. When I was working for a nonprofit and my husband is self-employed, we had 2 children in childcare full-time. It was $93 a day. After applying for Vermont's Child Care Financial Assistance Program, we qualified for $32 a week. Grateful for something from the program, it wasn't enough to justify staying employed. And so 100% of my paycheck and a little from my husband's, to have 2 children in childcare, we couldn't afford me to work. And with a 3rd on the way, I'm currently a stay-at-home mom. We don't qualify for the assistance program now because I'm not working, but we're on the Medicare Medicaid system. Going back to work with 3 children in childcare over the summer would cost me $800 a week. And so $32 with supplemental with other expenses in my life, it just doesn't add up to work until all my children are old enough to stay home by themselves. By aligning the reimbursement rates with the most updated information and have it automatically updated in the future will assist families like mine to reconsider pulling parents from employment. So please consider supporting that program in hopes for more families to continue to work in Vermont. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Costs, Traybridge?
Core.
Core?
Core. Sir.
Okay.
Hi. Hi, my name is Martin Cohn. I'm a resident of Newfane, Vermont, and I am a seasoned public relations practitioner, which means old, who serves on the board of the Brattleboro Community Television, BCTV. Over the past 4 years, I've produced 4 award-winning shows at BCTV. These include Family Matters for the Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family Development, Healthcare Matters for Grace Cottage Family Health and Hospital, Safe Store Matters for Entergy Vermont Yankee, and Rotary Cares for the Rotary Clubs of Brattleboro. They wouldn't let me use Matters anymore for the name of the show. While many equate public education government access television, like the one that's filming here, with the broadcast of local government meetings, PEG stations fill a unique niche in the media landscape, providing communities with the opportunity to create programs of local interest. PEG has been a venue for serious political and philosophical discussion, a place to find the recorded minutes of local town meetings or school board discussions, as well as a springboard for citizen journalism. In Vermont, we're fortunate to have 25 stations producing over 18,000 hours of programming each year. I'm here today to support the allocation of $100,000 requested in the PEG Access Study Bill H744. This will allow for a contract with 1 or more independent consultants to evaluate options for financing PEG operations and services to across Vermont. And this will hopefully facilitate a partnership with the state. The bill is recommended by the PEG Study Committee that was convened this past summer. Funding threats to access television have been widely reported. Healthy and viable PEG access services are in the best interest of Vermont. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The person on deck is Kathy Clement, and I'd also like to welcome the other representative from Springfield, Christy Morris, just came in. He's not on Appropriations Committee either. Welcome.
But he is on the Springfield Select Board, as a matter of fact, the chair. So he's in charge in this room and will tell us when we have to get out.
It'll be all his fault.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Cor Trowbridge, and I'm the Executive Director of BCTV, or Brattleboro Community Television. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 744. BCTV was founded in 1976 and is one of 25 public education and government, or PEG access management organizations serving Vermont. BCTV serves 8 towns in southern Windham County, and we produce 1,200 hours of local video content each year. Fees from cable subscribers provide 80% of BCTV's funding. H744 is critical to the future of PEG access because cable fees have declined statewide and will continue to do so as the trend of cord cutting by consumers grow. In addition, last year the FCC weakened the requirements for this funding mechanism. In recognition of the threat posed by the funding decline, the legislature supported a PEG access study committee that met over the summer of 2019. H744, the PEG access study bill, asks for a modest sum of $100,000 in the FY21 budget for an in-depth legal assessment of promising examples of funding options being utilized by other states to support PEG. On behalf of the many Vermonters who value and utilize our programming and services, we hope you will support and fund H744 and S318. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crystal Ayer, I always have trouble with your last
Do you
name.
want to testify from right there? Do you want to stay right there? Okay. Hi.
Hi. Do you want me to start?
Yeah, just state your name.
My name is Kathy Clement. I live in Thetford and I'm on the board of the Family Place Child Center. Thank you for hearing my testimony. First, thank you for last year's $3.3 million support. Second, please increase the funding for Parent-Child Center's essential work. As stated, base funding for the 8 core services should be about $10 million, and we would like to see at least a $7 million investment. It's tempting to remind you that PCCs have been underfunded for decades. My concern in doing so, though, is that you'll think they've been doing such amazing work. Surely we can stay at that funding level. It doesn't seem to be impacting things because they're doing such great work. But as a board member with fiduciary responsibility for facilities, programs, and staff, I can tell you that it does impact the services we provide every day. We don't have funds to replace shingles on our buildings or our aging heating and air conditioning systems. Therefore, we're wasting money with increased utility costs. If we could make better decisions with our facilities and improve things, we wouldn't have to waste that money. We also should be hiring additional mental health clinicians, but we can't because we don't have the funding. We should be expanding our home visiting teams and our presence in pediatric offices so that we can provide services at Parenting Start. We've had to reduce contributions to staff health benefits, which comes at a decrease for some of our staff members by about $2,000. We can't contribute to retirement savings. So all of these things impact our staff and our ability to have the best people working for us. So in summary, adequate support for parent-child centers is not a funding request, but a proven investment. If we are provided with the funds we need to meet the needs of young families, Vermont's children, and the Vermont state budget will be the better for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
On deck is Carol. Carol, I have a hard time with your last name. Stamatakis? Stamatakis.
I probably didn't spell it very well.
That's fine.
So this is slightly different. This is my own personal story. On January 6th, I reached for my back door on my way to work and I didn't quite make it and I fractured my hip. We've heard stories about Springfield Hospital and how everything is happening down there. I want to tell you about my experience. They were incredible. I went to the emergency room. They were respectful. I do alternative healing. They let me participate. They honored me. They gave me excellent service. I had an incredible doctor. I had surgery there. And then I was taken to Grace Cottage. Farm to table at Grace Cottage. They order on Monday and fresh fish comes in on Wednesday. Their major meal is in the beginning, and a lot of you know me, I'm into food, I'm a chef. The major focus is on healthy living, on well-prepared meals. The major meal was in the middle of the day, so it was lighter at night. The staff there were incredible. The LNAs work their hearts out. They make very little money. They're amazing. One of my problems, I'm not driving. I have to get to PT. All the current drivers are volunteers. They have come to my house. They have helped me get into the vehicles. They have provided me with rides where I wouldn't be able to go. Only four rides, and I'm getting 2 a week, so I'm a little in trouble for the rest of this month. But Senior Solutions, the friendly visitors are stepping up and people are taking me for rides. One of the hardest things for me is getting food. So I just wanted to let you know what was working. Huh?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm sure those places will love to hear your testimony.
That's great.
Very nice.
Ann Billadu is on deck.
I have some
Hi, great.
handouts here. Hi.
Great, great, great.
Thanks. Good evening. I'm Carol Stamaticus. I'm the Executive Director at Senior Solutions. Our agency is the Area Agency on Aging, serving Windsor and Windham counties primarily since 1973. So first I'd like to say that we're very grateful for the past support and for the fact that Vermont has been a national leader in aging services in so many ways. But I'm not here so much to advocate for the needs of older adults as for the needs of all of us as we age. Aging is a part of the human experience, and all of us want to be able to know that we'll be able to live in dignity throughout our lifespan, and continue to have choices in where and how we live. And make a meaningful difference in our communities. And I think Crystal talked about some of the volunteers who made such a difference for her. And many of our volunteers, whether people serving on town boards or people assisting people like Crystal, are very often older adults. So it's important for us to be able to keep those opportunities open. Some of the trends that we've experienced, though, have not been reassuring. In areas such as nutrition, reimbursement and funding has not kept up with growing costs and needs. And nutrition is we're increasingly learning about the role of nutrition in health and well-being. Also, it's important for our community-based providers to continue to be reimbursed at a level where they can continue to attract providers and serve people. So I just would encourage you to look at these charts. Sometimes pictures can tell a little more than words, and they talk about some of the demographic trends and what we can expect to see in the next 15 years. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Nancy Bloomfield. And is there another sheet up there? Could someone bring? Camera was too close. Can someone start bringing that down? Give it to Christy, and then we can just.
Hello, my name is Ann Bilodeau, and I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer at HCRS. As an HR professional, I see firsthand the impact of funding constraints. We are here today to ask for a 3% increase in Medicaid funding for mental health facilities. At HCRS, to give you a sense of what we're working with every day, we consistently have hard-to-fill clinical positions. We have a very high turnover rate. For the last 3 years, it's been over 20%. Our fringe and health insurance has increased over $1.1 million in terms of expense impact in the last 3 years. So we are only able to give minimal pay increases to our staff. And keeping in mind that our staff are picking up increased portions of health insurance as well. So it is simply just not sustainable to retain good staff and mental health clinicians within what is an incredibly important agency within our community. So we are asking for you to please support the 3% increase in Medicaid funding. And just to give you one quick comparison between how the state pays and how our designated agencies pay, we have one instance where the state pays RN clinicians over 65% higher pay than we are able to. So that is just simply unacceptable. We truly do need this 3% for so many reasons. And I thank you so much for your support over the years, and hope you can support us.
Thank you. Nancy. Kate Wilson is on deck.
My name is Nancy Bloomfield. I'm the Executive Director at the Family Place Parent-Child Center, and I appreciate your hearing me today. I know you all, as I do, care very deeply about the well-being of children and families in our community. Children need safe, stable, nurturing environments so they can grow to be contributing members of communities throughout our state. Parent-child center programs help families create this environment for their children despite whatever problems or challenges they're facing. I want to thank you all for your support of parent-child centers last year. The additional funding that you allocated as we were losing our Reach Up contract last year enabled the Family Place to retain one of our most long-serving and experienced home visitors, so that was incredibly important support. The one-time funding that you allocated for infrastructure enabled us to increase security at our center, take some steps to prevent water damage in our buildings, and this spring we will finally be repainting 2 buildings that have been peeling for years. So I want to thank you for recognizing the importance of that. I am here tonight to ask for your support of S-263, the Parent-Child Center bill, which would strengthen the Parent-Child Center statute. We support the bill moving forward with or without the funding request included. We understand those are separate decisions. And I also, as others have requested, request your support towards our 3-year cap of $10 million. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
So there's about 17 more people, and we have 15 minutes. Jane Winterling is on deck.
I'll be quick. All right. So my name is Katie Wilson, and I live in Brattleboro, and I work for the Copeland Center for Wellness and Recovery. I'm asking you today to restore funding to the Vermont Recovery Education Project at a level of $60,000, which is what it's been funded for previously. The Vermont Recovery Education Project has been a long-term peer mental health program that has had a few different places that it's lived, but it's been at the Copeland Center for the last few years. This project provides us an evidence-based practice in the community for people who are struggling with mental health and substance use disorders, as well as other life changes that occur for us, and has been very impactful across the community. This is an evidence-based practice that was developed here in Vermont and is now a gold standard across many, many states in the U.S. as well as internationally, and it would be horrible for us if that opportunity was denied based on that this is something that was developed here and is no longer able to be funded here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
And Janice.
Do you want to hand that in? I'll email it.
Janice Stockman.
Hi. So, yes, so I'm Jane Winterling, and I also work for the Copeland Center. I'm actually one of the people who helped develop Bratt way back in 1997. That's actually become an evidence-based practice and gone all over the world. The thing about RAP, we actually had it restored last year in the legislature, and we were reassured, because it's such a tiny grant, that it would be put back into the budget this year, and it's been removed. The thing about RAP is it has such a profound long-term effect on people's health and well-being. I just had a call on the way here for somebody who was diagnosed with cancer. She has mental health issues, but she also was diagnosed with cancer. She said, you know, the thing about RAP is I learned how to build a support system. I learned how to advocate for myself. I learned how to hold on to hope, and I learned how to take personal responsibility for all these things. It's been 5 years. I'm healthier now than I ever was, and if I didn't have RAP, I'd be committing suicide because I wouldn't know how to do these things. So it's a self-management technique that not only works in the moment, it works long-term for people, and it's just a really quiet little piece of what we do here and provide here in Vermont. But it's had a worldwide effect, so I hope we don't lose it again.
Thank you. Kelly, is it Wallen or Wallace? Wallace.
Hi, I'm Janice Stockman, and I live in Brattleboro. I'm the Early Childhood Coordinator for the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union, and I oversee early childhood special education and our pre-K education, both public and private. I'm here to talk about investing in Vermont's young children through funding the early education workforce and reinstating the special accommodations grants, which support children with intensive needs in preschool. I testified last week to the House Ed Committee on revisions to the pre-K legislation, and I said there that the teacher is the most important element in effective early education. Young children need highly qualified and credentialed teachers because they're learning every minute of the day and because brain development is the most rapid in the early years. My hope is that every child who can take advantage of pre-K in Vermont is taught by a licensed teacher. But that hope is not possible unless early educators are supported financially to attain teacher licensure, and when they achieve it, earn a wage that's comparable to their public school counterparts. Our pre-K system will self-destruct if we don't address the lack of parity of wages for early childhood educators. They need incentives in the form of tuition scholarships like TEACH, a loan repayment program, and wage supports so that private programs can retain qualified teachers. The proposal on the table is to have every pre-K child taught by a licensed teacher by 2023, so the time to act is now. The second investment I'm asking you to make is to maintain the special accommodations grants. These are small grants that help the children with the most intensive needs stay in preschool. In our area alone, kids have been kicked out because programs don't have the money to. So
Okay.
I thank you for your
Thank
time
you.
and your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Deborah Hamel?
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kelly Wallace, and I'm the Regional Coordinator for the Children's Integrated Services in the Hartford region. I'm here tonight to talk to you about Children's Integrated Services. CIS Prevention and Early Intervention Services have immediate and long-term benefits. They support children's social, emotional, and cognitive development, family unification and stability, parents' contribution to Vermont's workforce, and they enhance complementary services such as DCF Family and Economic Services. Since 2009, CIS has been level funded. The money available does not cover the annual cost of living increases for our dedicated and professional staff. Last summer, the Child Development Division paid consultants to study CIS reimbursement rates. This study revealed that the rate being offered for fiscal year 20 does not even come close to covering the cost of providing services. For fiscal year 21, the state is offering $502 per child served per month, when it actually costs $634 to provide the services. I respectfully ask that the legislature fund CIS at a level that would cover the real cost. This would mean a $2.4 million increase in CIS funding. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony and for your continued work with the state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to hand yours in?
Thank you.
Steve Geller?
Hi there. You tell me when. Go ahead. Okay. To the members of the House and Senate Committee on Appropriations, I'm here to speak about H744 in support of it. My name is Deborah Hamill. I live in Bellows Falls, Vermont, and I'm a newer board member for FACT TV. Formerly, I was in Keene, New Hampshire for about 30 years, where I worked very hard with Cheshire TV. I want to ask that you support Vermont Access Network and community media in Vermont in the fiscal year 2021 state budget, particularly House Bill H744. I'm a firm believer in community TV and the fact that it is accessible to all in the public, whether it is to be able to watch unique original programming or the ability to put your own show on the air. Being that community access television stations are such small and local organizations, both solely and as a group, resources and monies are sparse to conduct the lawyer-level expertise needed to determine what authority the state has to assess broadband for public purposes. I join in asking for $100,000 for the right-of-way expert analysis and recommendations to conduct a study. As a former elected and appointed official in both government and education, I was the former vice chair of the New Hampshire State Board of Ed. The fact that there are 25 public educational and government access television organizations serve in Vermont is fantastic. Imagine all of the citizens who get to see local political meetings, school board meetings, and public hearings because of their local community public access stations.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Denise, is it Mason or?
Hi, Steve.
Hi, my name is Steve Geller. I'm the Executive Director of Southeastern Vermont Community Action, or SEVCA. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for all your past support from the legislature. SEVCA is one of 5 community action agencies in the state that cover the entire state from one end to the other, serving tens of thousands of households every year, including some in every city and town. Most people know us for our emergency and crisis intervention services, such as crisis fuel, emergency housing assistance, home repair, etc. But not enough Vermonters know about our important work on the other critical part of our mission, to enable people to stabilize their lives and move toward greater self-reliance by helping them obtain skills, creating opportunities, and building their capacity to improve their lives and achieve financial security. One reason for that is that the funding for this part of our work has been inconsistent and inadequate to address the needs of the many residents who could benefit from them. As if that weren't bad enough, now the governor's budget for the coming year has proposed to eliminate the funding for 2 of those programs, micro-business development and Vermont Match Savings, and thus deprive all Vermont residents from receiving those benefits and achieving those goals. That's why we're here today to ask for your support to restore their funding to sustain access to those services for many more Vermonters who need them. These well-researched and demonstrated programs enable improved access to employment and a livable income, enhance financial stability, and help people build and manage assets. The effort to balance the budget by eliminating the very programs that can help people escape the cycle of poverty and reduce their continuing dependence on publicly supported crisis services is terribly short-sighted and a poor investment of taxpayers' dollars.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're running hand in hand.
Yeah, oh, I have packets.
Who's next?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Irene Pearson?
Thanks, Steve.
I'm not gonna make it here.
Okay. My name is Denise Mason. I'm the Director of our Economic Development Programs at SEVCA. Steve already told you, we're cut from the budget. We're already in a community action agency. Vermont Match Savings Program helps educate low-income Vermonters on the importance of saving on a regular basis. After attending 7 financial fitness classes, we match their savings. They're eligible to use funds for home repair, home purchase, post-secondary education expenses, starting business, car purchase, car repair. The micro-business program helps individuals who either have a business or want to start a business. We've had a lot of our successful clients have gone through both programs. Let's see, these 2 programs have a symbiotic relationship with each other, and they contribute to our holistic approach in working with our clients. Since they are embedded in a community action agency, we're able to meet many of their needs, not just for the business and financial. Both these programs significantly help in moving low-income Vermonters out of poverty towards self-sufficiency. They're not Band-Aids. They're not handouts. They offer handout. Please reinstate the money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Lewis?
So Irene Pearson, I'm here today to ask the Appropriations Committee to consider a longevity pay increase for the caregivers who are providing direct care in the residential facilities for those with developmental disabilities whose capabilities and needs require this type of facility. I've been responsible for my brother who's developmentally disabled for over 40 years, and I feel thankful for the compassion Vermont shown for this vulnerable population. He lives in a caring group home, and I interact with him all the time. The entry-level caregivers were previously given a pay increase, but it didn't include a pay increase for the caregivers who have been in their jobs for many years. They bring a lot of experience to these positions, which are not glamorous. They're vital every day, 24 hours a day, weekends and holidays. They help to train the new caregivers, offering their expertise while creating a safe and happy home environment. I'm impressed with the Vermont lawmakers for not forgetting this vulnerable population. Thank you.
You want to hand that in?
I'll do it.
We will make it. If everyone stays to a short testimony. testimony. We will make it, we can stay here a little longer past 6:30.
Hi, I'm Maggie Lewis. I'm the
Hang
executive.
on,
Oh,
Mary
she
Ann.
already started my time now.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll give you a look. Mary Ann, on deck.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maggie Lewis. I'm the executive director of the Gathering Place in Brattleboro, which is an adult day provider. There are 14 adult days in the state of Vermont, and I am here on behalf of VADS, the Vermont Association of Adult Day Services. We are requesting a Medicaid reimbursement rate increase for fiscal year 2021 budget. We're currently reimbursed at $16.72 an hour, and the average cost of running an adult day program is in excess of $20 an hour. The majority of adult day programs participants receive Medicaid benefits. To meet the need of the participants we serve and attract more qualified staff, VADS is requesting Medicaid reimbursement at a rate of $25 an hour. In order to operate within our budgets, we are required to pay workers relatively low wages. As a result, it is increasingly more, no way! It is increasingly more difficult to recruit workers due to the low wages that we must offer. We are, like I said, a home-based home care, no we're not. We are a community-based service. There are 14 of us in the state of Vermont, and we provide a viable community-based alternative in Vermont to institutionalization of seniors or adults with disabilities. Adult day centers help frail adults to live at home by fostering their strengths and abilities while allowing family caregivers to have peace of mind knowing their loved one is being cared for while they go to work, run errands, or take a break. We collaborate with multiple, and my time is up, and it's all written down here for you to look at your leisure.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Philip Caston? That was like fast. It does, it does.
Hi, I'm Mary Ann Lauder, and I'm a board member at Lincoln Street. Lincoln Street serves folks with cognitive disabilities and developmental delays. I'm here in support of the 3% increase being proposed. I specifically want to speak to staffing. It's a tight labor market here in Vermont with our low unemployment rate, and so to appeal to people to come and work, we need our money, we need our funds to be able to do this. I sit in monthly board meetings hearing about the need for staff pretty consistently. So I would encourage you to support that increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashlyn Bristol? Is that Ashlyn?
Good evening. I'm Phil Caston. I'm a member of the executive board with HCRS, and I'm also a resident of the town of Hartford. And you've heard our human resources director and executive director speak tonight in favor of the 3% increase in the Medicaid billing to assist in the budget. And I'm supporting that and urging the legislature to support that as well. We appreciate the support that we've received over the years. And I want to tell you a little bit about that because in my daytime role, I'm the police chief in the town of Hartford. HCRS was a pioneer in implementing the police social worker program. And shortly after I took over 5 years ago, I was able to enter a partnership with HCRS. And we've had a social worker on our staff that has helped us not only reduce the number of crisis contacts that our law enforcement officers have had with people in crisis in the community, whether they're suffering from a mental health issue, they're in generational poverty or other economic crisis, or suffering from a substance use issue. They've been able to assist us with training our police social worker. But on top of that, implementing community policing. A lot of folks think that that's a token program, but she has helped us bring all of the many people that you hear in this room together and organize the services that we provide to our residents in a way that's cost effective. So I urge your support of the increase in funding this year. Thank you.
Joe Little?
My name is Ashlyn Bristol, and my husband Abraham and I run Rebot Farm in Brattleboro, Vermont. We were the recipients of a 2019 Working Lands Grant for an infrastructure project that significantly expanded our capacity for retail sales and agritourism events on our farm. Since our project was implemented, our retail sales, event numbers, number of event participants have outstripped our 2020 projections and the project's goals, significantly and positively contributing to our farm's viability. As young farmers, the Working Lands Grant Initiative has been instrumental in the continual success of our farm. Encouraging land-based businesses to grow and prosper is a good way to attract and keep young Vermonters. Businesses that are tied to the land cannot be moved out of state, and this type of business supports a lifestyle many young people want. Please invest strongly in the Working Lands Enterprise Fund with a $3 million appropriation to support our Working Lands enterprises and keep our land open and productive for the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Rosell. Sorry.
My name is Joe Little, and I'm the president of the Park Place Financial Advisors and the senior vice president at the Brattleboro Savings and Loan in Brattleboro. I'm here tonight to ensure that investments in high-quality child care for working families are a priority of the governor's budget. Too many state families can't afford or can't find high-quality child care. In fact, new research has found that 3 out of 5 of Vermont infants likely to need child care don't have access to regulated programs. This isn't a problem just for those families and the children. It's a serious problem for the workforce and a challenge in Vermont. At our bank, we've seen firsthand how high-quality child care affects as a fundamental support for our workforce. It allows parents to accept work and to show up ready for work. When child care breaks down, the workforce breaks down. I think it's just a deeper problem than just where do I get child care. It isn't available right now, the quality isn't there. We did have an outstanding employee was forced to resign, had gone home, found out their child care provider had just decided to stop doing it, and they had no alternative. So that ended that. Vermont's aging workforce, coupled with the low unemployment rate, makes it crucial that we invest in these strategies for Vermonters who want to work and need to do so. So we have to support the young people in Vermont, and by doing that, by helping to create affordable access to child care.
Thank you.
Julie Merrill Snide. We're all right. We'll be fine. Got 3 more.
Very fast.
Yeah, we're moving.
My name is David Russell. I am a solar developer. I live locally in Perkinsville. I have been in this business for the last 7 years. I just came here to sensitize you as legislators to 2 developments that I think you should be really focused on and support. One is that there is a push to create a new renewable energy standard and increase the amount of solar power in the state from the level that's been set at 10% to up to 20%. And in doing so, to caution you to be very careful about the information that's being received from the governor's office through the Department of Public Service, because essentially it is negative and probably inappropriate or inaccurate. But there's lots of information out there to establish the fact that the solar installations in this state have not cost the ratepayers money, despite what the governor has said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dallas Welch.
I'm Julie Merrill Snide, and I'm here to support the funding in the amount of $500,000 for the Vermont Food Bank to upscale their Vermonters, Feeding Vermonters initiative. I'm a community health worker here in Springfield, and I work with families that have barriers to getting healthy and staying healthy. And the top barrier in this area is food insecurity. And the community health team volunteers once a month at the Springfield Hospital, the food bank delivery, and we, in 1 hour from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., there is 200 families that come through to pick up food. And that's just one, they go to the high rises and other towns and whatever, but in Springfield it's over 200 families, and it's from families with little kids to elderly patients, parents, and I think that supporting the Vermonters Feeding Vermonters helps out in many ways because it's a little more security for the farmers, and it improves health for Vermonters. It makes Vermont stronger community because $1 spent on the local food from the farmers is 60 cents to the local economy. So it keeps everybody getting something out of it, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So last but not least, Laura Evans.
No, excuse me, I was supposed to be 20
Oh.
minutes switching with Chris there, so I'll be
Okay,
there.
okay, sorry, Linda.
Hi, my name is Dallas Welch, and for as long as I can remember, I've been a mother. At the age of 15, I had my first son. Back in 1999, when I became pregnant, the stigma surrounding teen pregnancy was overwhelming. I heard things like, your life is over, you will never amount to anything, and you have a long road ahead of you. Without organizations like the SAPCC, I would not have been able to accomplish the goals I knew I was able to. The playgroup my son attended was just the beginning. Most recently, I have had the opportunity to be employed by SAPCC as their financial controller. It wasn't until I held this position that I realized how hard everyone works and how little funding is available to the organizations to provide these services to the community. The work that is done there is invaluable. As a member of this community, an employee of SAPCC, and someone who has benefited from the services provided, I am asking that the PCCs be fully funded for the requested $4 million for this budget, at $10 million over the next 3 years, and for your support of the PCC Bill S-263 to ensure the capacity of the PCC's continuation of services. This proposed funding request would allow for more outcomes like mine. It would allow more families to obtain goals that may otherwise be unattainable. Thank you for your previous and continued support of the Parent-Child Centers. And I do have a copy.
Great, thank you. So, Linda, husband, on deck. You're next. You're next, Laura. And then we'll finish up with Linda. Okay, I'm watching the clock.
I'm Laura Evans from Brattleboro, and I'm a advocate with Let's Grow Kids. As a longtime early childhood teacher / caregiver, what I'm most aware of is the need young children have for adult caregivers who are committed to giving them emotional and social support. Hit or miss care by assorted busy neighbors and relatives on different days of the week does not, for instance, tend to lead to growth in these areas. If a child can tell their teachers, care providers like them and are there for them no matter what, providing boundaries and good options for solving conflicts, they can learn to have the self-esteem and control over the expression of their emotions and their needs. This can make the difference in what kind of student, parent, and community member a child becomes, whether or not they are open to learning, able to listen to other viewpoints, and able one day to be an overall asset to their community, as opposed to needing lots of services and Justice Department involvement. And I had a story about one little child, but I'll send that, and I send it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda. Linda.
Hi.
You got messed up from the switch.
That's okay. My name is Linda Husband. I'm the SASH coordinator in Springfield. SASH stands for Support and Services at Home, and I help the elderly and disabled in the Springfield Housing Authority properties and in the community. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Vermonters, Feeding Vermonters. We have a monthly food drop from the food bank at each of the buildings, the Maples, the Whitcomb, and the Huber. And these people just, you know, are so grateful for the produce, and they bring other things, but the produce, I hear over and over, I can't afford to eat healthier because I can't afford fruit and vegetables. And so this is a way, it's an amazing drop. What they bring is amazing, and these people are facing, really, they become unhealthy when they have to eat things that aren't healthy, obviously.
It has direct benefits to the family receiving the food and also for the state of Vermont. Because we want to keep the dollars in Vermont. So the food bank will pay the farmers in Vermont instead of paying somewhere else. And so we're asking for $500,000 to support this program, and our economy benefits when we keep our food dollars in state rather than purchasing food elsewhere. And they are just so immensely grateful, so I hope you support this.
Thank you.
I'll have to write those.
did it.
I'll send you some.
Thank you.
We did it.
So I appreciate everybody coming.
Thank you.
Bringing this was going on, of course, all around the state at multiple locations with people coming in just like yourselves. And also, at some point, we're also having the public hearing at the State House. And I didn't give anybody the email address. It's on the website. Is there anybody that doesn't have access to getting it off the website? It was in the ad, I think, in the papers too, the website, if you want to email something in, or email it to me. That would be fine, or any of us.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your time.
We did it.
Appreciate it.
this is a strike all amendment, and two things that would change from the bill as introduced. This amendment would get rid of the purpose and intent section and just get right into the requirement, which would be in section 1 for the State Ethics Commission by November 15th to submit to this in the House GovOps Committee a proposed state code of ethics for statutory enactment that would apply to the executive branch and to the legislative branch for non-core legislative duties, and then options for implementation and enforcement of that proposed state code. And in doing so, the commission under B would be required to seek input from the executive and legislative branches, advocacy groups, and the public prior to submitting those recommendations. Section 2 is the extension of the current funding source for the commission, which is currently scheduled to run out at the end of this fiscal year, so this would extend it for another year with the effective date on passage.
And just, I think that advocacy groups could include a lot of different, I mean, they could include the media, good government groups, municipal, it could include a lot of people. It just seems better to straight advocacy groups than try to name, yeah. So, does anybody would like to comment on this draft?
May I ask a question?
You may ask a question.
Okay. I had version 2.1, and I'm not sure what the differences are between the Friday version and the 3.1.
We removed the purpose and findings because it was redundant, because it was also stated in lines 8 and 9 and 10 through 12. And we switched implementation and enforcement from enforcement and implementation. It made sense to do implementation before enforcement. So we switched those. That really was the only.
So the only other thing, again, I don't mean to open this up, but judicial branch.
Yeah.
We can't make references to that in this bill.
So I think it raises constitutional concerns to do so. It's the
Okay.
same reason why this bill says for the legislative branch for non-core legislative duties. The judicial branch has administrative control over the courts of this state and disciplinary control over judges and attorneys. So attempting, this General Assembly can only control by statute what the Constitution does not. I think that language of the Constitution provides the judicial branch, particularly the Supreme Court, with the authority over judges and what should be conduct that would subject them to discipline and how they administer their courts, including their judges.
And that umbrella would also include attorneys.
Yeah, with that language I think there is a distinction between administrative control over the judicial branch, arguably is a broader umbrella than disciplinary control. Thank you. Disciplinary control over both judges and attorneys. I did have a conversation with the court administrator out in the hallway today. I believe she's going to be putting some thoughts together on the suggestion I heard on the way to work today that all of the statewide executive branch officials are suggesting that the code apply to all three branches. I do think that raises concerns. I expect the judicial branch to weigh in on this at a future time.
On the letter.
Yes.
Yeah, because it very clearly says the Supreme Court shall have administrative control of all the courts and disciplinary authority concerning all judicial officers and attorneys at law in the state. So they discipline all attorneys and all judges and have administrative control of all the courts, which seems to imply that they have been control over their staff.
Isn't that what Mike Kennedy ran, that group that oversaw the discipline of the lawyer, of the state?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
That was Mike's.
Yeah.
Kennedy's. He's, I think, left that, but.
Yeah, but anyway, so I would actually thinks that ours is, if they want that in their letter, that's their letter, and they'll have to deal with the judiciary. We don't have to deal with the judiciary.
Would a courthouse clerk fall under a statewide employee?
Well, but it says they have, I would think that would be up, that there would be a difference of opinion there, because it does say that they have administrative control of all the courts, which could be interpreted to mean that they also have control over the actions of all their employees. And then I think that's something that the courts are going to have to work out with the statewide officers that signed that. But we don't have to wander into that at all. Allison?
So what's our plan to respond to that letter, given it's addressed to you? What's your plan to respond?
I'm not going to respond at all. I mean, what is there to respond to?
This came last week.
I'm just asking.
I
Is it online?
It is online.
Oh, thanks. You can get it.
I sent Doug Hoffer a note and said, thank you for doing this, and I don't know what else we need to.
Well, I think it would be appropriate to respond and say, thanks for this, this is what we're aiming to do in 198, and the judiciary is not in our purview. I mean, you know, you might identify that the Constitution explicitly says that we aren't able to.
I guess we could do that.
Yes, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, I took this as just their letter saying they're going to abide by a state code of ethics. That's what the 6 people that signed it said. They're going to abide by the state code of ethics.
Right.
Well,
I think we should apply.
They're saying they will abide by the state code of ethics?
Yes.
Do they have to abide by the state code of ethics, Betsy?
The current state code of ethics?
Well, there's a new one that we're going to be dealing with.
Enforceable, I mean, that's a conversation you're going to have in the future, because under this bill, the commission is going to propose one with the police.
And it's going to cover the executive and the legislative branch for non-required legislative duties. So the executive branch, does that include these statewide office holders?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and they're saying we intend to abide by it.
So I think we can have this constitutional conversation now, or we could have it later after you get the proposed code. I mean, if you could include the judicial branch now in this recommendation. I think at some point you'll probably want to have a full constitutional conversation that includes the judicial branch to get their perspective. But
I don't think we need to have that now, because we're not including the judiciary in ours. We're not mentioning judiciary at all. And the fact that they mentioned judiciary is their issue, not ours.
I agree, but it's a letter addressed to you.
Right.
And I think we should respond by letting them know what we're doing, and that in fact, constitutionally, the judiciary, nice for them to abide by that, but that our work can't include the judiciary at this point.
And they didn't say it should. Okay.
Right. No, I'm just saying they've raised it, so I mean.
Yeah,
It sets the expectations of the public that somehow we are going to have a state code of ethics that also addresses the judiciary, and I think it would be helpful for the public to see a public response from you and Sarah that says, yes, we're moving forward on this, and but we are unable to do that. Anyway.
Okay, we can. I don't know that any public out there really cares, but we could do that. But that's they'll have to deal with that. If the judiciary goes to all their offices and says, that's their issue, not ours. Okay, but we can send a letter that to each of them, I guess, address it to each of them and say, I'll write a letter.
And we're right with you if you want to do it with the committee. We're here.
Well, when I write letters, I write it from me for the committee. Right. Because it isn't me that's. But can we get back to 198, yes, which is what we want to deal with, not their letter and what they think? That was nice of them to do it, but.
In some ways, it's continuing conversation. It's good because it reminds me why we're choosing to give the State Ethics Commission until next year to come up with the statutory code of ethics.
Right, exactly.
As opposed to trying to do it all this year.
Right.
there's some pretty basic stuff that needs to continue to be debated.
So with that in mind, I'd like to move that we vote out draft 3.1 of S198.
Wait,
voting
and Larry, did you have something to say?
Yeah, if I could be heard on that.
Sure.
Thank you. Larry Newlands from the Ethics Commission. I have one major concern about the changes to S198, and that is the part that requires the Ethics Commission to submit to you options for enforcing and implementing the code by next fall. Well, and this is more a political concern than a legal concern. I'm very afraid that if we are discussing enforcement at the same time we're talking about a code, that it'll kill the code. I'm very afraid that there'll be so much attention to who is, under the enforcement, who might be the victim or the subject of enforcement, and what that enforcement might look like, that the focus on having a good working code will be lost. I'm very concerned about that. That's why we proposed it the way we did. That I think we really, and this mirrors or echoes the comment that I made for S157, is really, it's a chicken and egg situation. And until we have a code that everybody agrees on, I think discussion of enforcement is premature. I understand and I share the desire to have something in place, but where we are right now and where we need to go and the route that we need to go to get there, I think requires a step-by-step approach. And I was thinking back early when I was in law school, I was given the knee-jerk liberal award for my class because I was always on the left end of things. And here I am taking a very, I think, conservative approach to this, which seems out of character for me. But I think the most realistic way to getting a code is to focus on the code and then have a discussion down the road about enforcement. It would be great if we could do it all at once. I don't see that happening, and I just hate to give anyone who might not be a firm supporter of an ethics code something to tie to it or use to defeat an ethics code. That's the long and short of it.
So I'm sure everybody wants to weigh in on that, but I see this as, it says that you're going to do a proposed state code of ethics. That's
right.
Pretty clear. You're going to have a draft, a proposed state code of ethics. That it'll get debated and changed and wording will get changed and everything. It doesn't say you're going to have a proposal for implementation and enforcement. You're going to throw out some options. It could be it could be implemented this way. It could be implemented some other way. Maybe we should do it the way New Jersey does it. Maybe we should do it. That's the way I see that, and so that because those questions will come up when we look at the adopting the code. I believe there will be questions from our colleagues and from us about, so what does this mean in terms of implementation? What does it mean in terms of where we're going to go? And I may be wrong, but I think that what we're asking you to do is look at different options that might be there, not come with a proposal of how it would happen. But anyway, so I may be wrong about that, but
I think you're right. I agree. I think that the people outside this room who don't understand the kind of mindy conversations we've had about this over the last couple of years think we're moving too slow. And I think they're right, and we are moving pretty slow to make this ethics commission as strong as it needs to be. And I think if we just do the code of ethics and then start a conversation about how we're going to implement it and enforce it, it's just going to drag it out another session or two. I'd be really afraid that we're slowing it down too much. Because I think we've already slowed it down quite a bit. For good reason, I'm not being overly critical. I think we've had reasons why we've slowed it down. But I think that to further slow, it'd be a mistake.
I agree with Anthony, and it has been since the beginning in draft 1.1, and I'm trying to find the original that enforcement was mentioned.
The original here.
I believe anyway, it's in draft 1.1, and it is, and that in draft, as originally introduced, it has that would be enforced by the commission. So I think how it's going to be enforced is critically important, and it's certainly one of the questions we have and have had. I guess in a chance to have second eyes on this, I'm questioning why non-core has appeared.
Because
it wasn't in.
Yes, it was.
Draft 1.1, and it was in as introduced, yes. But what is, I want core legislative duties and non-core.
Let me.
Yeah.
The Constitution says that we have control over our core duties. Our core duties are voting. So anything that has to do with voting, like conflict of interest and when you should vote, all of that is a core duty that the Constitution says we control ourselves.
We have rules for that and all that.
Well, yes, it's there. Our non-core duties are things like whether we're misusing state property or stealing money out of Penny's jar upstairs, or whatever those non-core. There's a list of about 8 or 10 of them that are specifically covered. Okay,
right.
And non-core duties was in the original one, and
it wasn't in 1.1.
Okay, but that's what that means, and it.
And that's why we have the Senate Ethics Panel, or whatever it's called, and there's a House Ethics Panel.
Right.
If there's a question about whether you voted on something in a way that you were not supposed to vote on it, it wouldn't come to the Ethics Commission, but it would be dealt with by the Senate or House Ethics Committee.
Or if you took money for a vote or something like that, the core duty is the vote and creating legislation to vote on. So that's why that's there.
I'm sympathetic to what Larry's brought up. That said, I will probably go with the rest of the committee on the vote. You're suggesting, I assume, that we take out lines 13 and 14.
If I'm looking at the right version, yes. Yeah. Here's on a minor point, but it's just interesting, and the dynamics of this are you're asking the Ethics Commission to give you, I'm assuming, a fairly comprehensive list of options.
If you come up with 2 or 4, they're going to be debated. They're going to be,
and we're going to change them, as you know.
Well, I would be shocked if they weren't. But yeah,
because the way I see it, the code of ethics that the commission comes up with, I'm imagining that's going to go to the floor of the Senate and the House next year. We're going to debate it and adopt it, hopefully adopt it. The options for implementation and enforcement, it's going to be more like a mini report that you bring back here to the committee to have discussion about. It's not necessarily going to go to the floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least I don't think so, unless we get really confident.
And I think there might be just as much political fallout if we don't put this in here as if we do. But I may be wrong. I may be wrong.
In terms of timing, then I don't see the difference between leaving it out and leaving it in. If in the end, we have a code that we could get adopted next year, but then you're saying that the implementation and enforcement will come at a later date. Yeah. It's still going to be.
It may or may not, but it just won't be. It won't necessarily go to the floor in the same way as a package.
But it might. I mean, it might come up with a staggered implementation.
Right.
I mean, we don't know until we're presented with what they're working.
That's why having lines 13 and 14 in there is good, because we may decide that we're ready to bring it all to the floor.
Or that we're ready to bring it to the floor in stages. That we have the code of ethics, and this part will be, we would like implemented by this date, and this part was going to take longer to implement. So I don't know, but I think it's important to to have that information, and really it's asking you to come back with just some options, not a recommendation.
Right.
And not a proposal, but just some options.
Your best thinking, though.
Right. No, and I certainly have reviewed enough statutes to have some
Yeah.
ideas, and I can put together a list of things. Where I am most troubled is the idea that a conversation on the code will be distracted by a discussion on enforcement.
On how it's enforced.
The conversation here in this
Yes.
building, or
In
the
the building.
conversation?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think we have to be responsible for managing that.
Well, we can.
Right. I'm just
Yeah.
expressing my concerns.
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've seen that.
And the other,
You see how well we manage?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you see how well we're managing.
Let's just pass laws that affect other people.
right.
Yes,
Right,
and
we're
staff us, we're good at that.
So much easier.
I've never seen a piece of legislation before, and I don't claim to be a fully informed historian on this, that imposes or seeks input from an organization that is staffed by a half-time, one-person, no-staff individual.
What do you mean?
Me.
Larry
This
doesn't.
statute basically says, Larry, give us the options next
Right.
next fall.
That's what it says.
With
Right.
your commission.
Well, I'm doing the work.
Right.
And so I would much have preferred to say, I'm happy to give you a list of options rather than have it be in a statute. It feels like, I don't want to say a burden, but it is a lot to put on a half-time position person, that's all. If you pass it, it'll get done. If you take it out, it'll probably still get done. But
Are there overtime options?
no.
No.
Yeah, no.
No.
And so I finished my hours for this pay period early this morning, and the longer I spend, it's just the
More gift.
the more gift to the state of Vermont.
Well,
And to
that's
all
why-
our constituents. Yeah.
Hopefully you have a lot of input from advocacy groups and others to make your job easier in terms of coming up with enforcement ideas.
I don't know. We'll see. Time will tell.
I'm sure there's some groups that we could ask to be involved.
I think there are some very good models out there that we can pick and choose from.
Hopefully you don't have to reinvent the wheel.
No, I don't see any reason why we would have to. And there are, and I think I mentioned in earlier appearances that the models are all over the place in terms of how far things are enforced and who is and who isn't subject to enforcement and what that looks like, and whether, for example, if we're talking about the state officers, statewide office holders, would an ethics commission have a hearing and then make a recommendation to the General Assembly and they would take care of the sanction, or would it be that the commission or someone has that authority themselves? These are, it's a long list of options that I'm happy to give you.
So I can suggest that this is effective upon passage. You've
Right.
already done a lot of work on both of these, on the state code of ethics and on options. And it's 8 months before it's due, assuming that you don't get 400 complaints that you have to deal with. It seems to me it's doable in 8 months. And you could just call NCSL and ask them to send you a list of all the things that all the other states do, and there's your list of options. But there's your list of options. I mean, because you're not making recommendations.
Right.
So,
I'll check my piece. You'll vote,
Yeah.
we'll do whatever you want.
And we wish you well.
Thank you.
And we're happy to help
it's,
in our non-compensated off.
done most of it.
I'm ready. We have a
Senator Bray at all.
I know.
But we put you on the spot.
No, I'm supportive of moving ahead. That's for compensation. Look who you're asking.
Well, I didn't mean-
Yeah,
I didn't mean
exactly.
compensation.
I wasn't asking for compensation, just pity.
So it's not a rational group.
Well, or it's not a, yeah. I think we're reasonably rational. We're just undercompensated.
Well, don't anybody for a moment believe that the minute we start talking about enforcement, we're not talking about dollars, though.
Oh, yeah, no, we know that.
And that's the concern.
Right.
That
Right.
the dollar bill will kill the code. That's my concern.
But we're not asking for a recommendation about
No, I
enforcement. We're just asking for some options that we could do. And we may say the best option is to do it exactly the way we're doing it. But it's hard for us to make that, first of all, until we see the thing, and then we look at the options. And anyway,
Maybe
so-
before we go home for the year, they're quickly talk with appropriations. Maybe they'd be willing to invest at a higher level.
No, they wouldn't.
They would.
No, I know that.
You know, the opportunity here is great to build in such mechanisms that require serious full time.
So you also might call UVM. They have a couple different programs that have internships for students, and a student might be a really good resource to do a lot of the research on options.
Speaking of which, we have two UVM interns right here who have just walked into the room recently. We have two UVM interns this afternoon. Moira, who is working with me.
I'm
and
Carter.
Carter.
Yeah, so I'm also going to be working with Rep. Lucy Rogers on the Social Equity Caucus. So.
Oh, good.
Cheers, cookie.
So see, some of your colleagues might want to work with Larry.
Potentially.
Yeah.
And Richard Watt's program. We can put you.
Thank you. That'd be great.
So.
Okay, so
we have a motion on the floor, which is to approve draft 3.1 of S-198. Okay? Bray.
Yes.
Clarkson. Yes. Coleman.
Yes.
Paulina.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carries. And then I think we need to do the final motion, which is to approve S-198 as amended. And I would say Bray.
Yes.
Clarkson. Where is she? Yes. Coleman.
Yes.
Paulina.
Yes.
And White.
Yes.
Great.
Would you like to reprint this, since it was your bill?
We have you
I
down.
can look at all
Or
of
do you want to
my
report it? I didn't think so.
You was doing it. You were all set to do it. We have you down.
Remember we pulled the
Oh,
book
yeah,
out?
right, that's right. You were, yeah, great.
We've already assigned it.
Okay. All right.
It's true.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Thank you. I appreciate your comment.
Yeah.
We are going to dive right in right now to H492. Luke, if you could join us. I call this a markup session, and what I really wanted to be able to do was, I did ask, the first thing I want to do with this bill today is I had asked Luke Marlin to come in with a new definition of what homelessness is, or not new, but just an alternative. Right now, we have in 492, the definition of homelessness is tied into the federal definition of homelessness, which is pretty lengthy, but also we were advised, I believe, by the Human Rights Commission, perhaps, that referring to federal statute for this may not be the best idea, just because federal definitions can change without our approval. And so I asked Luke to come in with different language that we can consider, but also to go through the sections of the bill again, just very quickly, and to ask the committee, did we have questions about any sections of the bill that we can address while we have Luke's time?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke Marland, the Director of Ledge Council and Chief Counsel of the General Assembly. I'm here in H492, and it's good to see you all again. The Chair had asked me to reference any definition of homelessness in state law. And if you remember when I did the walkthrough, I think it was a couple weeks ago at this point, maybe 2 or even 3 weeks ago, I read for you the federal definition, which indeed is long. And then I read to you some language from Title 16, which is education. And let me read that to you again, because it's not really a definition of homelessness, but it is indirectly. And let me remind you of that language, because that is language you could use if you wish to. So this is existing state law. And once again, you don't have to follow existing state law, but it's often a good jumping off point. So you could modify this definition, if you will. It was in Title 16, it's 16 VSA 10075, and this is in the context of school kids and where they go to school. And there's language about child of homeless parents. And let me read that to you again. A child of homeless parents means a child whose parents, 1, lack a fixed, regular, and adequate residence, or 2, have a primary nighttime residence in a supervised publicly or privately operated shelter for temporary accommodations, such as public assistance hotels, emergency shelters, battered women's shelters, and transitional housing facilities, or a public or private place not designated for or ordinarily used for a regular sleeping accommodation for human beings. So this was a language that we looked at a couple weeks ago. It's in Title 16, so you can see that it could be very easily changed to a definition of homelessness or homeless status. And it does actually track some of the same language in the federal statute. For example, a place that's not ordinarily used for human beings to sleep at night tracks some of the federal law. The shelter language tracks some of the federal law. So it's different then, but somewhat similar to the federal definition. So if you want to use this as a jumping off point, I think it would be very easy to do so, to simply take that language and make it a definition of housing status. Yes?
So the last definition of place that is not normally used for human habitation or whatever that.
Regular sleeping accommodation for human beings is
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So would that, in your opinion, would that be like a barn or some kind of an outbuilding shed, unheated?
Yes, absolutely.
That would be what?
A car. You're sleeping in a place that isn't normally understood to be a place that people would sleep in overnight. Yes.
So this definition is assigning this definition to the child's parents.
Correct. So
and so it gets us part of the way there in terms of what homelessness can be defined as.
I would think it gets you, if you like this definition. Once again, you could have your own definition. You could modify it. That's up to you guys.
Yeah.
But I think it gets you 99% of the way there if you like it. For example, using exactly the same words, but fitting it into the terms that are used in your bill. Housing status, this would be how it would be used in your bill if you wish to do that. Housing status, which is a key term, as you remember, in Title IX and the other statutes you're modifying. Housing status means the status of lacking a fixed, regular, and adequate residence, or having a primary nighttime residence in a supervised, publicly or privately operated shelter. So this is taking the same language, such as public assistance hotels, emergency shelters, battered women's shelters, and transitional housing facilities, or a public or private place not designated for or ordinarily used as regular sleeping accommodations for human beings. So that's taking the same language from Title 16, putting it in the manner that you would have it in this bill.
In the federal the federal definition had also had elements of perception. Is that right?
Let me pull that up for you. Let me look. So the federal definition is referring to the federal law. Would be, for example, an individual or family who lacks a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, similar to what I just read you. An individual or family with a primary nighttime residence that is a public or private place not designated for or ordinarily used as a regular sleeping accommodation for human beings, very similar to what I just read you, but they give examples, including a car, park, abandoned building. An individual or family living in a supervised, publicly or privately operated shelter, once again similar to what I just read to you. An individual who resides in a shelter or place not meant for human habitation and who's exiting an institution where he or she was temporarily resided. So it's phrased a little awkwardly, but that's a little different than what I just read to you.
Is that someone coming out of jail or?
I would think so. Jail, psychiatric facility, some other kind of involuntary status. Yes. So a lot of it tracks, in some way, the state language that I just summarized for you. It's longer, and they include some other things also. So.
Is it possible to get a copy of that wording on our iPads?
Of which wording, the federal or the state or?
State. Well, actually both.
Sure.
Both would
So,
help.
well, state you can look up.
I prefer to read something rather than hear it.
So
to get
federal I
the
can email to you. State you can look up right now. I can give you the citation on the website. It's 16 VSA 10075. So if you go to the website under Vermont statutes, you can look it up. Putting it all together, I didn't know if the committee wanted to do that. If they do, I can plop that language into the bill and you can look at it and decide how to modify it. So absolutely we can get it to you in the different ways.
If you tell it to me, I can go ahead and post it to the committee.
You're talking about the Vermont statute? Vermont statute, just why don't you pull it up from the website? It's 16 VSA 10075 under Vermont laws.
I'm in statute search.
And then you're going to go to Vermont laws, pull it down, yep, and then go down, Title 16, and then pull that up.
Under the education or the appendix?
Education, and then go all the way down to 10075. You went a little too far, I think. 10075? 1075?
7-1.
Click on 25.
Yeah, starts on 10.
Then 10075, click on that. And that's it. Then you go all the way to E as in echo. And if they can see it on the screen, I will show them that.
I will post this right now.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll have that posted to look at. Representative Kalaki.
In the Vermont language, I'm just wondering, as I was listening, when I visited treatment court in both Barrie and Burlington, it was a lot of kids that were in the system were couch surfing, and they really weren't. And so they were not considered homeless, but they were homeless because they were having real troubles with saying to the judge, you know, look, it's when I walk out on Church Street today after I leave you promising to be good, I have to find a place to stay tonight, and I couch surf, and sometimes I make bad mistakes. Will that fit in our Vermont edition?
I think it's arguable that definitely would. Lack that fixed, regular residents. That would seem to fit. Now, some of this, what you're talking about, is how a court would interpret it, how an agency or department would do the rulemaking to apply it, so I can't comment on that, but it would seem to fit within our language.
No, I think that's good, because when we get our count, it's 1,000 people who are living not in any kind of shelter. And so we, to get all the counts, I get such a bigger universe. So if we're going to have a Bill of Rights, these kids, well, these people, it's not just kids. Great.
I think a good argument would fit within.
Yeah.
I agree. And I guess as another general concept here, we were talking about last week in the conversation the difference between someone who's homeless and someone who's perceived to be homeless. Yes. How is that covered?
Well, I had received an email from one of the witnesses, and I think you were on that email. I don't know if the rest of the committee was, so I was CC'd on it, did not respond to it. I think that witness was suggesting that perceived be added. That's a decision for the committee to make.
Yeah, I mean, so we had a conversation just about the difference between, again, that a discrimination, an act of discrimination can happen because of perception.
So as the state potential definition that I read to you does not include the word perceived. So obviously the difference is actual means you are in that status. So that would have to be demonstrated. Perceived means that someone thinks you're in that status. So it expands the universe of people who would be covered by the anti-discrimination law, or in the so-called homeless Bill of Rights to expand that also. So,
okay, Representative Zahn.
In the bill as introduced, Section 274, subsection D is where the word perceived appears. And I had raised a question about that because it was used in that one subsection, but not, it wasn't used consistently throughout the rest. But it is covered in there. It's just covered in one subsection instead of all of it.
Well, in that part, so you're absolutely right. Good catch. But in the amendments to the existing anti-discrimination laws in Title IX, the word perceived is not used.
Okay. So that's a policy decision that we have to make a decision on. When we see, we can look at both definitions side by side. We'll have a conversation about the federal definition and the ones that you brought forward from education.
Yep.
And we'll have a conversation about which one we would like to pursue.
Okay.
I think that's the best way to handle that that part of the bill. Lisa.
Just a quick note that this came up at a school board meeting the other night, that homelessness is going to be very important to define in terms of education because of residency in various school districts.
Sure.
And in my district, we are facing that we don't really know whether a student is a resident and needing to be educated in that district.
Sure. And that's what I read to you from Title 16 is in that context. So I can't say how it's applied.
Right, so
I don't know.
That's why.
But that's where it's in the context of what school district the kids would attend, because it's in the context of a child of homeless parents. So.
And I believe that's where the link here and the connection to the McKinney-Vento Act also plays into the issue of how kids can be educated and how that works. So let's start. So let's just track now the rest of the bill.
Sure.
And see where we are on particular sections here.
And how would you like me to do that? Do you want me to just say we're looking at the findings, or what? How would you like to proceed?
Yeah, let's do this. There's three distinct sections of there's three distinct areas in the bill. There's the findings, there's the Bill of Rights, and then there's the addition, there's protected status towards the end. There may be more there, which I guess we'll go through, but so let's do finding. Let's just consider what the findings are. Determine whether or not we think it's necessary. Come on in.
That's the first time I've ever heard something.
I think someone just bumped.
Oh, I don't know.
No, that was pretty intentional.
I know. It might be the cigarette person.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're
Cool.
Take a one in the back here.
So what do we have? So we have just a short list of findings. This committee, this is open to your conversation. Do you have an opinion on the findings that have been proposed here?
And there's one more finding on the next page, so it's a total of 3.
John, you just scroll. John, you have it. Any thoughts or comments on this? Is it, as if not, we can move right to the next section.
So I guess Article 1, Chapter 1, Vermonters are equally free and independent. Does that really speak to or cover what we're doing here? Is Article 7, Chapter 1 sufficient? I guess that's when I was reading it, that was what I was thinking.
Oh, is the key word there equally?
It could be. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, that's true. All Vermonters are equal in terms of being free and independent. Yeah. But I do have a good question. How relevant is it?
Well, because Article 7, Chapter 1 is that all Vermonters are entitled to the same benefits and protections. So isn't that where we're going with this? I again, am just putting it out there. I don't have a problem with it saying that.
Again, findings are some things that we tend not to do a lot of. They're merely
statement.
A statement. I was going to say an amuse-bouche is just sort of a presentation of what this bill is dealing with and why this bill came forward. So, yeah, Charles.
I think if when Boryang said we might consider also the perception of. So if that is true, if we take that later on, and to include that, then the intent of this act, people without homes with the perception of, would have to probably go there as a finding if we're defining legislative intent, and we include that.
So are you talking about page 2, line
number 3?
Line 3?
Yes. If we go, remember, when Bohr said
the Human Rights Commission testified that it was important to include the intent of what we're seeking to do through the findings.
So that would just be a flag when we make that determination.
So if we were to include language that had the word perceived in it online, it would be on line 4 that says people without homes or perceived to not have homes.
Yes.
Strikes me as redundant, but.
Well, again, this is the importance of the word perceived in terms of, again, based on the testimony that we received. Is it something that, the example was if I was homeless and you were not, and you were treated as if you were.
That would be a perception. I'm good with that.
Yes.
So I understand the reason for wanting to include the word perceived. And on the face of it, I don't feel there's an issue. But there could be a situation where there's an objection to a person being wherever that person is, and the reason has nothing to do with a perception that the person is homeless, but has to do with something else, which is not necessarily against the law, activity or what have you. And so if you have the word perceived in there, that could be used as an accusation against. That person could use that word as a reason for pursuing some sort of redress when that is not the situation. So I think it can make it more difficult to address a situation where it's not the basis of perceived homelessness, but something else. It could. I'm just concerned about that because it's perceived is pretty open-ended. I mean, it looks very self-descriptive, but not necessarily. So it's something to consider.
Right, no, but like you said, people have, I think that the key element is to remember that this doesn't prevent somebody taking care of their, in a normal course of business,
right.
You know, if there's behavior that is not related or linked to, I mean, it could be, I mean, it's just that idea of, I mean, I hear what you're saying, perceived does broaden.
It's very broad.
It does broaden the notion here.
Right. You could as a merchant, you could be accused of being prejudiced against someone because you perceive them, because that person perceives them as being homeless, when in fact it isn't, and yet it could be related to actions which are not necessarily someone breaking the law. That would, the actions would be covered under some sort of civil law.
Well,
It's very murky. I understand the reason, but there's always an unintended consequence to things. So I think before inserting that, we really need to thresh that out a little bit more.
Right,
Because it's an interest of fairness. You want to be fair to someone who is, if not homeless, certainly looking and or acting in a manner that would lead one to think that they might be homeless. But you don't want to, so you want to protect their rights as human beings. You want to do that.
Right, and
But-
this goes to, I mean, it could go from anything from me having a really bad week and not cleaning myself and not shaving and not, whatever, and being perceived that way. But I think the more realistic view is the gentleman who testified, who was homeless for 10 years and hasn't, he was homeless for 12 years in his last stretch and hasn't been for 10 years, but maybe everybody knows that person as a homeless person and will perceive him to be homeless, even though he's, as he self-describes, is formerly unhoused. So this is the reason to discuss this here.
It seems like the question would be, in the scenario that you present, is that, as Tom said, if a disheveled person walks into a store and is perceived to be a homeless person and is asked to leave that store, that is outright discrimination.
Yes, that would be.
Because of the perception that that store owner had of that individual that walked into their store. So I think that's what we're trying to address here, that's still blatant discrimination. So we're looking to protect homeless people from that. So that perception maybe does have a
And
place.
even the general public. I mean, just because you might look what is stereotypically associated with someone who is homeless doesn't mean anything.
I mean, that's my thought.
I mean, anybody, you come into my cafe sometimes and if you take a look at like people sitting at a communal table, you have no idea which one is like a low income, employee at one of the farms or owns like a $2 million house on the lake in Banton. It's all perception.
Representative Zahn.
Well, and the flip side of not incorporating the language around perception is then you allow, if a case comes before the courts, for the person who was discriminating to say, well, I didn't know they were homeless, so I wasn't discriminating on them on the basis of them being homeless, because I had no way to know one way or the other. Because if it's purely on their housing status, then you have to make a case that this person knew where this person was sleeping at night, which seems to me a very difficult case to prove and not what we're trying to address in the situation. And as a example that we heard last week too, we really don't want to be in a situation where I perceive that John is Muslim because he's wearing a Sikh headscarf, and I discriminate against him, but because I mistakenly discriminated based on his religion, we don't want to exempt that behavior, and so adding perception is really important because I perceived him to be Muslim, even though he wasn't, and we want to make sure that that kind of behavior is I think that's what we want to capture in this bill, is that kind of behavior is captured, and if we leave out perception, then we allow for this kind of this sort of escape clause.
Yeah. Yeah, and just, I'm sorry, while we have a pause here, it looks like we're being visited by students who are wearing VSAC sweatshirts. You guys are college students?